And blur. There we go. Fucking finally. Welcome. Very apologies for being late. VTube Studio does this really cool thing sometimes, which is just rad and awesome of it, where it registers your IP wrong and says, oh, we can't find the IP you've specifically typed in because it doesn't exist. So you need to fucking manually refresh your IP, which takes fucking forever. Very sorry for being late. Welcome, Joy. Yes, you've missed literally nothing. Oops, spoiler alert right there. Why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side? Obviously. Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, myself of the future, and the void, as always. Today is part 1 of the NPC stream, chip ranking stream. And I was originally going to have this be a one and done. And then I realized I have more than 80 NPCs open right now, and I'm less than a third of the way through the list. So maybe, just maybe, I should make this a multi-parter, because I have plans like, you know, sleeping tomorrow night. The chicken had a date with my mother on the other side of the road. Oh, did it now? You're a merchant. Oh, yeah, sorry, it was my webcam. It wasn't VTube Studio. This is what I look like IRL. 1 week stream, let's go. Unironically, if I wanted to do a single parter, I would probably have to do something along the lines of a 1 week stream. So yeah, I've hidden the number of tabs, but let me tell you, there's a lot. I will zoom in so that you guys can see Ace's magnificent face better. Did the special guest Casimier's Knight join this list? Yes. There are a lot of really fun units on today's stream, but there are also a lot of really cool NPCs who aren't on today's stream. Just full disclosure. So if anyone's missing, I will definitely get to them in part 2. Assuming they're on my list. There are some I cut because their designs just aren't interesting to talk about, but not very many. 1 second, I've been preparing for an hour and a half. Let me take a quick sip of water. Sorry for the delay. Alrighty. Now, ordinarily I'd need to give people some time to trickle in, but because I'm late for the first time, that's not necessary. So let's kick this off straight away with... Oh, that is the wrong one. Setting up my alt tab so I can go between the tier list and the units being displayed. There we go. We are starting off super strong with your boy Ace, everyone's favorite Rhodes Island elite. Orders for the week, it's coconut water time. Oh, don't worry, it's flavored with caffeine. So, as a lot of Rhodes Island generic operators do, Ace is rocking the default Rhodes Island getup. But emphasis on the rocking this time. He is absolutely rocking this outfit. That being said though, yeah, it is the standard Rhodes. I just like, look, you can't skip your boy Ace, and it's alphabetical as always, so he's gonna be first, even though he's not, like, amazing god tier. Hello, your favorite drip analyzer. Hello, Henrique Riviere. Apologies for the butchering of your name there. Welcome. Definitely will watch the VOD tomorrow. Yeah, if it's 1 AM, you should sleep. Thanks for swinging by, though, Lawson Crow. You see a bulge flooding? That's just, like... There's not even really a bulge, that's just how the pants are sitting. Drip connoisseur, indeed. So yes, Ace definitely has a little bit of drip. For the default Rhodes Island, he's rocking it like crazy. Love his shield, love his hammer. It's fine, yeah. Sorry, I only know how to pronounce a few French syllables, because I learned one French song, but outside of that, I know nothing about French. Now, Ace's outfit is one we've absolutely covered before. He's personalized it a little, but it's still mostly the same pouches, the same ablative armor, the same weird collar. I do like that he's rolled up his sleeves. He's showing off those really strong forearms. He's got very nice forearms. Standard pants, relatively standard shoes. You're French and even you don't know French. Oh, it's Portuguese? Oh, apologies. I saw Henrique and I just assumed France. But yeah. Oh, it's a real shame that Ace will never be playable. I would love to see him get a more custom design. That being said, though, like, he is rocking the basic. He's rocking it, but that's just because he's a really handsome guy. Very muscular forearms. Built super well. But stylistically, this is literally just the default. Notice he has a tail. Is that a tail or a strap? That does look like a tail, you're right, from the color scheme. So yeah, unfortunately... Ace is a bit basic. He's setting the standard. This is the standard. Anything less than this is bad. And apologies, these are all mismatched sizes. I will fix them as we go. Part of why it took so long to set up was, unlike the operators, there aren't convenient places to grab little snippets of their face. Thin tail supremacy. It's a tail, he's a Pythia. Oh, that's good to know. I never knew what race he was. Unfortunately. It is a massive shame that he'll not be playable. We all love him. You all love to see Ace, but at the end of the day, like, drip-wise, this is the standard. This is the default. He's setting the bar. It's good to start off with a nice, absolutely solid B tier. So here's the comparison. This isn't snipers. For snipers, this would be A tier. Snipers really dropped the ball compared to everyone else. But yeah, no, not too much to say about Ace, unfortunately. I just wanted to nerd out about him for a little bit. The NPCs that will never become playable are always better, yeah. Hello to you as well, Neku-Z. Thin tail supremacy, you're gonna start at like a actual war with Eunectes and Tamimi enjoyers. You know that, right? Alrighty, now that the introduction of staring at our favorite boy, who is unfortunately no longer with us, is over, let's move straight on to a boss everyone's been facing recently, Agonir. Or Age Naya. I pronounce it Agonir, I don't know what it's supposed to be. You have a Gabrielle. Now, this is once again a little bit basic, but it's a lot more simplified than Ace's. There's a lot less going on, which makes the highlights it does have a lot more distinct and important. To start off with, obviously, Daddy. Yeah. This is more like Granddad. Sorry, that flashbanged me for a second. Definitely more like Granddad. I think he's a bit past Daddy. Sleep mask though? Yep. I didn't grab the sleep mask version, but he does have a sleep mask version. It's very cute. You haven't faced him recently outside of IS3. You can't beat Charles from Navigator. Let me know if you need a hand. I'm more than happy to help, but no pressure. Once again, your single man Twitch army. Usually a few other people will swing by eventually, but yeah. If you'd rather watch on Twitch, I'll continue to stream on Twitch. Now, because his design is a lot simpler than Ace's, it really makes the highlights pop. Obviously, he's got the sort of default flowing garb that a lot of IRL priests have as well. He's got pants on underneath, which does look a little bit goofy because they look like dress pants. Let's go Tarka stream. Ayy. His shoes, pretty standard. Nothing too much to write home about. Just basic standard shoes. But, like, the embellishments he's added to this dress is really, really nice. You specifically sent the sleep version. Yeah, look, it is what it is. I was going to grab both, but then I realized I already have more than 100 tabs open. So naturally, he's going for a more conservative color scheme. But he's got a gold and silver highlight. Or more a gold and off... No, not off-white, sort of greyish white. Which is a really, really lovely color scheme. I love his little chain here hanging around his book. I love his gloves. Obviously, it's relatively monochrome, but it is worth noticing these are really nice, simple, stylized highlights that draw a lot of attention without being super ostentatious. Like, it's not super in your face. This is a respectable man of a relatively high position, but he's not flaunting his position, he's not flaunting his wealth, he's just making sure he's dressed nicely. Which is, like, it works because of his personality and position as well. It's not just a case of, simple being better. But honestly, like, yes, it's a uniform, but he wears it super well. I love the way he's got his gun strapped. I love how heavily secured it is. I also love that his animation uses a finger gun. That's very, very charming. Prediction, the Pope is flooding. Don't worry, the Pope is in this. I don't have every NPC because, man, there are a lot of them, but I have most, and there will be a part 2. But yeah, like, the little bits of gold highlight really add a lot of personality. It's drawing attention to the wrong spots. Unfortunately, like, you'd ideally want this main bit of gold to be maybe a little bit higher, or at least this secondary bit of gold down here acting as a zipper to not necessarily be there. These gold heights on the sleeves, though, work wonders. I do like how it slightly breaks up the silhouette with this little fold here right at the end. That's how a lot of cloth sits naturally. And once again, he's got... That's actually a pretty solid holster. Ideally, you'd want it more around the side, but, like, it's fine. It's just sitting a bit weirdly because how he's standing. Lapland's dad is not in this one, unfortunately. I didn't get to him. Don't worry, he'll be in part 2. I wasn't kidding about there being a ridiculous number of NPCs. I don't know what I was drinking to think I could do all of them in a single stream. That had just become a subathon at that point. Except the subs would be YouTube subs because I'm not monetized on Twitch. Don't worry, Nexu, I will get to him in part 2, I will. About how many NPCs? This stream only has 83, 84 NPCs. So, you know, less than a third. Don't worry, Jaw. We'll rank him another day. Yeah, Agony, I actually reckon that while this is a very understated garb, it's a really, really nice garb. It is a bit weird having these dress pants show through underneath. They kind of clash with the style of the shoe, but that's really the only problem with the outfit, and there's no real color highlights to draw attention. So I actually might think he might be an A. Like, it's a very simple garb, but it's a very, very nice simple. And yeah, it's drawing attention to a bit of a weird spot, but it does also look really, really nice. Because at the end of the day, like, if he was wearing something super flashy and ostentatious, it would kind of take away from the character he's going. Like, case in point, he usually wears a sleep mask and just naps in the church with fake eyes to make people think he's awake. All Pianist is in this part? Yes, sir. He is. Clown-ass pants? Yeah, that's kind of my problem with it as well. They're nice pants, but the way they're sitting make them look like clown pants. Only 83. I spent an hour and a half preparing this stream, realized there is no shot I'm getting even close to all of them. He should have had something on his shoulders. Yeah, I do agree. But actually, no. I think it would have been nice if he'd had like some kind of highlight closer towards his neck to sort of offset this bright gold, even if it's a very simple chain, or even just making this white slightly more of a highlight. I mask fooled you. Is the Doctor in the stream? Yes, don't worry, Doctor is in the stream. A lot of the most notable NPCs are in this stream, but I didn't get many of the event ones in, for example. I got most of the NPCs from the main story. But yeah, like, while this is a really simple outfit, it's sitting on him super well, it's clearly fitted for him, it's got nice highlights, but it's not too in your face. This is about the best you'd want from a sort of church official. He's friendly, he's welcoming, he's not too in your face. You feel like you could approach this. The only downside is the weird clown pants hanging from the bottom. Is Manfred notable enough to be here? Yes. And you don't need to ask me about every NPC. You'll find out. Don't worry, we'll get to them as we get to them. I just wanted to raise that, like, look, there are a lot of NPCs I want to cover, enough that I'm definitely going to be doing a part 2 and maybe even a part 3. Because there are hundreds of really well-designed NPCs in this game. The pinstriped pants, yes, they're pinstriped suit pants, which do look a little bit goofy with this heavy dress. Is Don Cheadle in this stream? No, you need to prepare a copy pasta for Manfred. He is in this stream, so prepare the copy pasta. He's like Batman, but Fred. Just go through the Discord channel. No, you don't understand. Most people just sent in the names instead of the artwork. So I had to go through and find all of them and then get them prepped for this as well. Which is absolutely fine, it's just time consuming. And also I realized, hey, I kind of do have plans to sleep at 10 PM tonight. So I would ideally like to not have a 24-hour stream. I don't want to be too fatigued for work. Can't wait for closure with the many NPC skins. I only took 3 of closure's skins. Some units do have multiple skins, but I didn't go through and get all of them, just a few. Alrighty, so yep, Agonir, I would give him an A tier, because yeah, it's very, very simple, but it's a really, really nice simple. Business on the other half, party at the ankles. Anyway, moving on. We have Alina. 3 months later, part 84. I'm not going to do 84 parts. There aren't that many NPCs. No, Brigadier is relevant enough to be here. I just didn't get around to him because I didn't get up to the event or chapter he was in. I think it's an event. I'm forgetting for the moment. Episode 12, that's right, yeah. I didn't get really up to the episode 12. I think the only unit from episode 12 I have is Damasdi Cluster. And that's because I want to rant about Damasdi Cluster for a bit. Okay, now moving on to Alina, also known as Talala's definitely not girlfriend according to the fandom, and her neighbor according to the actual story. Oh yeah, sweet, he was in Read Event before episode 12, that explains the confusion. Now, Alina is dressed in a very sort of simple girl next door vibes. She definitely gives off the vibes they were going for, but at the same time, like it's a really lovely dress. The only problem I have with it is it's too frayed. This doesn't necessarily look like damage that was intentional. This looks sort of like a stylistic thing, rather than like unintentional damage. But there's lots and lots of really jagged lines, which I think there's just a few too many. That being said, though, they are like canonically really broken, struggling for money. So it does make sense, but ultimately, like, this is a really lovely, understated color balancing. Lovely little black necktie there, lovely sort of off maroon, bluish maroon, over dress. I don't know what the term to describe it is. It's a dress over her dress. Then a lovely white dress underneath. I think it would be nicer if the sort of dark bluish maroon went a little bit longer, or this dress went a little bit shorter, just to sort of emphasize the differences a little bit more in height. But that being said, like, this isn't offensive or bad or anything. It does look a little bit off, though. The white is a little bit too long, but that is kind of offset by having this pattern here right over where the knees would be. Actually, really nice shoes. Really, really nice boots. Respect where it's due. Those are drawn really, really well. Their marriage is up to interpretation. Is that translucent plastic? No, that's a pattern. That's not translucent plastic. It's not plastic at all. This is accurate Slav peasant drip, which is quite cool, yeah. No, like, this is... You could see someone wearing something like this IRL. They probably wouldn't go for the baggy sleeves, but it does actually really work and does kind of bring the outfit together. So... Once again, this is something relatively basic. They do go a little more conservatively for most NPCs' design, but this is a really, really lovely set of basic color combinations, like slight highlight on the black, slight highlight with the off gold, and a little bit stronger of a highlight of the yellow. This is the only highlight color that I think is a bit of a problem. It's a bit too bright, and generally speaking, right over the waist isn't a really good highlight spot. You'd usually want it around the bust, around the hips, or most importantly, the face. That being said, she does have natural highlights on her face with her hair color versus her eye color, and the little bit of black really adds to that, frames it so that you're sort of naturally looking at about shoulders up, and her bright blue eyes contrast the sort of darker, understated colors very, very well. Am I using the dead skin for her? No. Her shoes offend you? Why? They're like standard, pretty well drawn boots. Either I just got to R88. The spoilers are genuinely kids. What do you mean, spoilers, sir? What do you mean? Had to spoil it. Couldn't stop yourself. Batman dies in chapter. But yeah, I think Alina is, like with Agnir, about a low A. She's definitely lighter than the basic, because yes, it's a very sort of simple garb. A fair few NPCs do have that, but it's a really well put together simple garb that matches perfectly with sort of her background. Like, she can't really afford to dress super nicely, but this is really, really nice. So she's still looking very good. It's very good color balancing. She clearly has a good fashion sense, even if she might be a little bit more limited in what wardrobe she can get. Thanos dies in GTA 3. So yeah, like, there are a few weird things, like whatever the hell this belt is here that's hanging like over her thighs. And again, ideally you'd want this white part to be a little bit shorter. It is offset by this pattern, but it still would be ideal to be a little bit less long, just so that it contrasts the sort of split overcoat vibe she's got going on with the overdress, and ideally you'd want a duller yellow highlight around the waist so that it's less eye-catching. But ultimately, like, it's a really lovely set of clothing. She clearly does have fashion sense. She's just, for lore reasons, a little bit limited in what she can get. And we have given people a little bit more leeway when they've been broke before, so... So yeah, like with Agnir, I'm giving Alina a low A. Next up, we have Amaya. And there are two images for Amaya. Those of you who remember the story know what the other one's gonna be. It's as fine as a beaten up NPC can look. Yeah, exactly. Like, she's definitely beaten down by the world, but she's still looking pretty nice given she's beaten down by the world. Now, Amaya... Am I back? Am I back? OBS flickered. My internet crashed for a second. Hopefully I'm back. Depressed emo teen. Yeah, she does give off depresso vibes, and there are a few problems with her outfit. That being said, like, overall, the base... rip internet, I'm back. Okay, wonderful. It was just a flicker then. The base color balancing is really, really fantastic. This super dark blue with gold and white highlights really fantastically works with her skin color and her hair. It's a very busy design. There's a lot of unnecessary ornaments. There's also a lot of unnecessary little bits of skin. But like the overall, obviously she's incredibly good looking. And she's chosen an outfit that that works really well with that. She's added a lot of little ornaments to make it pop. That being said, it is definitely too busy. She would look better if she got rid of some of these. There are a few problems with her outfit, like the fact she's wearing it. She looks like a cosplayer. Yeah, like it sort of gives you cosplay vibes. So I'll start at the bottom. Her shoes are kind of a nightmare. Hold up, let me zoom out one. Oh, that was in. So that you can see the bottom of her shoes. Oh, that's still not enough. I'll zoom in more so that you can see the bottom of her shoes. There we are. Her shoes are an absolute nightmare travesty against all fashion. This is horrendous. Sorry, random coughing fit out of nowhere. Probably from seeing these shoes. Like, these shoes are terrible. Yes, they fit, but like the fashion sense is all over the place. This is like a high-heeled sandal. It looks atrocious. The front is way too long as well. Like, the design of these high heels are just awful. The foot ache is real in this one. What are you looking at? Yeah, exactly. Like, are they sandals? No, they're high heel sandals. It's really, really bad. Definitely the weakest part of her outfit. But it does at least color match, so I won't detract too many points for that. Just like, she probably won't be flooding because there are actually significant problems with her outfit, but she's definitely incredibly stylish. Moving on to her dress. This is functional, even though, yeah, it'll get a bit tangled when you're like storing it or not wearing it. This is fine because it'll be easy enough to put on. But that being said, there's way too many flowing parts. Sigh heels, you audibly sighed when looking at them. Yeah, no, like, it's easy to just look at the general vibes and go, oh, she looks really amazing. But when you actually break down the details, her outfit could be improved by simplifying a bit. A more simple standard set of high heels would look much nicer here. It does make sense considering where she lives, does it? I don't think those shoes make sense anywhere, so. Since heels catching water couldn't be comfortable. Yeah, but those are still catching water because the dovetail at the front. Yeah, the dress, too many flowing parts, too many lace parts. It's fine to have some flowing parts over a slit like this, but some flowing parts over a slit like this. Apologies. But there's way too many. The pattern's super flowing, super sparkly. It's really hard to tell what parts are connected and what parts aren't. It almost looks like a field of stars, but it's really busy, and it breaks up the layers of the skirt and in a bad way. Where at the end of the day, this is a rectangle with a slight flick at the side, and then there's just so much attention being drawn to random parts. Like, why is this part of the dress here a focal point? Because it has two of the brightest little flickers of white and a line of black and white leading into it. The actual skirt itself, dress itself is really, really nice, but there's too many flowing parts. It's not like Gladia, it's not going to get caught on things. It'll definitely get tangled, it'll definitely get a pain in the ass to clean. But it's mainly just about this is much too busy and it sort of detracts from it. She turned Laurentier into a walking volatile musician. Yeah, she's not exactly known for her sanity. But yeah, like, the dress part of this, way too busy, way too many focal points, like, down on her knees. Like, the end of her dress is a focal point because of this gold here and this gold here. Not a super strong one, it's mainly around the mid with the super bright right. But it's just, this would be a much nicer dress if it flowed a bit more. The slit was a bit more defined instead of having lots of black covering it. And if there were a few less sparkles. In the next Seaborn event, we learn we're cross-dressing as a female. Didn't know what kind of high heels were good. I mean, Amaya won't be in the next Seaborn event. I can comfortably spoil that for you for reasons you'll see in just a second. These gold flaps here do not work with the rest of the dress. I don't know what they're attached to. They can't be comfortable. They're also really, really strange. Way too many holes. Way too over-designed. It is drawing attention away from her hips to the gold itself. Like, this isn't really a highlight. This is much too strong to be a highlight, which is kind of bad because it's positioned really, really weirdly. And then it also flows into the dress, so it makes this another highlight point, this another highlight point. The feathers at the back, I believe that... No, that's not her hair. Those are really, really cool. I can't tell if that's a tail or part of her jacket. Now, the glove. I hate this glove style. I really do. The color works though. This slightly sort of darker off gold does work nicely. The ring works nicely. All of the rings on the other hand and the red and black nail polish works nicely. I just really hate this glove design. Also, her over jacket has once again too many flowing parts. Her silhouette is broken up way too much. Her silhouette is basically a diamond. Like, when you actually follow this curve, if you imagine this as being completely black, it's just a massive diamond over her torso, which is just not really ideal. There's way too many layers to this coat. Like, there's 2 parts over her arm and 2 parts behind her arm, and it doesn't really add to it. Like, there are little bits of golden highlight to add. Those feather style really do look nice, but it's just way too busy. Likewise, all of these ornaments, like having the chain right across this would be absolutely fine if there weren't multiple other flowing parts right underneath it to distract your attention. She's so flat, you're cross-chasing. Not gonna lie, considering how thin she is, this does actually make sense. The underwhite shirt does work by itself, this part here underneath the jacket, but this part here a lot less so. This folds, like, I can't tell, this looks like it's part of the same jacket, in which case that's terrible. But it also could be just part of the overcoat. Basically, like, while at a glance it looks really, really nice from a distance, when you look at any part of this outfit, there's so much going on, and it would look so much nicer if it was a bit simpler. Like, few less flowing parts, maybe a few more feathers, less flowing parts emphasizing the slit more, maybe curling a bit more out here. This really sort of hides her legs, which is not ideal. Why is she showing this little part of her arm, and why is there a stitch pattern right underneath? There's just so much going on that while it does really, really look nice, at the same time, this outfit would be made a lot nicer if you just blanket removed a lot of parts. Her stand is the end speaker. I do like the golden collar, I will say. The parts around her neck, around her collar, really fantastic. While this little ornament hanging from it is over-designed and could use some simplifying, this is also really, really nice color balancing. Overall, the color balancing is fine. It just doesn't work with this massive, puffy jacket that really breaks up her torso. Like, you can't really see anything of her torso except these parts of her arms, which is why it looks really strange to see those parts of her arms. But around the neck, I'm not a big fan of how spiky this collar is, but it works really, really well with the gold, all the gold ornaments, all the little diamonds, even the choker. The earring, once again, very, very busy, but also very nice. And the little ornaments in her hair. This is an example of highlights done really well. Having a few little specks of gold. Like, her hair is a lot simpler than the rest of her outfit, and it looks really, really nice because it takes the core color balance and uses it to properly highlight. Like, she's got little bits of red eyeshadow or something over her eyes. I can't quite tell. That's probably not eyeshadow. It could be, though. Little specks of gold in her hair. A relatively understated but very busy earpiece so that if you look at it, it's a very nice piece of jewelry, but it's also not bright enough that it's distracting from her face, and it's kind of complementing it. Though I will say it'd look a bit better if it was nice, simpler, and then the collar does work really well. So from about above the shoulders, really, really phenomenal outfit. But the rest of it it's just so busy. Like, there's so many flowing parts, there's so many dangling parts. If you get slightly dirty, this is going to be a nightmare to clean. It's sitting on her really weirdly. It's showing off little bits really strangely. The hat stays on. Not gonna lie, you're imagining her on Lumen's outfit. Lumen's outfit gives similar vibes, different color scheme, but about the same. Looks like a tailor. But yeah, so I think this actually, while it, like, from a distance, it looks really phenomenal because the core color balancing is really, really nice. So she definitely knows what she's doing in terms of fashion. She's just kind of missed the mark on this one. So I think this is probably more high A, low S. That being said, Amaya is one of the NPCs to have multiple outfits to talk about. Here is her second outfit. Oh, right, BGM. Sorry, I was having so many troubles with, I was having so many bloody troubles with VTube Studio. I forgot to put that on. Sorry, let me set that up real quick. That'll only take a second. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, where are we? Where's the BGM? Stream music. There we are. Now, 1 second, this will be blaring for a second. Let me pause right away and set up the volume correctly. There we go. Thank you for reminding me. Let me know if that needs adjusting, but that should hopefully be a good volume for everyone. It's funny that people pronounce it Amia. Yeah, that's why I specify Amaya so strongly. S for Seaborn. Now, unironically, the outfit looks nicer when it's been devoured, when she's been vored. Because all you can see are the pants, which you can't even... Like, so... This is a completely different outfit. It's mostly naked with a few flowing tassels. That being said, this is mainly a meme outfit. This is obviously more along the lines of Therm X tier than an actual outfit, so I won't be counting this one. It's just worth bringing it up because it's very, very funny. At least she doesn't have the horrible heels. Yeah, unironically, these are easier to walk with. So glad you finished SN's story. I mean, of course there's going to be spoilers. A lot of NPCs, like, have outfits of them dying. Seems a bit fleshy. Yeah, this is more of a Therm X tier outfit. I can't hold that against her, because technically this isn't a Maya. The assimilation made her even better. She's just all legs. Yeah, like, her legs start about here, judging from where her thighs are. So she's mostly leg. That being said, that's just a meme outfit. I would... For now, I'll put her in an S, but it's definitely a low S. Do I think Seaborns can change their gender? That depends. If they're based off of sea fishes, yes. Like, she's definitely nicer than Alina and Agonia, but there's also problems with her outfit, so definitely not a flooding. But I think, yeah, I do feel pretty good about putting her in S. She does, it's really nice color balancing, mostly good highlights, there's just a few problems. Damn it, why am I coughing so much this morning? Create a new tier, Seaborn tier. No, there's not enough Seaborns to justify that. Right, now moving on, we have another boss that a lot of people have been dealing with lately. The smug bastard with the best Arknights theme in the game, Marta. And Owain. Now, once again... Oh, no, not once again, apologies. He does have a kind of priest garb style, similar to Agonia. However, this guy is definitely upping the fashion styling. Like, he's definitely putting a lot more thought into his outfit, even though he does miss a little bit on some of it. You hate this guy so much, but would smash. Fear meta, didn't know you were in the chat. There's not enough... No, there will be a few units, I'm pretty sure, who go into the Therm X tier. I believe. If not in this one, then later. I don't remember who I opened and who I skipped for now. Your priest king is acting up. Another S next. I will say, like, the main problems, like with a lot of characters, he has way too many flowing belt parts, way too much flowing at the bottom, too many crisscrosses. This would be nicer if it was a lot more solid with just a few highlights. Like, ideally, you don't want more than maybe 3, 4 each side. Having this many jagged lines is distracting. Likewise, this burst of white all the way down here acts as a highlight piece. His shoes are once again atrocious. God, what the fuck are those shoes? But I'm going to ignore that because, like, shoes are hard to draw, I get it. He's the best priest, he sends you to God. The church has to get worshippers somehow. Tattered clothing looks good. Yeah, like, it does look nice, especially the contrast to the super neat formal wear underneath. But I do think there are too many layers to the formal wear for this kind of coat. It'd be much nicer if this middle layer was gone entirely. It was just this one, maybe a bit shorter, this one, and then the tattered parts. I'm not a big fan of how layered it is. There's too many layers. Having 4 layers for your clothing is a little bit distracting and does kind of take away from the outfit. Do I think this guy is going to be playable? No. Not flooding, but he makes you flood and gives you flashbacks to X8. I take it you didn't have Fartooth built. But yeah, like, pretty solid color scheme, really emphasizes his hair. That being said, all of the highlights are like, the white acts as the highlight because it's such a strong color, and it draws attention to some really weird places. So like with Amaya, very... Apologies, dropped my water bottle. Not as busy as Amaya's, but definitely still a little bit too busy. But that being said, like, not really flooding. There are problems with this outfit, but it's still a really, really nice outfit, and it gives you the kind of vibes he's going for. I once again think he's probably a low S. Or maybe high A. Anduin the Beast. That's his title, is it? Why does he have an iPod shuffle? Yeah, he's holding something really, really weird. And he's got a lot of weird tassels, weird flowing parts. His halo's really nice, though. And so his wings. They're not part of the outfit, they just look really nice. I think he might actually be more in the A tier. I think he might be a really high A rather than an S. He's noticeably got less style than Amaya. He's just really hot. Would smash to a pulp. Yeah, like, he's a very handsome guy, but that's not really because of his outfit. Like, from the shoulders up, his outfit really complements. But then it gets really, really busy on the lower half. His shoes are really bad. The layered segmentation really bad. So many highlights in weird spots. I'm torn. High A or low S? Well, oh, is he the first you couldn't block? No, that was definitely Forced. Forced was 100% the first you couldn't block, because he was a launch, from what I remember. Guys, Ace dies. Oh no. What a spoiler. Ace dies in Chapter 0. South, you can fix him. I think he would literally send you to meet God. Hi, Acus Anduin. He's definitely... I think I might put him more in the low S tier. Same as Amaya. He's definitely dressed nicer than Agonir and Alina. So I think he's more really low S. It's just both of these are like the core of their outfit. Huh? Why did it do that? I thought I disabled that. How did my... There we go. Why did my gas mask come on out of nowhere? Like, they're both meaningfully more stylish than these two, but that's part of it. They're just going for something more busy. But they do kind of miss. Like, they kind of mess it up. You don't care what he's wearing below the waist. Yeah, because you're just looking at his pretty face. But that's not his outfit, that's just him being handsome. Let's go Fia's uncle. Yeah, he's up next. Spoilers. You like the fact he has an old-timey flintlock, yet he can shoot grenades. Yeah, I love the duality of Arknights. Like, Agonir has a gun, he just uses a finger gun instead. So yeah, I think low S for him, because he clearly does have a fashion sense. He's just like, he's made it too busy, same as Amaya. They're just trying to do too much, and it would be nicer if it was simple, but like the core color balancing works really, really well, even though because of how busy it is, there are some weird highlights. Okay, now coming up next, we have Fiametta's granddad, also known as the Apollistic Knight. Now, obviously, this is a man in uniform, but this is a really banging uniform. This is a very nice uniform. Angel has guns, common sense. What is Anduin holding? An iPod shuffle. Finally made it to your first stream. Welcome, Triss. It's really good to have you. If you want to get pinged when I go live, you can join the Discord, but no stress. S, battle armor bias. Yeah, not gonna lie, this is definitely gonna be at least an S. So, to start us off with, I love the fact that the men also have these little thigh gaps. Not a proper bit of absolute territory, but like looks like stocking, you know what I'm saying? Little gaps in the armor. Very, very solid armor, really lovely color scheme. White with light off dull gold and sort of vibrant red highlight. It's a classic color scheme for a reason. It's the same as black and red. Like, it works really, really well. It gives off really regal vibes. It's been around since the dawn of time and will continue to be. Flooding as fuck. Yeah. He likes B-rated movies. Yes, he does. He's a great character. This is Fiametta's granddad. I love his giant cannon, and once again, like, it is worth mentioning, his outfit, while a uniform, and his cannon, while standard, are styled around each other. They complement each other super well. This little weird tassel hanging over it is a bit strange. But because you can see him holding one in his other hand, you can tell it's not actually, like, part of the cannon, it's just something he's put there. The gun is very big, yeah. It is a Titanic gun. It is enormous. That being said, the red sits weirdly on his upper torso. The cloak, rather. Like, the cloak around the waist, really, really nice. A few strange belts, that's to be expected from Arknights. This off-gold tassel, well, it's a bit long. It's a really good highlight up here. This little section up here is a really, really fantastically done piece of color balancing, and then it's also offset asymmetrical by just having gold and sort of black here. I love the understated under armor being black. That works really well to highlight the armor. The head design is a little weird, but that's fine. So it's hard. This isn't so much a ranking of this guy's drip specifically, because he's just in uniform. This is a ranking of his uniform strip. But man, like, this is definitely the strongest we've had so far. It might not... I don't think it's enough for flooding. More armor is as hot as no armor. Grandpa's had to come dad when you're done. The gun is so... now... Like, the cloak sits really, really well on him for the most part. Even though it's a bit long, that's fine. The greaves, fantastic. The thigh armor, fantastic. Few weird belts. This crossbody tie actually looks really, really nice. It's just this part of the cloak here that sits a little bit strange. Because it looks like it's part of the cloak here as well. I think he tucks it under the belt. So I think it is actually part of the cloak. But it's really hard to tell. Part of that's because it's covered up by other parts. Quick question, how do they put on helmets? I don't know. You'd have to ask the game developers. You just noticed it's a minigun? Yep, it's not just a cannon, it's a minigun. The red fabric is supposed to be a sash. Yeah, like, it's going for toga, sash kind of vibes. And it really works as well being around his neck like that. Looks really, really fantastic. Likewise, as I've said, the black and red with the dull gold highlights, phenomenal. It's just this part of the red here and these few belts. I think this is more a really strong A. So S. So definitely the strongest S we've had so far. Not even close. I don't think this is nice enough to be flooding. But that being said, it's still like, it's a really nice piece of armor. Like, really, really fantastic. I love the color balancing. I love the style. But at the end of the day, it is sort of designed so that you can see a row of these people rather than drawing attention to one. So it is, by nature, a bit understated. But, like, definitely stronger than these two goobers. By far leading the pack so far. Old Roman Emperor vibes. Yeah, no, I love the vibes it's got as well. It definitely is sort of styled after Rome, which makes sense, because they're based on Vatican City, also known as the Holy Roman Empire. Definitely not Greek heretic. Look, I can see the argument for him to be flooding. I just think this is, I think it's not quite nice enough. I think this is high S. I just don't think it's, like, to the same level, because it's got a little bit less customization, a little bit less individuality than a lot of the other units we've put in flooding, which makes sense because he's an NPC. But at the end of the day, this is also just a work uniform, so you're expecting a line of people looking exactly like this. Yeah, the halo's a bother, but you get used to the light, that is. Leto Father Spot. You just saw flooding 2 cars now. He's Roman, so that means he won't bottom, yep. Now, next up, we have Arknights. Or however you pronounce his first name. Pale Rocher. First from Kajerag. Very, very fun NPC. I was really surprised how much I liked his character, given how when I first saw his face, I thought I would really hate him. Now, I'll start from the bottom. I'll start at the good and end with the bad. So, the boots, really, really nice, even though the design of the shoe part is a little strange. Pants, really solid. Lovely overcoat. I love that he's got one sleeve on, one sleeve off. Tight on the sleeve that's on, and super loose on the sleeves that's off. So, no more dilfs, you can only take so much. Ew, yeah, that was the vibe I got from his face. Cuties. Emo bangs and bushy beards. There's a reason I'm starting at the bottom and working my way to the cringe. Give you his coat right now. No, exactly, like, this is a phenomenal, phenomenal coat. Pick a lane, twink, or bear. So yeah, you definitely have similar opinions to me, Shikatsu. So, the quadruple belt that's tied with another belt. Weird. You only, like, cut one of the belts, man. Cut one of the belts. The pouch belt is fine. The dress itself, a bit strange. Like, yeah, he's going for sort of Kajerag traditional, same as these neck pieces here, these ornaments here. But the pattern looks really weird compared to his pants and his jacket. His jacket is a pretty nice jacket, though. His coat is nice. Average male Knights enjoyer. Sausage Fest. Look, there are a lot of male NPCs. There are also female NPCs, but they're alphabetical, so we'll get to them. There are a lot of, hot males coming up, though. There's a lot of hot male NPCs. He needs one belt for each of the decorated buckles. Yeah, he kept getting gifted belts and he just decided to wear all of them. He's got a lot of medals, that makes sense. I do like the Sherag. He's wearing this super, super well. Once again, I'm not a big fan of this mop style over the shoulder, super bright gold. It would look better if it was a slightly different style. He looks like Elysium. I personally can't see that, but I can sort of get it. The belts are there to hold you back. 4 times belts, 4 times Titan. So, I reckon he's more in the... Okay, no, I'll be honest here. I really do not like his face. The beard and the hairstyle contrast so heavily with the sort of strict militaristic cool guy vibes and make him look like a twink. Nothing wrong with twinks, it's just like, you're so macho here and then you've got that emo haircut and it really distracts me. Elysium when he doesn't shave. It's traditional military style, them shoulder beards. Boards, rather. Yeah, no, I get it. Like, that's really, really nice. The gold highlight's really, really nice. The main thing is just, like, his beard... You can't tell where the hair ends and where the beard begins. It's way too busy. His face looks delicate. His face makes him look like a hobo. Yeah, that's sort of how I feel. You just realized how weird the pouch strap is. It's attached to his coat. But yeah, like, it is definitely strange to have the pouch outside the coat attaching underneath the coat. So he puts on the right side of his coat, attaches his pouch, and then just slings the other side over his left. His hat, Russian-style hat, I'm fine with. Russian-style beret, rather, I'm fine with it. I actually don't like this strip of fur. I think it would look better if he was wearing it, but he's very intentionally not. I do think that and the white undershirt do kind of detract. I think he's more in line with the A tier than the S tier. Once again, he is pretty hot, and I get how people find him hot. He's built really well. But there are just, like... There's too much going on in his coat, emphasized by him not wearing it. There's a lot of belts. The undershirt is a little bit weird. The necklace doesn't really match the vibes, even though, yeah, it's traditional garb. And then the beard really detracts from it. Like, he would look a lot better if he shaved and got a good haircut. Military stuff. He collected all 8 Kanto badges. Yeah, he's a Pokemon master who got reincarnated into Arknights. His face isn't good looking, but you're looking below the waist. Yeah, the beard... He needs to shave and get a haircut. Yeah, like, this is not in accordance with military regulations. You need to set a better example. I think he's high A, but I think he's meaningfully worse than Amaya and Anduane, who I viewed as low S. So, I think he's definitely more in the high A tier. And man, I don't like looking at his face. His emo haircut and beard. I do get why people like him, and I was surprised how much I liked him as a character. But when I first saw his face, I was like, oh great, an NPC I will dislike on principle. He's from the Napoleonic era. Yeah, like, at its core, it's a really nice outfit. Nice jacket, nice pants, nice boots. It's just very much being let down by the overload of belts, the weird pouch, and the undershirt. He looks like he's about to start playing Black Parade by MCR. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Fun fact, Russia had a beard tax. Yeah, he's flaunting his wealth. The 3 belts weren't enough. So he decided, hey, let me show off my wealth by getting taxed for having a beard. Alrighty, now next up we have Ascalon, first female of the day, aside from Amaya, who's kind of both because she gets vored by a male. First female NPC who doesn't get vored. So to start off with, this shirt really complements her hair and her horns. Really, really good color choices. Ezio, yeah, she does have the Ezio hood. Aside from that shirt, the skirt is also really nice color choices. However, the over jacket she's got going on is a bit like this. It's too busy. It's much, much too busy, and it does detract from the overall design. Like, especially, this arm is way too puffy here out of nowhere. The claws are really nice. I do actually really like the little purple claws. That works really well for color balancing and for her silhouette. It doesn't detract too much, but it does give a really interesting highlight. It makes her fingers look interesting, but it's not super eye-catching. The main eye draw is still to the bust and the face because of the vibrant pink, which is, again, 2 of the 3 spots you want to draw attention to, generally speaking. I do think she would look nicer with a more simple overcoat or even with no overcoat. Like, there's too much going on. There's so many layers over the shoulders, so many bands, so many pointless flowing straps, and then another jacket underneath. She's cutting off this really nice undershirt with this weird jacket as well, and then the undershirt comes back, and then, like, she's wearing too many layers of clothing, and I don't mean that in a perverted way. She has an undershirt, then a dress, then a jacket, then a jacket, then a jacket, then a shoulder pad, then a shoulder pad, then a shoulder pad, then a shoulder pad. Like, this is ridiculous. Then she also has the cloak, which seems to be underneath the outermost layer of jacket, but I'm not sure what it's attached to, and it also has a few pointless flowing bands. The tights are really, really nice, very, very form-fitting, lovely pattern that draws the attention. And I do like how this layer of jacket sits, this sort of half skirt. I think it'd be a bit nicer if it came in slightly further and give it a bit more asymmetry. But the main problem is, like, from the waist down, her outfit's really good. Aside from these weird overload of belts, even by Arknight standard, that's an overload of belts. It's mainly the parts around her shoulders and torso that there's just way too much going on. Like, whatever this shoulder flap is, whatever this baggy... Like, this is super baggy around the elbow, which is just not nice. So many flowing parts. Obviously, yep, she's showing a bit of cleavage. That's a focal point anyway, works really well. I do like the black bands there, that's fine. That's keeping her giant collar on. Arknights designs turning everyone into an onion with all the layers. Chicken ankles, yeah, no, that's more just the style of her shoes and the anime style. It definitely, she does kind of have chicken ankles, but at least her shins are pretty good proportion. Why does she have claws? It looks like it's part of her gloves. It's not like part of her biology or anything. But hey, look, sometimes you just want to stab people, or it could just be her fingernails. It's really hard to tell. So I definitely think she's color balancing wise, like, really, really fantastic with the core of her outfit. But this is another case of, unironically, her design would be nicer if they removed some parts, especially some of these flowing belts. There's way too many distracting flowing belts. Like, this sits really weird at the back of her head as well. If she removed the hood entirely and this puffy part of the shirt and a few of these parts around her shoulder, it would be really, really fantastic borderline flooding, but I think this drops it down to sort of low to mid S tier. I think she's more in line with Anne Dwayne and Amaya, so more on the low end, where, yeah, she has a really good core concept, but she ruins it by just being way, way, way too busy. But at the end of the day, most of the things people are looking for is here and here. So it still looks really, really nice. She took the emo nails a bit too far. Yeah, she's going to stab you with her nails. True, she really should take them off. Only a few layers. She should keep the rest of her clothing on. People look more attractive with clothing. Too many clothes derogatory. Yeah, unfortunately so. That pouch is fine, but, like, what's the point in having a pouch when you've got spiked nails? You're not going to be able to get anything out of them. So yeah, I think I'm going to chuck her in S tier. Definitely under Apollistic Knight. Sophia's granddad's still the strongest we've had all day. But that being said, like, the core of her outfit's really good. The core color, really, really good. It's just there's too much... Same as Amaya and Anne Dwayne, there's too many flowing parts. There's too many layers of clothing. Can't wait for her to escape NPC jail. Yeah, people have been waiting for Ascalon for a while. She's one of the only confirmed members of Sweep we have. Wait, Knight didn't get SSS. He got close. He's high S. If there aren't a lot of flooding NPCs, he'll go up to flooding, because he's by far the strongest we've got so far. He's definitely highest S, not even close. But I think there were a few problems with his outfit, unfortunately. It's made to sort of be like you'd see rows of people in the same outfit because it's a uniform. It's not made to make the individual stand out. Apollistic Knight is a total dilf. Irene Inez treatment would be nice. Yeah, I hope she does become playable. I think she would benefit a lot from the Irene or Inez treatment because she's got a really good core design. It's just, there's too much going on here. She looks like Tolstoy. Instead of red, she's got purple, but I can sort of see the similarities. Now we're moving on. We've got Ben from Texas Altars Event. Now, he's wearing really basic stuff, but really, really nice basic stuff. Daddy? Benthonexygios. Look, why do you think I shortened it to Ben? There is no shot I'm going to pronounce his full name properly. This is a really, really nice coat. I would like this coat IRL. Unironically, I really want this coat. This is a really fantastic coat. Works super, super well with the suit undershirt style he's got going on, the tie. His hat color matches it perfectly. His books or whatever, they don't really count. They're not part of the outfit. He's just carrying them. I love the way it hugs his hips. Really, really fantastic. I love the way it ends at the bottom with that slight spit. Yes, it's really, really basic, but it's a really nice basic. It's nice enough that I didn't want to skip him, even though he's basically, like, this is stuff you'd see IRL, but you'd also think, wow, they look really good IRL. You want the coat? He should lend it to you with the rest of his clothes. Basic average salaryman. This is a really fashionable salaryman. This isn't just your this is your average in Japan, where everyone is ridiculously stylish. This isn't your average in the US or Australia. You won't be able to wear the hat with his ears. Yeah, definitely a bit of a problem there. But hey, he's not currently wearing the hat, so we don't know for certain. High B at most, yeah. He's once again, like, standard for basic, but it is a really nice basic. It was nice enough that I wanted to include it, because he takes really basic stuff that looks really, really nice. And part of that's just he's fit, he's in shape. But at its core, like, slightly off-green, greyish tie with this shade of brown works really, really well. And then the core undershirt. Salarymen are hot and he's hotter than average, yeah. I do think he's a high B, but I wanted to include him because, like, I do actually really like his design, even though it's very, very simple. So yeah, Ben, second basic of the day. Probably higher than Ace, as much as it hurts to do that. It's a nice jacket. Yeah, this was mainly just a case of me simping for the jacket, because I want the jacket IRL. I have similar jackets, but none of them are quite as nice. Coming up after Ben, we have Butler. Specifically Bison's Butler. He doesn't have a name, but there was a reason I included him. Ben not included, but not Lapland's dad. Lapland's dad is going to be in part 2 or part 3, depending on how many there end up being. But it is worth noting. Yeah, this is off-brand Matterhorn, but I would argue this is a much more stylish Matterhorn. Jaws single-handedly carrying the average horny chat quota, yes sir. Like, the turtleneck combined with the super tight jacket, really fantastic. This kind of glove, really fantastic, really emphasizes it. And then he's got a fantastic necklace with spectacles, or dangling parts. Like, the color balancing is insanely good. The only part that takes away from this, the shoulders are too strong. He wants slightly weaker shoulders. And likewise around the chest, it looks a bit weird around the chest. His chest isn't quite well defined enough to carry it. It was mainly like the combination of the gold and the turtleneck goes insanely hard. So I think your boy Butler, Nameless Butler, deserves an A tier. I think he is nicer than Ben. This guy is fashionable. Like, he's showing up to work, but he wants to look good doing it. What are those shoes? Those are standard shoes. They're just drawn weird because drawing shoes is hard. Heterochromatic spectacles. Yeah, but they look really, really nice. It needs more chest in a masculine way. Yeah. It does point out that he needs to do a bit more chest exercises, or just have this sit slightly differently, but outside of that, it fits him super, super well. His glasses are eye-catching. Yeah, his glasses are really fantastic, works super well with the turtleneck, and I do love this low V-cut of the suit jacket. Aside from the shoulders and the chest being a bit weird, it's a really fantastic jacket. Bro has elf shoes. They're not that bad, they're just drawn weirdly. Matterhorn if he didn't work out. This guy is still working out, he's just not Matterhorn level of buff. Cut him some slack. You see this guy on the street, you'd think he's an MMA fighter. You're just comparing it to the Giga Chads that are anime. Talking about chests, can't wait for Bison's dad. Yep, he's definitely on here. So yeah, I think Butler deserves an A tier. Definitely nicer Ben. Once again, very basic, not too much to talk about. It's just 4 pieces of clothing with 1 highlight. But it's really, really well done basic, so wanted to include him anyway. If he wasn't wearing a turtleneck, he'd have cleavage. Yeah, but I think he looks nicer with the turtleneck than he would without. Matterhorn if he wasn't Matterhorn. Is N Speaker gonna get ranked? You mean Omaya? Already got ranked. Matterhorn. Now, coming on up, we have Capone, the discount Lapland. Same sort of character archetype. The cringe from Siracusa Part 1. Him and Gambino. Capone and Gambino. Matterhorn, not a bodyguard. Still a bodyguard because he's Butler. You mean her seaboard form? Yeah, I ranked that. That got Therm X tier because she's naked. Who the fuck? This is one of the random NPCs who show up a lot in the Penguin Logistics events, who later also go to Siracusa in Texas Altars event, and sort of have the end of their stuff going on. They're basically Lapland's discount goons, who she threatens to kill if they do badly. This guy looking good? Yep, exactly. So, this guy is like, Henchman Leader 2. Like, this isn't a henchman leader, this is like the squad of henchmen who go out to get beaten up as goobers. He's the leader of that squad sort of vibes, if you get what I mean. So, like, he's the leader of the group of generic NPCs you fight in the third mission. If that makes sense. That's the kind of vibe. But, like, it's a pretty nice outfit. It's really simple, though. He's just wearing it really nice. Plain black, really nice shoes and pants, even though they're not drawn super high res. Love the jacket, love the way he's wearing the jacket sleeveless, and I love this sweater turtleneck he's got on underneath. Like, he's sort of going for tactical style special forces vibes. Which makes sense because he's a massive tryhard who constantly talks about how badass of a mob guy he is. Like, he's a true Syracusan from Italy. You wouldn't get it, guys. You want him out of NPC jail. This guy, you're horny for even this guy. He's a disgraced mobster and aspiring clown. Hey, that was my nickname in college. Disgraced mobster and aspiring clown. 2 different nicknames. He has a look of utter disgust. Yes, he does. Code of Brawl is super fun. It is. He's a pathetic dog boy, but is hot. Yeah, I unironically, he's probably more on the B tier. I think he's high B. But I did want to include him. As I was going through, like, there's so much love put into basically every NPC, so much thought and love that I did want to include a lot. That's why I definitely reckon I'll end up doing multiple parts, because it's like, you can tell by how low res this is, that this is not a character they put a lot of time into, but the artists still put a lot of love into the character design and a lot of personality. And I just really wanted to highlight that, because even though it's a really basic outfit, there's so much personality being told in the outfit. The style of the straps and the turtleneck underneath makes it definitely give you vibes of this is someone who thinks they're an edgy badass. They think they're special forces level. The coat, the super formal coat hanging over his shoulders, he needs to be prepared for formal, but he also isn't super about that life. Like, he's definitely a bit of a rebel. But, like, this is how he views himself. This is him dressing himself. But it adds so much character. Like, when you see this guy, you can get what he's about, and you only realize he's pathetic as you get to know him. But, like, he's not that pathetic. If you were straighter, you'd call him. Hey, Takiwaki, is Aya's dad on this list? He's on the waiting list. I didn't get around to Aya's dad, unfortunately. I couldn't find a good PNG, same as the Sarkaz girl. I'm definitely gonna have to, like, scuff them together, because I don't think there's, like, a proper PNG of their full character. But I do want to do them. So Sarkaz girl from IS2 and Aya's dad, I'll probably have to use CGs rather than proper character displays, unfortunately. When you're a Discord kitten, but you want to be edgy. Morning, Taki-chan. Good morning, Nozomi. Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But yeah, this guy, like, they put so much love into his design. You get so much personality that even though I would actually... Yeah, I think he's more high B or low A. Actually, yeah, I think he's low A more than high B. But, like, there's just so much personality you can get from his outfit, and that hard carries it. Like, you can tell so much about the kind of guy this is by how he's dressing, which is a really, really well done and important detail. The only bit I don't like is this bright yellow glass. I prefer the off yellow, but I think it's just meant to be light reflecting. But, like, it's amazing how even with a relatively low res image like this, you can add so much personality just with design, and that's why I really wanted to include it to highlight that. Let's think of the best nickname for your Tark Dark. Just call me South. There you go, that's a good nickname. Call me the down arrow. That's my Oshi mark. When you want to refer to me, just use the down arrow. I'll know who you're talking about. Yes, you can tell this guy is a sub, yeah. Capone is one of those NPCs no one remembers except you, and only because you design him carnally. Hey, I remember him. Tarka South. Okay, you can definitely do better than Tarka South, come on. And natural skin but worse. Yeah, it is kind of the more basic. But it's just... There's so much personality in his clothing that it really does elevate the outfit. And it's already a pretty nice outfit, but you see someone dressed like this, you know exactly what you're going to get. So he's dressed himself perfectly. You take one glance at this guy, you know the kind of person he is. Tarkov. just go Tarkus or South. Just for now. You can add whatever nicknames, I'll respond to anything. Tarkathaniel. South put him in C. No, he's not cringe. Like, as a character, he's cringe. As a design and outfit, he's not cringe. But he's the kind of cringe character I like, so hearts for Capone. Coming up next, we have Cecilia, everyone's favorite must protect NPC daughter from the Fear meta event. Now, once again, her outfit is super low res. Not nearly as bad as Capone. The overall NPC budget did improve, but they still haven't put too much into her because she'll probably never escape NPC jail. Southie, yes sir, child kill it. Do not commit infanticide. Not great drip. Why the downvotes? Those aren't downvotes, that's my Oshi mark. That's a matter of flattery by downvoting me. S for Saka Sancta. No, definitely not S. Grand Marshal Affectionate, yeah. Don't remember her because Enforcer. That's actually fair. Enforcer is crazy hot, oh lord. Now, that being said, like, she actually... Yes, she's a kid. She has a really cute outfit. It looks a bit weird towards the bottom. Definitely, it would do better if it was staggered lengths. Either way, whether the brown being a bit shorter or the dress being a bit longer. I'm not a big fan of this slit. I don't like the way this dress ends. So from the waist down, I really don't like it. The shoes are really scuffed as well. But from the waist up, the core of this outfit is actually really, really nice. Like the color balancing, the little belts, really fantastic. I love this true sleeveless undershirt she's got going on with the collar. Little bit of highlight over her neck. I don't know why this image is so low res. Her face is usually higher res. Budget of 2,000 a shirt. Look, she... If I remember right, she's an orphan. She doesn't exactly have much budget. But, like, the core... I think when she gets older, she'll have a really, really good fashion sense. You can see she's dressing herself very, very nicely. The color balancing is really, really nice. Brown with a little bit of gold highlights. Gray with a little bit of black highlights. And then a little bit of highlight here of gold and black right over the white. And then she's got the cute little flower in her hair. Obviously, this is basic A at most, but I think this is leaning more towards A. Because... probably basic because I've got to take into account the bottom half, never mind. But I hope we do get an older version of her later down the line, and I hope that older version is playable, because her design is really, really cute. She's only an orphan for 90% of the event. She could do better. Age her up and bring her to the latter anniversary. Yeah, I really unironically do hope we get an aged up Cecilia, whether or not she's an operator. But yeah, I will pop her in B tier, but very, very cute design. Yet definitely in line with Ben. Maybe a bit higher than Ben, but definitely a bit lower than the A's, because it ends so badly. From the waist up, it's a fantastic outfit. I'd say A tier. But just gotta account for the waist down, unfortunately, and while it sits nicely on her torso, it sits really, really bad over her legs, and has a lot of scuff, a lot of flowing, jagged parts that just don't fit. She has potential to dress nicely. I'm not talking about potential to be hot. I'm asexual. Yes, I could have phrased that badly. Better, so yeah, I will correct that. She has potential, fashion-wise, to dress really, really nicely. Because she's dressed herself very nicely, just for a child, she's dressed very nicely. Lower than Ben? That's a matter of personal preference. Actually, yeah, I think Ben's overall average is higher, but Cecilia's peaks are higher. Drop the poop. Next up, we have Clip Cliff. One of the only black steel NPCs in the game. I could have phrased that badly. Yes, sometimes I stutter. It is what it is. Drop the tassel gallery unironically. Now, once again, this is a case of relatively basic, but worn incredibly well. As long as she's cute, she's S+. Yeah, like, Cecilia's really, really cute. Her hairstyle is very cute. Now, there are a few weird things about this outfit. Like, these weird straps over his shoulders, strange. But the rest of the outfit, really, really fantastic. Yeah, it's your average suit with a half long coat at the back, but it looks really nice on him. This guy is 90, yeah. He's really, really old, but this is like... Not really a businessman. This is the kind of guy you'd think is either leading a mining company or leading, like, a group of bandits. But, like, a respectable group of bandits. You love his wings? Absolutely. He looks like a paratrooper. He's Black Steel. He's the only Sancta Black Steel from what I know, so he's the only person in Black Steel who has actually his guns. Proper, legal guns. He fought in the Civil War. I definitely get those vibes. This looks like the kind of guy who's well-dressed, not because he particularly cares, but because, like, it just makes things easier for him. He doesn't have time to deal with the hassles that come with not being well-dressed, so he's got himself in a really, really nice suit, just well enough that, like, he can walk into a firefight or he can walk into a fancy dinner. He is a boss after all. Vibes, it's canon that he did. Grey straps are a bit odd. Yeah, like, the straps are odd, especially the grey ones, you're right. He looks like an epic mercenary, which is his theme, yeah. So, once again, this is a case of not quite as strong as Capone. Actually, I'd argue about the same strength as Capone. You take one look at this guy, you get so much information about his character. You like the yellow hits? Yeah, these little bits of yellow do actually really work. Like, really, really well. They're understated enough that they're not super eye-catching, but they add to the outfit rather than detract from it. I think this one should be a little bit higher, but other than that, like, they're absolutely really, really nice. Never mind, Revolutionary War, not You hate it when you're at class and you saw a stream you need to watch. It's Saturday, why are you at class? That being said, don't worry. This stream will be a while. You can probably finish your class and then still join. You didn't notice the gun wings? He's a gun angel with extra guns? Yes, sir, yes, sir. I hope he doesn't redact it. It's Friday? Oh, right, you're... right, you're probably in America or Europe then. Still Friday for us in the US, yep. You have Saturday classes either way. Oh, that's unfortunate. You thought it was Mr. X. It's like 8. It is midday Saturday for me. But yeah, like, similar to Capone, you take one glance at this guy, you know so much of what he's about, and part of that's his face, but even looking below his face, he's wearing super formal clothing, but he's also wearing it like it's creased, it's not been freshly ironed. It's a little bit worn, but not enough to be a problem, because if it was a problem, he'd replace it. It's got his logo, it's got a few straps where he needs them. It's very much like he's had to wear practical, he's had to wear formal, but he's going function over form anyway. He's added a few straps where he needs them. I think he could do nicer colors and nicer straps, but that's fine. Like, the key outfit is really nice. Love the gloves, love the half trench coat. Like, you get so much personality just from looking at this guy. So similar to Capone, I think it's an A tier. This guy might be S tier, actually. Yeah, I think he's about low S with Amaya and Anduin. Because, yeah, he's simple, but it's a really, really nice simple. He's not as high as Ascalon and nowhere near as high as Apollistic Knight. Oop. But I definitely think he's nicer than everyone in A tier. He's super well dressed. And this is the kind of fashion where, aside from the gun and a few of the straps, you see this IRL, it works. It works 100% IRL. Almost 10 PM in Brazil. The lapel is insane. Yeah, the lapel is a little bit weird. He'd go out to a bar, chain smoke a pack of Marlboros, then get in a bar fight. Yeah, exactly. That's the vibes you get. Then fall asleep. Yep. Too many layers to rip off. No, he only has, 2 layers? Yep. 2 layers. Oh, 3. He's got a vest. He's got a jacket, which could even be part of the vest. It's just hard to tell. The vest looks a bit more green, so I think it's separate. Yeah. He's got a... That's right. There's the line there. Sweet. So he's got an overshirt, which goes into a half-trench style. Then he's got a vest. Then he's got a suit jacket on. This is the right number of layers, and he looks really, really good. The collar's a bit weird. It's popped a bit too much. And the straps are weird, especially the grey ones. But outside that, it's really, really phenomenal. Now, up next, we have South. I mean Closure. Now, obviously, I'm going to be a little bit biased because in my design I ended up going for some similar things because I like these things. And also, it is worth noting Closure's art is a little bit scuffed. It's a little bit old. This is the same artist who did Blaze and Amia, but they didn't really... Closure they did earlier, from what I can tell. South's sister, yes sir, yes sir. He'd sell drugs to a high schooler. Yeah, I could get that, but he'd be like a reputable drug seller who'd also give you life advice. Release art. Yeah, this is definitely release art moment. Closure's robot army is locked on and will shoot if she's below flying. Yeah, I've got 3 Closure arts here. So to start us off with, the shoes are absolutely whack, the socks are absolutely whack, but like always, I basically discount those. I will give bonus points if they're good, but they're usually terrible. So color-wise, they work fine. I'll discount the scuff that is her shoes. By doing both design, all three, yes sir. 8 AM, you skipped the night to get on stream? What do you mean you skipped the night? If it's 8 AM, you could have just slept. Big shoe, yep. No, you're right, the shoes aren't bad, but like, they're drawn really weirdly. They have a few weird straps, a few weird bulges. The socks are definitely bad, they're way too bulky. You only remember her from the CG with the Stainless. Yeah, I wonder why you specifically have clear memories of the CG of Stainless, John. Now, moving on to her thigh straps. The one on her right leg, I don't like. That kind of, or like, rather, it needs to be rotated. That kind of joint there, you want it to be on the outside or the inside. You don't want it to be dead on the middle. Other strap is fine, it's holding a pouch in place. This pouch is really inconveniently placed across her hips. Especially, like, she's putting large things in that pouch. You need to shift that higher. That is actively going to fall off or actively get in your way. Very, very messy pouches. She's not... She is going to have trouble walking. Things are constantly going to be falling off. The socks are odd as hell. She doesn't wear pants. No, sir, she doesn't. Wore Mongolian socks for some reason. Yeah, wore Mongolian socks and then completely bare legs. Your thoughts on you? The jacket, I really love the color scheme. Same as the shirt, like red on black, and in this case it's more of a dark blue and purple, but it's dark enough that it still gives the same vibes as red on black. Sorry, didn't do a good job of explaining that one. It's not emo, it's definitely more colorful. But like, vibrant red with a darker color is a classic for a reason. I love these yellowish green highlights, even though that looks to be lighting more than anything, but works really, really well. I love this style of shirt. I think it'd be nicer if it was slightly looser over one shoulder, but that being said, still looks really, really nice. I don't like this weird bondage thing she's got going on as a necklace. The choke is absolutely fine. Design is absolutely fine. Draws attention to one of the two highlights. The other one is drawn attention to by her bare thighs, and the third one is drawn attention to by the bright colors. So it works really, really well. Standard, slightly off-standard Rhodes Island jacket. The pouches are the main problem. Both of these are attached really just wrong. They're not secured properly, they're going to jostle, they're going to get in your way when you walk. A little bit of a pain. Hey, South, did I steal her jacket? No. Mine is a slightly different shade of red, that's how you know for certain. We just went clothes shopping together. She's first character to have L2D. Yeah, she's had L2D since launch, if I believe. When playable closure. I mean, she is a 42-star operator, so probably never. But she is canonically 42 stars. The bondage thing is just part of her personality. Yeah, but that doesn't make it appropriate. Menace to Society energy. Menace to Society, who's also a neat. Her second art is the same, except with a slightly different shirt. It loses a lot of the luster and the vibrance, though. I do really like this shirt, though. However, this shirt is factually wrong. You don't get the dinosaur game when you're online. Like, what is this, devs? You get the dinosaur game when you have no internet. Doesn't fix any of the problems, otherwise it's the exact same. They just changed the design on the plain white shirt, and removed a few of the folds and heavy shading and bright highlights. Her and Kalina from Girls Frontline were the first characters to get L2D shop assistant buffs. On that note, you've seen a Google dinosaur Barra. South, have I thought about the fact that that may be the point, what, that it's not appropriate? Yeah, look, to be fair, it's at least understated, and it could be a necklace. At a distance, if you're not thinking too hard about it. Public collars are great, but you're a known freak. Look, for weird bondage stuff, if you're gonna wear it in public, this is about the best you can do. And then we've got our third outfit. Now, I am not a big fan of this giant collar. Seto Kaiba looking motherfucker. The jacket is fine, even though it's sitting a bit high at the back. Ideally, this would be folded a bit more over. Because it's sitting around her mid-biceps. It looks really weird when it's folded up behind the black like this. This plain white shirt, this is what I would prefer it to be on this one. Having it on properly on one and then off the other shoulder looks really, really fantastic. She is a vampire? Yes, she is. You see the intent, but it looks weird unironically. Like, the core of her design is really fantastic, but the actual pieces of clothing are very, very strange. I love the binary. I don't know what it says. I don't read binary. I love the way this shirt sits. It also fits her super, super well. Once again, she's got the weird bondage thing on. And once again, she proves she does not know how to set up pouches. This needs to be a little bit lower. And also, like, what are these pouches for? What even are these? I don't think they're pouches, but the flaps make them appear to be. Chokers are kind of sick. I do like chokers. I don't like her choker. Her choker looks weird, and having it be off-green is very, very strange. The jacket, really fantastic, aside from that weird bit of the part, and I think it's a bit too spiky. Relatively practical jacket pouches, which is nice. Pockets and pouches. The main problem is all these weird belts, once again, directly over her hips. It's going to be so uncomfortable to walk. This is constantly going to jostle and hit you in the leg. Oh, Closure has an AI cover of Vampire. I'll have to give that a listen at some stage. Coat looks like it could save you from shrapnel. Yeah, it's definitely reinforced. Her choker looks like a belt. Yeah, that's kind of the vibes I get from it as well, which I don't really like. She's the first limited 7-star. No, she's a 42-star. That's not a meme. She is canonically a 42-star operator. Wonder what the zeros and the 1 mean? I don't read binary, I don't know. So the core color is really nice. I don't like the green highlights though. I think that clashes with the red. Part of that's just a case of the outside of the jacket is green, which I'm not as big of a fan of. A more neutral grey would look a bit nicer. Yellow highlights are fine. They just are a bit too bright, bit too vibrant. And what are these brown parts here? The shirt itself is really nice. The jacket's decent. The collar is really weird, and I have no idea what it's attached to. She doesn't, but she should, fair enough. Suzerain has an AI cover. Yeah, of course people made an AI cover of Suzerain. Suzerain fans are built different. That's like asking if there's a horny AI cover of a song by W. Of course there is. There's multiple. There's a lot. There's like 20. There's like 3 letters in binary. Oh, it's more than 3 letters. Definitely more than 3 letters, but yeah, it's not much. So yeah, a lot of people think Closure's flooding. I actually disagree. At least she has nicer shoes here and nicer socks here, even though the socks are kind of weird. But I do like the knee-high stockings. She's got slightly below knee-high. I think Closure is more of an A, where the core is nice, but she messes things up. She's definitely similar to Arknights. She's definitely nicer than a base. Is she nicer than basic, actually? Let me think about it more. Yeah, I think the core of her outfit is definitely nicer than a basic. It's just, she does mess things up. Like, the pouches are really weird. They're sitting super wrong in all of her arts. And then when she finally gets new pouches, they also just sit wrong. Like, what is the point of any of these pouches? Is this, like, meant to be a half skirt? Is this meant to be body armor for shrapnel? So as much as I'm biased towards Closure, I think outfit-wise, she's more of an A. Because yeah, it's busy and yeah, it's colorful and the color balancing is really interesting. The design is really interesting. It's just the actual outfit. The nicest part about her outfit is the weird bondage thing she's got going on. And the shirt in her third. Probably, yeah, probably translates to Rhodes. You're probably right. That does sound like a Closure thing. That being said, I won't check because that would take me ages. But yeah, like, hate to do it to my definitely not sister, but I'm pretty sure gotta chuck her an A. I can't really justify much more than that. Because it's a really nice core concept, but there's so many problems with it. It's so all over the place. It's busier than it needs to be. Like, what the hell is this secondary collar? Why are there so many weird pouches? In binary, the shirt is Rhodes. Okay, yeah, so it'll say Rhodes. And moving on from my sister, we have Confessarius. Now, to start off with, sheesh! I really love this form-fitting and formal style. Looks really, really great. This is an example of a ripped skirt being done almost perfectly, Shining's brother, Lamau. I love that this is metallic underleggings that almost looks like armor, but you can't quite tell. I love this slit here, I love the asymmetry. I think it'd be nicer if this part here was connected to here rather than having this giant slash, but ultimately this is an example of jagged lines done really, really well. The part around the ankles are scuffed as hell, the shoes are scuffed as hell. As always. The way it turns from like a dress into more of a tight skirt, really fantastic. Really, really nice. I'm not a big fan of these two parts at the side. I understand why they're needed. I think it should be a slightly duller grey so it draws less attention though. Double, triple belts. This is an example of triple belts being done well. Take notes, guy from Kajerag Arknights. Or however you pronounce it. Stream crashed. Oh, are we back? Are we back? Stream working? It should be working. It looks like it's working on my end. Could someone just quickly confirm you can hear me and see the stream? I'm here, sweet. Okay, thank you. Arknights likes belts, yep. But this is an example of triple belt done super, super well. Oh, okay, so it was just jaw, sweet. The over arm parts here, or over shoulder part, I think it would look nicer if it came in slightly more and sort of ended about here, rather than having this jagged spike here. It looks much nicer though when his arm isn't up, so I won't detract points from that. Really, really nice on this other arm here. Likewise, this is an example of puffy sleeves being done well. These are not massively puffy. These are a slight bit puffy, right above the elbows. Transitioning into a slightly different texture, transitioning into almost gauntlets made of bandages. Looks really, really nice. The gold highlights, phenomenal. It is a bit weird that some of the highlights drawing attention right to where his crotch would be pretty much, but the gold highlights on the top, really fantastic. Lovely necklace, lovely heavy skirt covering the neck there and borderline bottom of the chin. The hood is a little bit strange, but I'll cut some slack because the horns and also the mask. Glove, really, really nice. Arms, really, really nice. This shoulder looks strange here, but it looks nicer on the other. It's just sitting weirdly because the way his arm's positioned. The little bits of silver highlights, these tassels add a lot to it, and I love this strong line here. Matches super well with the skirt. Gives you this nice curve to follow. Really, really great design. Really, really great clothing. I don't like the hair, but I won't detract points from that. Because, look, that's not really the outfit. You can't change your hair color and style. I think it should be a bit... Well, you can change your style. I mean, it looks like he doesn't take good care of his hair. Still don't know his sexuality. You can neither hear nor see me, so you cannot confirm. Oh, so the stream did crash for you as well, Nucknoot. Either that or you just have me on mute. Smash, but only because masked men hot wouldn't smash without the mask. Detract points from the hair? No, no, no. I won't detract points from the hair, but I agree the hair looks awful. Patriots in this part. What do you want about? And unfortunately, there is a part without the mask. Now, let me just say, you can see the resemblance to Shining, but Shining is hot and this guy is not. This is Shining's weird, creepy younger brother vibes. Put the mask back on, bro. You look much nicer with the creepy deer skull mask. He's by no means unattractive. His face is super punchable to me. He's hotter than you remember. Yeah, like, I completely get how people think he's hot. I just get, like, punch vibes. It doesn't help that his hair. Like, I never watched Game of Thrones, but he also gives off, like, Lannister vibes with the hair. Lord of the Rings elves vibes. No, no, he's way more punchable than any of the Lord of the Rings elves. So punchable, yep. I think he looks better with the mask on. But hey, credit where it's due. The mask complements the outfit super well. He vapes to be cool. Yeah. This is the kind of guy who's like, hey guys, I vape, by the way. You thought he was uglier than that, but he's still ugly. Yeah, pretty much. So I actually think this might be an S. Like, this is definitely nicer than any of the A tiers. I would even say mid-S. It's still not a Ballistic Knight level. But actually, like, it might be nicer than the Apollistic Knight now that I think about it. He might be the first flooding. I'm trying to think, what actually detracts from this outfit? The Apollistic Knight had just a couple of things. The main things detracting from this outfit are his face and his hair. Which is a little mean to hold those against him. Hey guys, want to hit my vape, or are you just not ready yet? Yeah, exactly, I could see him saying that. So I think this is just a case of, like, he needs to take better care of his hair and be less punchable. I think the actual outfit, especially with the mask, the only thing detracting is the hood is sitting weirdly, but he's got weird pointy elf ears, and I assume that's what those are. And his hair. Outside of that, this is such a phenomenal outfit. Like, it's so carefully designed. It breaks up the silhouette in a really interesting way. It makes him borderline androgynous, but you can still tell it's a dude, even though it adds the sort of feminine flair you'd usually see on hips. So as much as I want to give him like a good punch in the face whenever he removes his mask, Golden Skull Mask always hits hard. Yeah, especially because it's such a more... It has so much more luster than the little sort of bits of gold he's got on the rest of his body as highlights that it draws your attention to the face. Like, with and without the mask, the highlights are in all the right spots. I actually think this might be flooding. This will be the first flooding of the day, as much as I hate to do it to him. Because Shining is definitely hotter, and he looks incredibly punchable. But when I think about it, the only flaws of the outfit are unavoidable because of his ears and bad hair care routine. But like, you can fix those. He clearly has really good fashion sense from the way he's dressed himself. His weapon is also kind of jank. And he's got like weird dangly bits on his weapon, but they're not part of the outfit. Putting him above the knight is actual heresy. I really do like Fiametta's grandma, but there were a few problems with the outfit. The personality, like, is absolute flooding tier. Fiametta's grandma is one of my favorite characters in the game. But his outfit does have a few problems. Flooding when you put a bag on it. Yeah, like, imagine his hair is just completely gone or nicer, and the skull mask stays on. He may be flooding, but he does not make you flood. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. His vibes... not flooding in the same way of super attractive, flooding just in the sense of really incredible fashion sense. Look at this stick I found in the forest. Yeah, he's Shining without the assets. I'd actually say in some ways he's dressed nicer than Shining. Blue-haired one. Third Confessarius. I don't actually think I have that one open. Link that to the Discord, I'll add that to part 2. So yeah, I think, unfortunately, he's the first flooding of the day. You know he does not pick his own clothes? Well then, whoever tailored his clothes to him and made them fit him so perfectly did a phenomenal job. Now, onto the objective most punchable character in the game, not because of their personality, but because of the gameplay. Damasty Cluster. The Holy Roman Empire will remember that. Look, I still think he is borderline flooding. In fact, like, I might move him up to flooding for now, but low flooding. Because he's definitely the nicest in S tier. But I think he's like some weird in-between, because there are a few problems with his outfits, and it's not as distinct. But it does look really, really nice. It's the fact that every character I add to S makes him look worse in S by comparison. Like, he should be higher than that. I definitely think he's very low flooding, though. So I'll pop him on the bottom row. He's possessed by his dead dad, he doesn't pick his own clothes. And his dead dad has really good fashion sense. Nice. Now, on to Damasty Cluster, the most punchable, most cringe boss in the entire game. Not because of, like, personality, just like, man, every time I see Damasty Cluster, I cringe. Damasty uses they, them, because there's multiple. Yeah. But it's definitively male. You hate Damasty? Congratulations on having the correct opinion. I also hate Damasty. And gotta be honest, even looking at their drip is also kinda whack. Their drip matches how cringe their gameplay is. That's a dude? Yeah, it is. It is a dude. Learn something new every day. Wait, this is a male? Yep. Damasty Cluster is indeed a dude. This is one of two I think people will be surprised by the canonical gender. The other being DDD, who is actually canonically a female. Very androgynous look, so it's hard to tell. Now, first off, bright yellow highlight to dull green hair? Terrible decision. Really, really bad decision. It clashes. His only saving grace is he can make you see Frost Nova again. Yeah. The saving grace of Damasty Cluster is they can make themselves look like someone else. Damasty's rad, wait until next. You knew DDD, you were surprised by Mouse? Yeah, fair enough. DDD's female? Yep, and DDD is on the list. Though none of, like, the other bands aren't, just DDD. I didn't get around to adding them. The turquoise with mint green is odd. Yeah, already, the turquoise with the yellow is a bit odd. The yellow's a bit too bright to match the turquoise. And then adding in the mint green hair, it just completely clashes. Like, this necklace here is a really nice necklace, but because of the hair, it looks terrible. This shirt is really nice, up until the parts where the fact that it's a crop top makes it really, really weird. But that's mainly because all the belts they've added right underneath the crop top. Like, credit where it's due, this is a nice shirt. The cloak is okay, even though... Actually, no, the cloak is terrible. It's got a good hood. The flowing parts are bad. The highlight colors are bad. The way it sits on the arm is really, really cringe. The segmentation around the back of the legs, though, is really, really nice. Rank Damasty on all copy people drip. Then Damasty is every cluster. Damasty Cluster is every tier. Who is DDD? Don't worry, we'll get to that. You're now a DDD fan. Smash the femboy. It doesn't matter if he's a girl or a guy, you hate the boss. Yes, sir. It was in fashion 3. No, this was never in fashion. Likewise, these weird turquoise parts on their body. The fact that they have turquoise and mint green is unfortunate. They should have styled their shirt better. The only nice parts are this crop top, this necklace, if you ignore how it clashes with their hair, and then these pants are nice aside from the torn bits. These are not good torn jeans. Also, the segmentation of the coat at the back is bad. I think those parts are borderline A tier, but I think with the overall color highlighting being such bad decisions, I think it brings it down to the first cringe of the day. Because the cloak is sitting really weirdly. I don't think you could get this cloak to sit nice. The belts are really strange and all over the place. Like, why do you have this belt with this pouch here? The color balancing is really, really bad. It's torn to pieces. You don't have shoes. Honestly, really good nightclub drip? I just disagree. I think the crop top and the necklace are really good nightclub drip. Like, if you go from about here, that would look great in a nightclub. The problem is this yellow and this turquoise. Face gives you female vibes. The torso is definitely male. Yep. He can morph into the Patriot. But I think overall, like, this part here is awesome. Everything else drags it all the way down to cringe, except the pants and a little bit of segmentation on the cloak, which is also really nice. But the rest of the way the coat's sitting is really bad. All the highlights just clash. Look at how scuffed this glove is. Like, what the hell is that? But I will say, I'm also being biased here because I hate Damasty Cluster, and I want to put them in cringe. Maybe don't leave the house because they're Damasty Cluster, but that's not about their outfit. That's just because of who they are. Leave the house as someone else. Obligatory note, it's Morphin time. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Now, moving on to DDD, who we were just talking about. Destructive Dragon Demon, also known as Grace. You're saying you can have W without the fear of your genitals exploding? I would rather try to flirt with actual W than Damasty Cluster. Because even if it goes badly, at least I'm not having to interact with Damasty Cluster. But yes, so DDD. The base color scheme, really, really nice, but this is just sort of basic streetwear with a bit of a weird jacket. If he can be anyone, it makes sense that he has bad fashion sense. It's DJ Khaled, yeah. Now, I actually don't like this overshirt she's got. This overcoat, rather. The hood is really nice, the face is really nice. The way it hangs around the arms and then to the back, really not nice. This segmentation would be nicer if it came a little bit more around. And I do like the demon tail. But this part here looks really, really strange. It's absolutely fine to not have it be super, like, tight shirt. That's absolutely fine. The overall highlights of the shirt are very, very nice, though. You don't need to fear W blowing your crotch to pieces. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You can have Pancho without breaking into piss. Yeah, like... Oh yeah, I get what you mean. Probably Deadmau5 inspired. Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a really cool design, aside from this weird part here. Like, the way it's sitting over the design, I think drags it down to basic. Like, it is bad, but it's also removable, and the hood is really, really cool. But that being said, like, it's basically just a shirt with a few interesting highlights. Nice tight pants, decent shoes, they're not the end of the world. The mask is really, really cool. The highlights, even though they're very simple, they're very, very cool, and the hood is really, really cool. Most normal NPC drip? Yeah, pretty much. This is a woman? Yes, her name is Grace. But this is, like, once again, just B tier. Like, absolute basic. It is just, like, the most generic you could get outside of the weird over jacket, which I think is bad aside from the hood. Once again, why is it doing that? Why is it adding on my gas mask? I removed that hotkey. That shouldn't be working like that. What's going on with her tail? There is a slight slit along the back of the cloak so that it can hang free. That being said, you're right, it doesn't look like this slit goes high enough. I'm just presuming it does. Whoa, Doctor? Yes, sir. Doctor is up next. We have us. This is us 100%. This is us for real, for real. It's me. Mommy, I'm on screen. Tag yourself, it's me. If I'm reviewing Doctor, am I reviewing you? Yes, I'm judging all of your individual fashion senses right now, because all of you dress like this. Now, This is the default Rhodes Island drip. From about the waist up, worn really, really well. I will say, this weird layer of borderline see-through borderline plastic kinda cringe. Which is a shame because the rest of the outfit's really, really good. Mum, get the camera. Mum, you're on Darkus' stream. Yeah, I'm currently collabing with everyone. Every single person who's ever played Arknights. I'm collabing with you right now. You're on screen. Congratulations. He's so me, for real, for real. Oh, if it's your fashion sense, that's a D tier. Yeah, the fashion sense, I wouldn't say D, but it's not flooding, unfortunately. Now, as weird as it looks, the mask, cap, hood combo does look really, really nice. Part of that's because it's completely blacked out by a weird visor here. But that's distinctly, like, the way it's angled, that's a piece of clothing. That would look like that IRL as well, though you'd obviously be able to see through it a bit. He looks like a hospital patient gown. Yeah, unfortunately. The ending of the jacket and the gown underneath really detracts from it, what is otherwise a pretty solid design. More onion drip. Yep, that fucking... The strings to tie the hood are a little strange. There are a few weird bits on the hood, like the belt over the top is also strange. Hazard suit see-through shit. Yeah, exactly. The turquoise doesn't quite work, though. Like, that's been my problem with basically everyone wearing the default Rhodes Island jacket. It does, unfortunately, look a little bit strange. Doctor's an actual character. No. Liking the doc makes you into self-cessed. I don't make the rules, I just enforce them. You can kind of see a bit of his face if you zoom in. That wouldn't surprise me. Daft Punk helmet. No, this isn't a Daft Punk helmet. Come on. Be fair. That being said, like, as much as I hate to do it, I think this is just a B. Like, this is just the really basic Rhodes Island drip. I would say Ace wears it better. Like, from the head up, I'd say that's awesome, borderline even S. But everything below the head just gradually detracts more and more. Like, the underpants are super poorly fitting, the shoes are really weird, the gown is scuffed, the jacket is nice up until about the waist, and then it looks really, really weird. Chung Yu... S for self? No. I don't think Doc is an S. I do think, yeah, I think Mio's got it. I think Doc is a high B. Where it's once again like, yeah, if you see someone like this IRL, you'd think they're pretty fashionable. And actually, when I was in Japan, I did actually see someone cosplaying the Doctor, just, like, on the train. Which really caught me off guard. It was the only cosplayer I saw in the entire trip. The blue parts should be reflective. I think if it wasn't turquoise and it was a more soft blue, or even a softer turquoise, it would look a lot nicer. S for self. Look, this is not S tier drip aside from maybe the head. The head is really distinct and stylish, but the lower you go, the worse it gets. Not gonna lie, when you think that you think is stink, yeah. Oh yeah, South? Yeah, what's up? Feel free to ask any questions at any time. Bro was really talking Doctor as a self-insert to a new level. Can I rate your new design at some point? Yeah, sure, just send it at the... Send it in the Discord, I'll give you my thoughts on it. Saw the second South for a second, your immersion is ruined. What do you mean you saw a second South? You mean when I alt-tab? Yeah, you can technically see 4 of me. If you zoom in enough, because I'm showing up on OBS multiple times as well. Doctor in his daily commute, what you're gonna do. But yeah, I think Doc is a mid to high B. I think the face really is carrying it though. Because like when you see this is such an interesting design. When you see just the face. But everything below that just sort of gradually detracts more and more as you get lower. It gets a little bit worse. That being said, next up we have Du Yao Ye. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Waifu if she wasn't a furry. Swire if she was slightly less stylish and slightly more furry. Shadow clones and he still refuses to be called a ninja. What do you mean shadow clones? Those aren't shadow clones. Don't make me send an extra special pipe bomb to your address. I am not a ninja, I'm an assassin. You see the Doctor downplays their drip? Yeah, exactly. Doc doesn't want to draw attention except for the face. They want everyone staring at the face. Doctor isn't above Ben. I would actually agree with that. Doctor is sort of really hard carried by the face. I think everything else about the design is kind of eh. So more, yeah, I think Ben is more fashionable. I do actually think that's fair. Because Ben sticks to really simple stuff, but it looks much nicer. The only furry you would... This is not a furry, sir. Unless you're talking about waifu. Swire if she was more furry, yeah. Swire if she was more of a cat girl, if that makes sense. S+ for specs, you dead. Open Twitch to double the amount of South. If I want to double the amount of South, I just tab into VTube Studio. Ta-da, you can see 2 of me. You can also see my thighs. Quick thigh break. While I get a sip of water, I'll sway my thighs from side to side. Operator when? That's not up to me, believe it or not. Oh, 1 second, let me quickly fix up my tabs. I tabbed to the wrong one. Flooding thigh break, woo, yep. Gotta get a thigh break, I know what you're all here for, we're all Arknights fans. Okay, there we are, back to normal. It's getting out of hand, and now there's 2 of them. But yeah, I unironically think Du Yaoye has a lot of really good fashion. I don't quite think she's flooding. She definitely feels like discount Swire. But I think she's definitely an S tier. Like, these shoes look really scuffed, but they would be very nice, like, when she's got her legs bent. I think it would look better if they were slightly higher. Or had just a little bit more going on around the shoe section. Good thing you can only see it basically at the start of the story. Yeah. I like these thigh highs. I think they and the top of the boots should be raised a little more. I love having a knife strapped to the thigh like that. That's a personal thing, but that's neuron activation moment. She's one of those characters that you hate and can't describe why, like Korea. Fair enough. Form-fitting giant boots, yep. I think it'd be nicer if there was a bit more going on towards the bottom and this went a little bit higher. That being said, everything else works really well. This is a good combo of orange and yellow. I think this part of the orange should be a little bit duller, but more in line with what you see on her shirt. I think it would look nicer like that. I think it's slightly too bright of an orange over the flap in her dress. That being said, the little red highlight right over her thigh is really, really nice. I'm confused as to what this is. I'm really confused. I think this should sit a little bit higher. It's too tight to fall off. I just think it'd be a bit uncomfortable. Really nice thighs. This little tassel here. The design of the skirt's really fantastic, and this works really great. I just think it should sit higher. It's definitely weird here. The belt is really phenomenal. It's a little bit busy, but the tassels are really, really great. It's just the pattern's a bit strange. Good luck shunting those shoes. Yeah, definitely going to catch a bit of water. Definitely a bit too loose. What the hell is that hip window? Yeah. I think this would be nicer if these went up to about here, and then it was a much smaller hip window. It's mainly, I can't tell what these are because of the curve. This doesn't look like shorts or a skirt. I have no idea what it is. The pouch actually works really well hanging from the belt there. It's positioned good. That being said, because it's hanging from the belt and not secured to anything, it is definitely going to bounce a lot when you walk and constantly smack your leg. The shirt, very, very nice. I'm not a big fan of this kind of fur, but color-wise it matches the orange really, really well. She's got a good, consistent tassel theme going on. Lovely yellow highlights. I really like this black where there would be cleavage, instead there's a black undershirt. I really, really like that. That's a great way of having a very risque cut top like this, while also keeping it relatively safe for work. Her earrings look strange, but that's because they're attached to non-human ears. And then she's got very, very... I actually don't like those hair ties. They're sitting really weirdly on her. But I actually think... let's have a look. She's definitely nicer than all the awesomes. Yep, I think she's more in the S tier. It's a lot more basic than things like Amaya and Dwayne. But everything there is much nicer. So, I think she's a pretty solid S. Even though, like, I don't have many memories of her. Definitely not flooding. But, like, this is really, really nicely put together, aside from this weird part here. If she lifted that, or just got, like, shorts, and then kept the red tassel highlight, it'd be really nice. Penguin flooding. Mid-S? Yeah, she's basically the definition of mid-S. I think she's a good comparison for every other S operator. She's dead on mid-S. That's what you want to compare it to. That's what I was thinking as well. Like, basically dead on mid of S. Best way to compare someone to S is compare them to her, see how they match up. Next up, we have the white Empress of the Empress Twins. I didn't get the other one. Only this one, because I couldn't find a good art of the other one. Now, I don't know if they're even in EN yet. I don't know for some of these. I don't remember her. That being said, her design is really, really nice. Part of that is just she has ridiculous thighs. Like, these thighs are way wider than her shoulders. Sent Dark on his Discord, thank you. Pull it up. Penguin. Penguin is coming up soon. Don't worry. Women. Yep. So let me actually pull open Dark Empress as well, because they're kind of a duo. So let me quickly pop open the Discord. Thank you for sending that. I just couldn't find a good PNG of her. D tier? What are you waffling about? There's no shot she's D tier. You lied to me. Or did you post it in general? Let's have a quick look. No, where'd you post it? Where'd you post it in Discord? Because it's not an NPC drip. Or it... Oh, wait. Okay, yep, you'll resend it. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Yep, so I'll talk about her design while waiting on that. I skipped Emperor. Yeah, you're right. I'll actually do Emperor while waiting on that. They're out of order because I forgot how the alphabet goes. So... Your boy Emperor. It's the Emperor, y'all. He dropped such a hard beat. He's a fire rapper. I unironically listen to Loyal to the Beat a lot. It is a fantastic song. The thighs could literally kill you. Yes, sir. She's an empress who will have a strong bloodline. Yes. The Twin Towers in Autumn. Huh. That's good to know. Now. No, sorry. That wasn't being dismissive. That is really good to know. Just Emperor. I actually reckon this guy's kind of flooding. Forgot how the alphabet goes. Yeah, look, it was hard to order the 100 tabs, all of which are named image. No, all of which are named 1000, brackets 1000 times 1000. It was very hard to get it all alphabetical. Bro is flooding, not gonna lie. It is strange because he has no pants. But, like, I'll discount that because he's got fur covering it up. He's not nude. This is a really lovely shirt, and the chains are really fantastic. The sunglasses are super cool, and I love that they're actually connected to his beanie. Because naturally he has no ears to hang the sunglasses off, so he's got a little ring on his beanie to hold it up. But unironically, this is another case of you get so much personality, you get so much about what this guy is just from glancing at him. So he's somewhere between Therm X tier, because technically he's nude, he's showing off the goods. But I'm gonna rate him torso up, because, like, look, he does have fur, he is technically covered. You're not American, the name is very funny to you in the US. What name? Emperor? So... anyway, Emperor SS, the chains go so hard. There's NPC. Yeah, thank you, I'll pop that open. So... unironically, while this is really, really simple, like, this is just a shirt, some chains, some sunnies, and some beanies, this is like, he could not possibly dress himself better. You know what I mean? He's kept it absolutely simple with absolute knowledge of this is the coolest he can possibly look. I cannot think of a single piece of clothing that could add to this outfit. This outfit, while incredibly simple and something a lot of people could pull off IRL, he could not be dressed better. Like, it's really hard to describe, but what could you possibly add to this outfit? It's got such wonderful highlights. It's playing super well off of his innate colors. Even the sunglasses work super, super well. The beanie looks fantastic. The white to black with highlight colors, amazing. Maybe the chains could be slightly better, but it's just so amazing. Like, unironically, I think Emperor is S tier. Flooding, rather. Because it's just a case of, well, yeah, it's really simple. There is nothing you could do to improve this. This is the perfect simple. I can't imagine Emperor wearing anything else because it just matches his personality so incredibly. The 2-pack is awesome. Yeah, it's toe-pack, actually, for legal reasons. Definitely not 2-pack. The shading in his face makes him look pissed. Yeah, he's got that gangster look. Twin Towers in Autumn. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it's an Arknights Germany, so it was a Twin Towers joke. Okay, is that the other? Sweet. Nuck, why did you just post a guy with a shotgun? Okay, so I will also rank Hildegard the Dark Empress with the other Empress. But yeah, like, unironically, there is nothing at all you can do to improve Emperor's design. You know what I mean? Like, even adding pants would be weird. So it's just a case of, it's flooding because there's no flaws, there's no notes. How would you improve this? Yes, it's really, really simple, but it is flawless simple. It is so amazing. They've added so much personality to a penguin. Like, he's unironically cool. He's a penguin, and they made him unironically cool. That's one way to pronounce 2-pack. It is very clearly toe-pack. That's an O. For legal reasons, this is a different person. This isn't 2-pack. Emperor invented drip. It just works for who he is, yeah. Like, you get such a strong vibe immediately at glancing at him, and there's nothing you could do to improve this. There's no notes. It's just such a strong flooding. Okay, so this is the other Empress. And once again, she has a very full figure. Same as the other Empress. Ridiculously full figure that she is not afraid to show off. This is like perfect hourglass. So by default it will be a bit easier for them to look nice, because at the end of the day, really attractive women generally look really nice in basically anything. Since we're on Penguin Logistics, is Yith here? Yes, Yith is here from what I remember. Emperor could unironically have invented drip, I do agree. Looks like a bodysuit. It's not. Why are her knees built like that? No. Her knees are fine, she's just standing weird. The shoes, really, really nice. They should be a bit tighter, but you can tighten those. Very, very nice shoes. Very tight pants. With color highlights to emphasize her thighs. So she does know what she's doing. She knows she's very, very attractive and she's not afraid to use it. Militaristic coat looks phenomenal. The color scheme works really, really well with her face. I think she should have a different color lipstick, though. I think she'd look nicer with either a warm red or a more full black. The fact that it's grey on the lower lip is a bit weird. This sash, I'm not as big of a fan of. I think this clashes a bit with her design. Color scheme-wise, the orange is a bit weird, and then, of course, this looks like completely different material. Gauntlets, fantastic. Cloak, fantastic, though again, not a big fan of these tassels at the end. Same reason as this sash, I think it would look nicer with a more plain fabric. The military coat fits her phenomenally. This is very clearly tailored to her, and it works really, really well. You forgot she was a homunculus. Someone sculpted her? Yeah, I can believe that. Emperor brought drip to Terra like Prometheus fire from Mount Olympus. Yep, she's wearing straight drip. Unironically, I think... I don't have a screenshot of her, so I won't be ranking her, so she'll just be with the White Empress. Oh wait, I forgot. Oh, no, I did put Empress. I did put Emperor. Sweet. Sorry. Emperor and Empress. Not as cool as guy with shotgun. Lithanian women in military clothing. Yeah, part of it's biased towards military clothing. I think she's S tier or flooding. It could go either way. That being said, like, I'll rank her with the other one. Military drip was done better by Hodera. Maybe. The only problem with her outfit is this sash and the ending of her coat. But, like, you're not looking at there, you know? You're not looking there. You're looking here, you're looking here, you're looking here. And she has really great highlights, like the tiny bit of purple dead center of the chest, these spiky bits, the little non-rope braided tassels, hanging really, really fantastic. Yeah, it's sort of standard military dress garb, but it's really nice, very clearly tailored for her. S tier. You can't believe they're both doing it D tier. They are not D tier, sir. The only reason they wouldn't want to leave the house is if they don't want to get hit on. They probably have to deal with that a lot. Why do these NPCs have better designs than some operators? Yeah, they kind of go hard with some. How can you be military without a plate? No, this is a military dress, not like combat dress. Military dress has a lot of different ones. This is parade dress. So this would be, you're going to a parade, should be leading the parade, or just looking really, really nice. Curious, show us guy with shotgun that Nuck is talking about. You'll have to ask Nuck. There are a lot of guys with shotgun. If he means the person he put in. Okay, someone added the Agonier. Okay, I will show Agonier with his mask, because his mask is charming. I have already done Agonier, so I won't linger on it. His mask is very cute and wholesome. I love his mask. It adds a lot of personality, and I do think he looks nicer with it, and it's very charming and funny. But we've already ranked Agonier, and I don't think that's enough to change it. I did already kind of take that into account, but since we ranked him, I will bring that up quickly. Now, that's enough of Hildegard. I think she's S tier or flooding, and I will include her with White Empress, because she's Black Empress. Once again, incredibly well built, shall we say. Making it a lot easier because very attractive women will look very good in pretty much anything. Once again, why is the face so low res in this image? I have no idea what caused that. Really fantastic highlights. Yeah, some of them sit a bit strange. I think this is too busy, too flowy. This is not military dress. This is something you'd go to a really fancy event where you're sacrificing the ability to walk effectively. That being said, like, it's hanging really well. This is basically the perfect length because this will not impact, like, this won't drag on the floor. This is just enough to not drag on the floor, so perfect for really fancy ballroom style, even if I think it's too flowy. I do think it's too flowy. The flows around her stomach and thighs, though, phenomenal. Amazing thigh slit, drawing incredible amounts of attention to it. Which, like, look, she has some really incredible thighs. There's a reason she's drawing attention to them. Go to design? Yeah, like... You couldn't wear this kind of design if you weren't incredibly attractive. You wouldn't be able to get away with it. But she does get away with it, because she and her quote-unquote sister are both incredibly hot. The tassels, it could be improved with a few less flowing parts, unironically. But I still think this is a flooding outfit. This is you're going to a fancy dress party and you're turning heads, and it's not just because you're attractive. It really emphasizes her figure. So this outfit, it's really good, but its main focus is to draw your attention to parts of her figure, and it does that really well by having highlights right over her chest, highlights around her neck to draw attention to her face, and a giant thigh slit with lots of highlights to draw attention to her massive skull-crushing thighs. Lea Soleta is a Greek goddess and Hildegard is a German officer. Yeah, they're dragging the overall drip down by multiversal thighs. This is one of those cases where, rather being is it drip or is she hot? It's both. Yep. yeah. Sorry, it was slightly covered up. I couldn't quite read that. So I think taking these two as a package deal, obviously flooding. And they're definitely a bit of a package deal. So definitely flooding. While yes, there are slight bits that both of their outfits could look slightly nicer, like slightly different sash for Hildegard and slightly less flowing parts, like that doesn't stop it being absolutely god tier incredible. Awful drip, awful character, but she's hot. No, the drip is really nice, even if it's not your kind of thing. I really don't like how flowy it is. I think this would look much nicer with less flowing parts. But this is sort of like super formal ball round stuff. Ball round? Ballroom stuff. Like you're going to a ball and you want to turn heads. The key parts, like the thigh highs, are phenomenal. The shoes are really fantastic. It's drawing attention to how hot she is, which is the main point of this. Like, when you're going to a ball, you don't just want the talk to be about how pretty your dress is. You do kind of want the talk to be about how pretty you are as well. So she achieves both. She has a dress that's nice enough that it doesn't distract from her beauty while still being really great and adding to it. Luckily, personality isn't factored in. Yeah, we're not... If personality was factored in, Damasty would be in D tier because they're Damasty cluster. Do we know much about her personality? I don't. Rapunzel tier? Yeah, but it's in, her hair's really long, but it's also braided in the, Ojo-sama braid. So it's fine. That being said, both of them look phenomenal. Now we're up to yet another daddy, Male Knights Enjoyers, staying winning. This is Uriel Paides, also known as Bison's dad. Also known as your dad because you want to call him daddy. Be right back, you need to change your underwear. That's fair. So, Capino wore his suit in the same way, his suit jacket, but Uriel wears it much better. Very tight form-fitting pants, standard dress shoes. This is more a case of, yes, he's wearing sort of standard clothing, but he's added enough personality. He's got enough meat going on. He's built enough that, like, he's absolutely making it pop. Damasty love. Why do you like Damasty cluster? Have you fought them yet? Jaw horny posting. Yeah, look, it's fine to horny post. I just probably won't read all of it. Man has to be bisexual. There's too much tension between him and Salem's dad. Don't worry, Salem's dad is also in this. Hope you have not missed Patriot. You have not. It is alphabetical, and we are currently up to E. For Uriel. You're a twink appreciator, that's why you like Damasty. You know what, fair enough. Salem's dad is hot too, we'll get to him. I don't think he's flooding. He is keeping it relatively basic, but I do think he's S tier. This tie is a bit too bright of a gold. It detracts from his face and brings the attention to his tie, which isn't what you want. The glove, though, really fantastic. Asymmetric glove. Watch matches his glove. Really good color balancing. Slight highlights on the fingers. They're not enough to detract. They're enough to make it interesting. Likewise, these weird bondage-style straps and weird suspenders. They do detract from it. They should be slightly further in and slightly thicker and shouldn't have... Like, I get that the straps around the side are to make it hang tightly on his body and show off his body. Which, like, yeah, he's a beefcake, he knows it. I skipped Baird and Aladale. Add him to NPC drip. This isn't NPC. This isn't every NPC. I was hoping it would be, and then I spent an hour and a half setting up and only got like 80 of them. And I realized, oh hey, this is going to have to be a multi-parter. What was I thinking when I tried to do it all in one? But yeah, anyone I missed who you want to add them to NPC drip. Even if they already have been done and you just forgot, I will filter that out myself, don't worry. His pecs are so massive he could cross-dress. Oh, and yeah, Shikatsu, if you're not comfortable putting it in Arknights, just, like, DM it to me, by the way, with your design. You posted them there. I didn't get all the way through the list. If they're already there, I will get to them, don't worry. I will include them in other ones. I spent an hour and a half setting this up and realized I am at 80, so... yeah. This isn't going to be everyone. There will be a part 2 and probably a part 3, because there's so many... Like, I was really shocked looking through this, because I'd forgotten a lot of the designs. All of the artists put so much love into all of the NPCs, so much personality, it's really great to see. Like, this is a really competent businessman who's also smug. You know what I mean? You get so much personality from looking at him. The only thing I dislike, I think the weird harness straps should be slightly further in, slightly thicker, with slightly fewer flowing parts. And I think this gold tie should be a little bit less metallic. It's a bit eye-catching. That being said, like, absolute daddy. Yeah, it's relatively standard, but he's wearing it super, super well. I think I think he might actually be flooding, now that I look at this. I think he's low flooding like Apollistic Knight, but I think he is flooding. Like, he looks incredible. Make sure to post a picture of Brigadier. I'm pretty sure I put Brigadier in myself. I just didn't get around to him. Because, man, there's so many NPCs. Oh no, it's still not finished, you're shading the back. Don't worry. Just, for what it's worth, if you don't feel comfortable putting it in a public space, you're more than welcome to DM it to me and I'll get back to you. Yeah, if anyone has character designs they're working on, I'm also happy to give you my honest thoughts on those as well. And keep in mind, some of it's subjective. It's absolutely fine for you to disagree with any tips I give, or points I point out. I'm just pointing them out so that you can consider them. You can very much ignore them. Like, there are parts of my design that are problematic that I would objectively go, oh, maybe I should change this. But I really like my design, so I kept it anyway. So it is what it is. But yeah, like, you're all absolute daddy. I honestly do think, while this is basic, like with Emperor, you couldn't really dress better outside of maybe the tie and maybe slightly different harness straps. This is showing off exactly what he wants it to show off. This is formal, while also being slightly informal the way he's got it loose around his shoulders, and showing off his body. Like, he does not want to hide just how fit he is. High flooding. He's definitely flooding. Like, looking at the S tier, he's definitely higher than all of the other S tiers. He nearly has bondage gear on. Yeah. I realized that I was being biased because I don't like the bondage gear style. But he pulls it off really, really well. That's why I popped him in flooding anyway. Can you give thoughts on your OG? Tag me in it outside of stream. I'm not going to rank your guy with shotgun stock image on stream. You realized you're into overalls? Yeah, you definitely do seem to be. Now, moving on, we have Forced. One of the bosses everyone kinda hated because he was the boss of CC2, and that was just new enough into the game that people weren't fully prepped for it. Second best boss. I unironically love Forced as a boss. I have such fond memories. I think he's a fantastic boss, even though parts of it are really frustrating. He's also aimed at sort of newer players. Like, in later stages, he wouldn't be hard. He's a mid-game boss, but it works really, really well. Let's learn how to count. 1. Oh wait, no. Don't count or I will, like, time you out. Please don't make me do that. I don't want my chat to just be filled with counting spam. Counting occasionally is fine, but don't go past 5. You're welcome to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you post 6, I will time you out. Yeah, sorry, just... I have no problem with one person doing it. I'm only thinking of, well, if you start the meme, a lot of other people will also do it, and then it'll just be a wall of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jaw, don't make me do it. Nozomi, don't make me do it. I will if it gets out of hand. I don't want to have to do it. I don't want to have to tab out and time someone out. You had Hoshi when you first fought him, so it was kind of brain dead. Even then, unless your Hoshigum is high level, he'll still, like, borderline kill her. And it requires thought to deal with him. Now, that being said, I don't like how low his pants and belt are hanging, but he does kind of pull it off. His shoes, very, very scuffed. Suffering from launch design. It is what it is. His pouch is pretty nice. His crossbow, cool as hell, actually does kind of match the color scheme. It's got a sort of dull red versus the dull blue going on, which is really, really nice. You thought CC2 wasn't so bad? It was really bad for newer players. Source, I was new at the time. I don't actually like the way his jacket sits on him around the back, but I do like how it sits on the front. I think the front of this design is really, really nice, aside from the fact that he looks like he needs to pull his pants up. He's also not wearing one jacket sleeve. Actually, it looks like he's wearing neither jacket sleeve. Respect where it's due. Needs protecting. CC is always bad for new players. What I mean by that is unbuffed Forced is still a major problem for new players. So even Risk 0 was really hard for new players because Forced would just one-tap your operators. And unless you had a really high-level defender, he would one-tap defenders as well. So it wasn't like you could deal with that. And most new players didn't have units like Gravel ready to take him. One of the shoes disintegrates into the void. Yeah, he's definitely suffering from early game design. Which is what it is. That being said, like, I think this is a solid A design. He's definitely dressed nicely. But it's just a case of it does sit on him weird. Like, the back especially, the jacket, he should probably be wearing one of the sleeves, otherwise why do you have the jacket? It could potentially be S, I'm leaning more towards the side of A. Playable Forced when? I have bad news for you. Not a big fan of the belts, not a big fan of the super loose pants. The shoes are incredibly bad, but they're super low res, so whatever. Let's take a look, actually. Let's take a look at everyone else so I can compare him. I think he fits more in with the A tier. I think he's high A. Like, there's nothing super special going on. It's just a sort of standard streetwear that's made nicer by tactical pouch placement. The color balancing, like, the sort of off blue looks a bit weird with the red, but it's not bad. I do really like the white pants. They look really great, especially with the undershirt. It's just the undershirt's the same color as the jacket looks weird. The pouches, the fact that pouches are the main highlight of his upper body, though, kind of strange. He can turn invisible. He definitely survives. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of copium in this list. When can you adopt your own Frost? Okay. But yeah, like, a lot of the initial reunion bosses don't have too much to say because they have relatively basic designs because they were launch. But that being said, like, he was a side boss to Mephisto. He and Mephisto are definitely a duo. He was an early game boss, same as Skull Shatterer. I forgot to add Skull Shatterer to this list. Sorry, let me very quickly type that in NPC trip. I can't believe I forgot that. Okay, so I don't have all of the reunion bosses, just most of them. White pants so it blends in. Oi. When will Frost Nova Alta drop? Never, unfortunately. Put an actual Casimir's alt in NPC chat. No, there are a lot of awesome Casimir's NPCs I didn't get to. I got to most of them. I didn't get to, like, the speaker guy or the the guy who becomes the director. If you know the one I'm talking about, the guy who picks up the phone. Alrighty, now moving on to Frost Nova. I will be back in just 1 second, but Frost Nova is very, very pretty, so I'll leave her on screen instead of my model. I see everyone is spamming leg. That makes perfect sense. Did we get a Yeti Squadron member? No, I forgot to add them. Please do just type Yeti Squadron member in NPC chat if you have it open. Leg, thigh, leg, 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 leg. You know what they say about legends? Their leg, it ends. Frost Nova grew on you? Yeah. There's a reason a lot of people really like Yelena. She's really cute. Part of that's just naturally she has very pretty hair, very pretty face, very interesting design. In the face area, so a lot of people are biased to her towards that. Because of that, not towards that. So, design-wise, I actually really like Frost Nova's design. As an outfit, it's not quite as nice, but her design is incredible. The candy scene was adorable. Yeah, it was. Frost Nova has a lot of adorable moments. You like her dad more? Don't worry, Patriot's on the list. Yelena's hot, but she's... No, technically she was cold, and then she got very, very hot very, very briefly. So, to start off with, her hair color and her eye color leans really, really well into this sort of monochrome jacket she's got going on. I'm not actually a big fan of the orange highlights as an outfit, though. I think it would be better if she went for red. Like, sort of a dull red, rather than this sort of bright red you've got here. I think that would fit a lot better with the sort of understated, like, black, white, and red is a combo. Everyone knows that combo for a reason, you know? Black and red, white and red are both fantastic combos. Orange looks a little bit stranger. South angry face? Why are you angry? Sorry, Anna. I needed to duck to the bathroom. I got dehydrated setting this up. I lost track of time. So then I overcompensated by sculling an entire liter of water. She lacks a blue button-up. I actually think a sort of really lovely royal blue or soft blue would work really fantastically as well. I just don't think orange is a good highlight color. One of the few canonically unsexable characters. I mean, yeah, her and Nyan. You can do it once very, very shortly. You would just kind of die after, like, the first attempt. She'll come back with Destiny level 2. Destiny 2. Unfathomable levels of copium, yes sir. Now, I don't like the zipper overload. That being said, this part around her shoulders, really fantastic. The little scarf peeking out underneath, or, not scarf, turtleneck peeking out underneath, also really fantastic. So from the shoulders up, her design, I would say, is flooding. Really fantastic, no notes. The problem is once you start getting below there. The way the jacket is sitting on her works, but you'd ideally want it to curve in a little bit more here and then come up. The zippers are a bit of a problem. They do detract from the design. It would look nicer if these were just blatantly cut out. No zip is necessary. They shouldn't be unzippable. It would look nicer if these were just damaged. Like what her undershirt, really fantastic. I do like that we get a tiny bit of skin here. Not in a lewd way, I just actually really like it. Likewise, this little bit of black here between the shoulders and the undershirt, really fantastic. The belts, actually, I really like them. Same way, this first layer of skirt, I think it would be nicer if it flared out a little bit more, but it works really, really well with the undershirt. This second layer of skirt, though, the black part, not as nice. Looks like it sits really weirdly across her thighs. The little bit of absolute territory we get, though, very fantastic. Thigh high is fantastic, shoes fantastic. The ending of this jacket is really, really great. I think it's clearly damaged, obviously. I do love the spacing and the distance compared to all the other pieces of clothing. So it's breaking up the height really, really well. I just think it needs to curve in more on this side and this side as well. It would naturally sort of sit like that on her it looks like she's wearing someone else's jacket, if that makes sense, because otherwise it would naturally sort of curve a bit more to her body. The zippers, main problem. The orange is the secondary problem. I still think this is S tier outfit, because you've got to take into account she doesn't have access to many clothes. So, given the fact that she doesn't really have access to many outfits to replace it, I would say this is S tier. Otherwise, it would probably be high A. Like, she clearly has put together a very, very nice outfit with the limited stuff she has. It probably is someone else's jacket. Yeah, exactly. It definitely does give off those vibes. It's kind of baffling her drip is that good. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, there are problems with this outfit you could improve, but she's put together a really fantastic outfit with really few options. So, I don't think it's enough to get her to flooding, but I definitely think it's enough to get her to S tier. She's meaningfully nicer than anyone in A, and it's not even like a low S tier. It's a pretty solid S tier. I'd even say pretty high S tier. Probably up there. Her and Cliff are probably the highest in S tier. Everyone else is sort of mid. Or low S tier. She's mid. Yeah. Definitely high S tier. I don't quite think it's nice enough to flooding. I think there are a few problems. That being said, I'd be very interested to see Frostnova wearing a different outfit. I think if she had the ability to go out and get a new outfit, she has a lot of fashion sense and that would really show through. She's done a really amazing job. It's just that doesn't make up for the fact that at the end of the day, she was limited and that offsets it slightly, but it could be a bit nicer. The floaty originium crystals add to the drip though. Yeah, they do, but that's not really outfit. I was tempted to have that as an alternate, but I kind of couldn't justify it because same way as Sancta's wings don't contribute. Shame about the, yeah, funeral fit. So yeah, by the way, Frostnova is actually canonically an operator. For those of you who've forgotten the story, Frostnova is actually an operator of Rhodes Island, and always will be. That being said, she will never be playable. Your Wi-Fi died, what did you miss? You missed me going to the bathroom, and then saying that Frostnova actually did really, really well, given the limited options. From the shoulder up, I'd give her flooding. The rest of it sort of drags it down to just a really strong S. If she had the ability to be alive, that would help. Yep. Aren't Sancta's wings physical features? Tailoring. If you tailor your outfit to match your wings, in the same way, if she tailored her outfit to match her arts, I would count that. But she didn't. It just, like, it adds to it, but it's not adding to it in a way of, the outfit was designed around it. It's the same as weapons. If your outfit is tailored to match your weapon, I'll give you points for that, but I won't subtract points if they're not. And I won't really mention it unless it, like, distinctly is. And Frostnova's isn't. She's gonna return. Did you play that one side story where it very explicitly says, like, we still dream about the day they might return, and then we cry because they know they never will, and it's all of the dead bosses? Unfortunately, like, a lot of people want Frostnova to be playable, but it'll never happen. We could use another what-if operator. Yeah, like, we might get her as a what-if, same as Skadi. But the reason we got Skadi as what-if was there was, like, it was a significant lore divergence. Like, the entire plot goes differently because Skadi succumbs to Ishamla. But I don't think that'd be the case with Frostnova. Though they could probably swing us recruiting reunion, like, with Frostnova as the pivot. But then people would get pissed because Mephisto would still not be recruited. Forster's gonna come back to us? Yeah, maybe. Alrighty, now moving on to Fumizuki. I believe this is, like, Chen's adoptive mother, or, like, someone related to Chen's dad. I forget the exact relationship. Not related as in, like, biologically, related as in very close. Mephisto isn't dead, so he can become... Well, we have a lot of Liberri, we've never had a literal bird. Sorry, the idea of Mephisto being playable is very, very funny to me, given the context of story spoilers. You just want a black and white pic of her in the menu silently judging you. Her husband is hotter, unironically. Now, first off, I'm biased against furries. That being said, like, she's very, very well dressed. However, like, that's just the quality of the clothing is super, super high. She's Yenwu's wife. Oh, yeah, I thought that was the case. She's Wei's wife, yeah. So, the skirt, really, really lovely design, really well patterned. But the overshirt really doesn't fit at all. She is not wearing this well. She's way too demure. Like, having a coat jacket on like this, but not wearing either of the sleeves, is something you do to sort of give off a bit more of an aggressive, outgoing, confident vibe. But the rest of her vibes, the way she's standing, the way she's positioned, even the way she's dressed, is a lot more withdrawn. So it kind of clashes, and it hides her figure almost entirely. Which is a shame, because otherwise I think this would probably be a strong S, but the jacket probably brings it down to an A. She's scaly, yeah. I know she's not literally a furry, you know what I mean though. You like the biker gloves? Yeah, I do like the gloves. I think it would be nicer if they were a different material though. I don't think this is a good material for gloves, given her design. She's cool AF, yeah, she is cool. I love her hair ornaments, I love all the ornaments. The only part I don't like is this jacket. Again, I think she would be S, maybe flooding, but probably more like S without this jacket. But this jacket significantly makes her outfit worse. Like, meaningfully reduces the outfit. I would say this jacket is cringe. But everything else is really, really nice, really high quality. So let's think. Yeah, I think she's meaningfully worse than Anduane because the jacket is significantly bad. So I think she's more in the high A tier, which is unfortunate because she wears really, really lovely clothing, and then she wears a standard brown suit jacket that doesn't fit her, that she's not wearing properly, that completely ruins the vibe. So come on, lady, you've got lovely clothing, wear it properly. Demure in a very... yeah. No, it's not that, like, demure's the wrong word. The reason I was trying to go, like, confident outgoing, I was trying to describe it is... when you're wearing a shirt, an over jacket like this, you're sort of saying, hey, I would get into a bar fight. You want to get into a fight? Let's go. Or you're trying to sort of like flex and assert dominance. The way she's wearing it though still hides her figure, and with her posture, just completely ruins the vibe. It would look better if she was wearing it properly. You see what you mean? It makes her silhouette... yeah, like, it makes... if you... silhouette, actually, yeah, let's spend a second talking about silhouette. So, if you made this image full black, she would look like her torso is pregnant. Not her belly, her torso. Because she has this giant bulge and then stick legs. So, like, the jacket ruins her silhouette. That's a really good way to put it. Because even without turning it black and white, it adds a lot of weird bulkiness where there shouldn't be. Fluffy jackets are W. I do actually really like the fluffy part of the scarf, even though I'm usually not a big fan of fluff. It's funny character-wise, she acts demure, but she's a fiery woman. Yeah, that's a common trope. Extroverted. Yeah. That's another good word. Shit, you're right, she would look pregnant. Not even pregnant, it would look like her upper body is pregnant. Not even her belly. Whereas awful as a person, but hot. Fumizuki's decent, but you don't want to look at her. Yeah, I think, like, she has the potential to be S or even flooding. It's just decreased by the jacket. It honestly looks like her husband gave her the jacket because she's cold. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's just, it clashes so hard with the rest of the outfit. Not in terms of color, like color-wise it's fine, it's just in terms of actual silhouette, actual design. It meaningfully detracts from an otherwise really fantastic outfit. And you hate to see it. It's like someone wearing like a super gorgeous cocktail dress, and then they wear like a V for Vendetta mask. But it's like painted blue, like hand-painted blue, and it looks really terrible. It's hard to think of a really good comparison. Oh, okay, you know what? It's like someone's wearing a super sexy cocktail dress, and then over that they've got a pair of jorts. That's the sort of vibe she's giving off. She's wearing a fantastic, stylish, elegant dress, and then she's got a pair of jorts in jacket form. That she's showing off at the same time. Guess they were trying to go for that modern businesswoman look. Yeah, like, aside from the jacket, they really, really nailed that. She has a fantastic design. Traditional Japanese wife, yeah. The coral on her head is funny, absolutely. But that's part of her. I won't detract points from that. You want to steal her jacket? If you do, she'd look nicer, so go for it. Now, coming up next, we have Gabe. His actual name is Yangalista, I think. Yangalista 11. However, this is Gabe Newell. This is very blatantly Gabe Newell, and I find it incredibly funny that they just made Gabe Newell into an operator. Yep, quickly, let's give a quick 07 to Gabe Newell, thanking him for giving us Steam. Thank you, sir, you gave us the best gaming platform that has ever existed. Lord Gaben, Evangelisto... Galitsal. Yep, it's hard to pronounce. No, it's Galistal. Okay, you titled. Evangelisto. Like evangelist. I know what they're styling it off of, it's just really hard to pronounce. But we all know he's Gabe. He's just Gabe. Pope 07, yep. 07's for Gabe, thank you for Steam, good sir. Now, I will say, his face is amazing. As a design, putting aside clothing for a second, they have added so much personality to this guy. He looks like so smug and teasing. Like, this is a guy who has a riddle to tell you. Or like he's laughing at your expense. They've added so much excellent stuff. They did such a phenomenal job of his design, and also styled him after Gaben. Lord Gaben, yep. Why does he have a Laterano staff? Because he's the Pope. He is the Pope of Laterano. He is His Holiness. It's literally Gabe's face, yeah, pretty much. This is anime Gabe. So, canonically, Gabe is the Pope in Arknights. And yeah, I'm not joking, he is literally the Pope. Like, he is actually the Pope of Lateran. That's why he's got the stuff. His outfit is actually styled around his weapon and works really fantastically with it, even though I'm not a big fan of this super long red tassel. Last you checked, the Pope doesn't carry a cross on a stick wherever he goes. This is the Arknights Pope. He has a gun. He has a firearm. One of the CGs is him throwing hands with Anduin and almost killing the guy. Which is an incredible, incredible CG. Now, obviously, this is more a uniform that's generalized for Pope garb rather than something personalized, but it's clearly been personalized. It looks really fantastic. I don't think he's flooding. I don't. The main highlight is his face. He's got a really smug, cheerful face. Like, it's not smug in a bad way. It's smug as in, like, he's seen something really goofy and is trying not to laugh. But, yeah, there are a few problems with it. Like, there's a few weird flowing parts. It doesn't sit super well on him. But it gives off the vibe of a Pope, even if it's a bit of a weird vibe. It's really hard to describe this outfit because it's very, very strange. He isn't flooding, he's ascending. Beard is flooding. Yeah, the beard is flooding. And I love the fact that instead of having a chest ornament, he's got a beard ornament that's hanging over his chest because of the length. Now, obviously, the Pope guard fits him fantastically, drags a bit long on the floor, but, like, it's extravagant. It's meant to be extravagant. He's incredibly physically strong. Yep, Santa drip, yep. Really lovely black on white with red highlights. Classic. It is a little bit understated, not in the sense of, like, yeah, he's really attention-grabbing. He's trying to look impressive. Not in the sense of trying too hard. It's very distinctly styled where he's trying to look impressive, so you know he's important the second you see him, to fit his station. It's Santa, yeah. Santa with a gun. I do think it gives him a bit too much of a flat silhouette. But because his face is so because he's got so much personality in his face, like, it's offset by that. I think the drip is just a pretty solid S. Like, it's the same as, it's meaningfully worse than the Apostolic Knight. The Apostolic Knight, as an outfit, has a lot more going on. The main highlight of this is his face, which is actually really good. You want his face to be the thing people look at so they recognize him, and also so he's approachable and friendly, which is what he goes for, because he's like your loving granddad, aside from the fact he'll pull out a gun and shoot you. But in Lateran, that's just considered normal. He looks like he'd be warm to snuggle up to. Yeah, like, he'd give you a hug. He'd give you a really hug. You can see this guy looking after your kids. You can also see this guy dropping an incredibly racist joke that you find funny. You know what I mean? Like, he gives off those kind of playful vibes, but he's also very respectable, very approachable. The kind of person to throw hands with Teresa's and win. Yeah. He's the kind of person you wouldn't want to mess with. He can come down. No, don't. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna chuck him. Honestly, he might... Nah, I think his face is flooding, like S tier, SSS tier. I think his outfit, like, mainly the silhouette is the main problem. The silhouette of his outfit is very, very plain, very flat, doesn't really show off his body that well, but all the color balancing and ornaments are really fantastic. It's just the silhouette is very, very flat and it's a bit long. So I think it's more S tier than flooding. But, like, man, I love his face. And I love that they literally just added Gavin as a character in Arknights. Gambino is next, yes sir. You remember the time Santa dropped down your chimney and put a 12 gauge to your chest? I don't think that was Santa, I think you got robbed. Vac bans you from being alive. Yeah, especially with the spoiler alert of it kind of being a computer program. Alrighty, now we have Gambino, and not Childish Gambino, the rapper. We have Gambino, the other edgelord alongside Capone. Puppy. Smash, by the way. Oh, yeah, look, fair enough. Like with Capone, I think this is weaker than Capone's. However, like with Capone, you get so much personality looking at this guy. Like, he gives you the kind of guy who'd be in close personal protection, or like, not Secret Service, like someone who was ex-Secret Service and is now a bodyguard for someone really high up there, or a wannabe mafioso. But either of those vibes are very similar, and you get that the second you look at him. Like, the knife strapped to his shoulder, ready to grab, the knife strapped to his waist, the harness, the belts. It's really simple stuff, but it gives off so much personality with how he's wearing it. Like, the fact it's unbuckled, there's no tie, top two buttons are undone, the jacket's hanging really loosely. It's not freshly ironed. It's not as bad as, not bad. It's not as, what's the word? It's not as messy as some of the other suits we've seen. I'll just go with that. I can't think of the word. But, like, he clearly takes care of his appearance and keeps his clothing presentable, But at the end of the day, he's keeping it to the minimum level of presentable while still looking really nice, so that he can focus on killing people and protecting people. Like, this is someone you'd think they're a bodyguard, even without the scars, just looking at what they're wearing. Even without the knives, it gives you, like, sort of... Yes, they're dressing really formal, but they're also kind of expecting to throw hands. So once again... Oh, I also love how he's got grenades. I didn't notice that. Very, very plain. I think it's meaningfully worse than Capone's, but I think it's really, really nice. Good color balancing, dark blue undershirt with a grey overshirt matches fantastically. I don't like this greenish yellow highlight though, but because it's a grenade I'm willing to let it slide, because if you're drawing attention to a grenade, you're letting people know you're dangerous. And I see all of you are horny for him, that's good to know. So where did I put Capone? I think he's still an A tier, I just think he's a lower A tier than Capone. But like, both of them, they have so much personality in just what they wear and how they're wearing it, that even though it's relatively plain, nice clothing, it's such a good outfit. It's the same as Emperor. Like, sometimes dressing plain, keeping it simple, can do so much for your outfit. Nowhere near as good as Emperor, obviously. I would put him at a lower A than Capone, but I still think he's an A. His tail looks like it was drawn in MS Paint. Look, like with his shoes, his tail is low res. The artist mainly focused on the upper body because you're not really going to see the lower body. This was... These aren't quite launch, but they're very close to launch. They were in the first event, so they were probably made pre-launch, meaning they definitely do suffer a little bit from lack of budget. But like, the artist still put so much love and thought into their design, so it still really holds up. The first thing that came to mind is his brother of the Sheriff of Nottingham. Yeah. Yeah. It looks like, he's the sort of slightly villainous brother who's going to be a quote-unquote surprise twist villain, but like not the main villain, just a thug. Like, once again, like, he gives off NPC bad guy who's semi-important but not notable number 2. Similar to Capone, which is exactly what you want. Like, it's the perfect design for him. You don't want him to be super standout. He gives off just enough personality and he's just distinct enough that you'll remember him, but not enough that he's like the standout of the event. Not enough that you're going, oh, go away Texas and X here, I want to see more of Gambino. Yeah, look. The lower half is definitely low res. But considering you only ever see him from the top half up in the official game, effectively, that's fine. Now, coming up next, we have Guard. Now, I'm pretty sure this is just reserve up Guard, but he wears it slightly differently, and it's a different NPC. You do want to see Gambino over Texas and Eku. That is because you are incredibly into men. I don't know what to tell you, Joe. Yeah, like, I get it. Like, I'm not judging you for it. I mean, character-wise. I don't mean, like, horny-wise. You have no idea who this is that Smash. This is Guard. His name is Guard. He is the Guard. He is Guard. He took the entire class as his own. Now, this is another multi-operator. So he defects to our side, from what I remember. I don't remember him fully plot-wise, but he's a very handsome guy, and he actually does kind of have drip, so I threw him in there. He's quite important in the story. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I just forgot him because it's been a while since I read some of the stories, and some of them I haven't read yet. So to start off with, this little scarf-style turtleneck works really, really well at framing his face. Actually, really, really fantastic. Especially, it's very simple, but it's not, like, he's not trying to be complex. He's keeping it simple while doing what he needs to be. He gets left behind in... Oh, that's right. He does, doesn't he? Ponytail. He lost contact and worked with Reunion. That's right. Yeah, that's this guy. I forget because I don't usually see this CG. He eventually becomes... Yeah, that's right. He does, doesn't he? He's a... Yeah, so he's one of the people who defects from RA to Reunion. It's usually the other way. Joining Patriot is based. You like him even more now. I will say I don't like the turquoise. I'm never a big fan of turquoise. I don't think it acts as a good highlight cover. It draws too much attention. It works really well in his hair. I don't like it on his jacket. That being said, like, the coat works really well. It's a pretty plain coat. This is probably more of an A-tier drip. He's just really, really handsome. But, like, in terms of streetwear, this is pretty nice streetwear. A lovely cross-shoulder bag. Lovely pants. Looks like no belt, looks like these are sweatpants style, and you tighten them up with a string. Pretty good shoes. Love the sweater underneath the shirt. Ultimately, like, I would give this guy an A, maybe an S. It's really, probably more an A. It's very, very basic, but he's wearing it super well. This is, again, a lot of the NPCs have more designs that you could realistically see IRL. If you saw this IRL, you'd think is really fashionable. He's got a scarf, he's got a lovely ponytail, highlighting his eyes with turquoise. Love the sweater underneath, works really, really well on his arms as well. It's breaking it up with the coat being only to above the elbows. And the coat is hanging, I don't like the way it's hanging, I think it should be a little bit shorter, but ultimately it's fine. And then the pants, very, very nice. Like, basically he's an attractive dude with limited clothing who's not like trying to dress up for the day. This is just sort of everyday wear that looks really nice, if that makes sense. He has a string because it's easier to... I should learn to read your messages before starting them. He looks traumatized, that's hot. Ayy, you're just like me for real, for real. Now, with his hood up, his outfit like shows its flaws a bit more because part of his outfit is highlighting his face. Having the scarf over his mouth to cover his mouth and the hood up, he's less attractive this way, which does show that his outfit is more balanced around showing off that he's a handsome guy. He doesn't look as nice with it up. With the hood up, this is more of a B tier, but unironically, the little bit of the ponytail and the way the scarf is sitting does raise this to A tier for me, this one. I would say this is a B tier though. It shows all of the flaws, it's pretty basic. And then you have his third, his Rhodes Island uniform. Which I don't think he wears anymore because he is now defected. But this is what he looks like in the Rhodes Island drip, and gotta be honest, he wears it super, super well. Unironically, really, really well. The scarf looks fantastic with the sunglasses and the beanie. The turquoise, he's actually pulling off the turquoise, most of them don't. Pass on that one, I do get that. The cross-shoulder bag looks a bit weird, the pouch, but like his sword's in the way, so fair enough. I would say this is also an A. He's wearing the Rhodes Island default pretty nicely. So overall, I think I'm going to give him an A, but this is noticeably bad. This would be B or even C. Unironically, the colors work well to highlight his face, which is why the outfit works. When his face is hidden, it doesn't work. This outfit, though, does work. So he's clearly fashionable, he's just not super dressed up. So yeah, I'm going to give him an A. There he is. It was out of order. Once again, I failed at alphabet. Now, coming up next, we have Texas's informal mum, also known as Gertrude, also known as immediately getting the entire fan base down bad. MILF Texas. It took a few moments to recognize him as his face was covered until recently. Yep. Ugh, she isn't pro Ebenholz. No, but she also has insomnia. She's just like me for real, for real. Boobs, etc, etc. So similar to Empress, part of this is, yes, she's very busty, and yes, she has really nice thighs. That makes it easier for her to dress, because she's very, very attractive. Loading your dazed. Gertrude from the hit play Hamlet. No. So let's start at the bottom. These are really nice heels. Yeah, ideally you'd want them coming a bit further around, but they're very, very functional heels. Very tight full body stockings, look amazing on her. The pattern to draw attention to her thigh, ideally you'd want that just a tiny bit higher. Same as this weird strap, which I'm not sure of the purpose of, but that's absolutely fine. Also known as Just as Alive as Frostnova. Gertrude the Omatosa, Gertrude Mummy. Something you'd like to stare and start at her bottom to. Now, this skirt is really fantastic. This is an example of asymmetry done super, super well. The way it's sitting, first off, highlights the bottom of her legs really well without distracting. I do think it'd be nicer if it wasn't quite as royal of a blue on the inside. But, like, it draws attention to her crotch area and her thighs area. Which, again, works really, really well if you're attractive. As soon dead, gonna bite it. But, like, the way it's sitting on her, it's drawing attention to her thighs more than this part. That's why I'm not, like, detracting super. A lot. Ah, words. Sorry, getting stun-locked by her thighs. The music is so intense. Hopefully it's not too loud. Hopefully you're enjoying it. She deserves it. She's S rank at minimum. Yeah. I don't like this weird side cravat she has here, and I think this jacket should hug slightly tighter around here. It's a little bit loose there. It makes it, like, gives her a bit of a triangle. That being said, the belt is really fantastic, once again drawing attention to right above her crotch, which complements this line here super well with her thighs. Really fancy. Wrecked by Beak. And obviously, I'm a sucker for women in suit jackets. That being said, it is not possible for her to wear this properly. That being said, like, that looks like it's on purpose. There is no shot she's ever going to be able to do up this suit jacket, and it looks like it's also vacuum sealed to her boobs. Beaker is actually unhot. Then put Beaker in the NPC drip. I don't have Beaker. I'll add them to part 2. Lovely cravat. I don't like the cross boob strap there, even though I do really love the ornament. That ornament could be attached to the, what's the word? Buttonhole of the inside of the shirt jacket. You don't need a belt to keep it in place there. I don't like this belt, though. It would work as a strap over her arm as well. I, once again, think the blue should be a bit more dull, and I'm not as a fan of how spiky it is. But it's a really fantastic jacket, and again, like, I don't know why her face is so blurry. That's just something wrong with the JPEG. Her face is usually much clearer. The highlights are her face, though I will say they're making her face less of a highlight with this blue. That's part of why it's a problem. That definitely completely stops her being flooding. No shot of being flooding. Even just this alone, because this actively detracts from somewhere you want to draw attention to. That being said, obviously, highlights her boobs, highlights her thighs. Those are the other two main highlights for women's fashion. You're getting distracted by the thighs south of culture. Look on the thigh guy. Why do you think my model has so amazing thighs? Collar? The collar is sitting a bit low. Oh yeah, you mean the outside collar. Yeah, the inside of the collar being blue and the collar being sharp looks a bit weird. Likewise, the undershirt collar should be sitting a bit higher. True belt is cringe. She should take it off as well as the rest. You'd line her to get her off screen. Yeah, so if you remove that belt, she would unironically look a bit nicer. If you remove that... The side cravat's good, it's just hard to, like... I think if she was leaning the other way and it was hanging more naturally, it would look nicer. It's hard to tell, though. I'm also not a big fan of whatever this weird thing here is. The little tiny tassel that serves no purpose hanging off her back. That being said, I think she's an S tier. Yes, it's easy because she's hot, but she's dressing to emphasize how hot she is. And the outfit, like, it has a couple problems with color balancing, but it's a good outfit. And yes, she's very, very hot, and that's the focus of the outfit, but it works. When you're hot, same as Bison's dad, it's much easier to pull off an outfit when you're hot. You just get something very form-fitting, and you're good to go. The one boss no one is aware of, what she does, because she just dies. Yeah. She makes clones, so technically, if you're into that kind of thing. Yeah, clones, you guess. That's a leash, sorry you forgot. That is not a leash, sir. That is tied to, like, her arm, and it's really thin. She isn't hot, though, unless she... Look, I get it, you're not into women, Jaw. She's objectively an attractive woman. I can mark men and women as objectively attractive, even though I'm not into either. She's got a very well-developed figure, and she's dressing to emphasize it. So she's very, very attractive, very good drip. She's a crown slayer who does arts and makes clones. Yeah, but crown slayer was dangerous. Yo, clones, mummy, I mean, yes. Okay, now moving on to Golding. Oh, Golding is definitely suffering from having come right after Gertrude, who kind of has a similar figure, but is showing it off more. Amaya is the only attractive on the list so far. What, because she dies and gets bored? She's a nice looking one. Golding absolutely robbed. What do you mean robbed? I haven't ranked her yet. What do you mean robbed? You like her more than Gertrude? I think her outfit color balance is a much nicer than Gertrude. I do agree with that. Gertrude just kind of went relatively plain colors. Especially the blue detracts from it. The main highlight of Gertrude's outfit is the thighs. Which I'm definitely weak to. Mummy Golds, her hair is pretty, yeah. Her hair is really, really pretty, even if I don't like the style at the back, though I do like the way it hangs around her shoulders. Poor Golding. Now, to start us off with, this neck piece over her chest with that tiny slit there, and then very tightly hugging her chest. This part, really, really fantastic. Especially being true shoulderless. Works absolutely phenomenally. Works super well with her hair. It does kind of draw the attention away from her eyes, but her hair kind of makes up for that. Likewise, these headpieces, really, really fantastic little highlights. Her eyes are bright enough and framed well enough by her hair that her face is still a highlight anyway. So while, yeah, this could detract from it, she's managed to pull it off. Golding doesn't show off as much, but she's still hot in a classy way, yeah. She's still She's still showing off a lot, but you can tell she's trying to show it off. Just less so than Gertrude. She doesn't have Gertrude's confidence. She's got more of a slightly shy energy. I do like the way this jacket hangs around her shoulders, but I don't like how baggy it goes immediately. It'd be much nicer if it was a bit tighter. Like, less baggy around the arms. The floral, though, really fantastic. I also like how she's got a pair of sunglasses, or what looks to be sunglasses right there. Hard to tell. The jacket, the way it leans in is really nice, but the dress itself, outside of the bust, could use some improvement. It's tied tightly around the bust, that's lovely to see, but as a result, it hangs basically as a straight triangle all the way down to her legs, completely hiding her lower torso and all of her legs. So the way the dress and the jacket is fitting, I really love this layer of segmentation here on the absolute outside and there as well, but because the dress is so flat and sort of hides the rest of her body, it means, like, nothing's really going on here, which is unfortunate, because she's very, very attractive. If, like, it's just a case of this dress style doesn't really work with this jacket style, because they're too similar in length. Yes, this is dragging on the floor, but this is hanging a bit too low. And it's the opposite of form-fitting. It completely hides her proportions, if that makes sense. So her heels are very nice, though. Not very practical, very, very thin. Is that fluff you see? Yeah, that's her tail. And I do like her little wand there. A little floral ring, very, very nice. Her hair, very, very nice. Though I'm not a big fan of the second layer, I'm a fan of the third layer and the first layer. So I think from torso up, she's an S tier. But I don't think, like, she's probably just an S tier. I don't think this is enough to drag her down to A yet. She's definitely higher than, like, Ascalon, Anduin, and Amaya, but she suffers from similar problems, just less extreme versions of the same problems, where she has a really, really good core concept, and then she just kind of drags it down a bit. Like, this is... The silhouette is highlighted here by her hair, but outside of that, it's basically just a triangle. You can't tell anything that's going on, even before you make it black. Which is just unfortunate. And if you're going to go for a completely form-fitting dress, you want it to puff more to show off your waist. Her waist is completely hidden, otherwise this would work really well. Looks like Mint, but older. Yeah, I do kind of get those vibes. So yeah, I think she is another S tier. And yeah, her eyes are a bit goofy. But that's just a case for a lot of NPCs. And yet we've already done Guard, so it's fine that he's up next. He was slightly out of order, unfortunately. Right, now, who is next after Golding? Oh, we have Herman Doikos, also known as Ceylon's dad. And he has a quote-unquote strong business relation with Bison's dad, if you get what I'm saying. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. My model isn't very good at tracking winks. Or rather, I should say, because I have bad lighting, my model can't track winks. Now, once again, he's wearing the suit jacket without actually wearing either of the sleeves, but it works on him. I will say, I don't think he's as attractive as Uriel, but he's very, very attractive. His face is hot. Like, he's got that, like, intense glare. Like, he's doing the Riz face, if you know what I mean. And he's got such sharp eyebrows, such sharp eyes. Like, it feels like he's flirting with you or incredibly disappointed with you or both. It is strange to see a dude with pink hair and blue highlights, but he does kind of pull it off, just not as well as Ceylon, but, like, he can't really change that. That's just his hair color. Daddy Burb, triple S tier. Now, I wouldn't... He's definitely... He's still very attractive. His outfit is less... He wears it worse than Ural. Continue the bloodline. He's made to be sexy, but he's punchable. Yeah, like... Either he's trying to rizz you up, or he's trying to pick a bar fight. It could be either. He gives off both at the same time. I do like the blue, really loose scarf instead of a tie. And I like how loose his collar is, matches super well with the loose jacket. I love that he's got his forearms showing off. Like, the undershirt is really fantastic, and I actually like that a lot more. It's just the jacket design is a bit weird. He should have been playable. I mean, hey, at least he's not dead. So it could theoretically happen. Very standard pants, very standard shoes, drawn relatively low res because you're mostly seeing him torso up. His hairstyle is a little bit whack. It gives his head a very, like, he's made his hair give his head a penis silhouette. Like a slightly lopsided penis silhouette, but still, like, he needs to break it up a little bit more, even if it's just one ornament or a slightly different hairstyle. The way it's hanging, like, the fringe is really fantastic, but, like, the back is a bit all over the place. Your favorite game, is that a bulge or shading? That is being bulged out by his hands in his pockets. But yeah, like, This is another outfit designed to show off his body and show off his hot. I don't think it's as nice as Ural's. The jacket is not as nice. Part of that's just the shading and the lack of detail. I do... It's always weird that they just inexplicably have the Star of David. But it works really, really well. The undershirt, he has 2 layers of undershirt, and it does work really well. I do think this is a strong S, because at the end of the day, it's a business outfit that he's wearing loose to show off how hot he is. But, like, it's noticeably worse than Bison's dad, even though he's still really, really hot. So, I would say mid to high S tier. Oh, once again, out of order because I failed at the alphabet. But I don't think, like... Between him and Ural definitely dresses better. There are a few more subtle problems. Like, the blue scarf, while really, really nice, kind of clashes color-wise. The jacket's a little bit worse. He should take it off. Siesta's a hot place. Yeah, you want to see the beach altar of him, right? That being said, like, it's clearly tailored. He's giving off important businessman vibes. You can tell this guy's important by looking at him. But he doesn't really give off mayor vibes. He's slightly too informally dressed, if that makes sense. Part of that's the stance. But no, like, really attractive dude, but like his outfit nowhere near as good as Ural's, but still very, very attractive. Now, next up we have Gulo. A character I thought worth mentioning because she is the archetype of that a lot of male characters do that you don't see so often in female characters. Or is it a he? I can't actually tell. I'm pretty sure it's a she, but I could be wrong. That's female. It might actually be a he. Yeah. You're probably right, it's a she. I get confused because Zima hair. This is Gulo, one of the NPCs from the Xerag event that featured Monch and Gnosis. That's a he? Yeah, sweet. Okay. I was thinking, like, I'm pretty sure that's a he. Guy from Xerag, yeah. Xerag operator. So, I really do like the color scheme. I'll start off with that. The bright red with the sort of dullish yellow fur and the brown top with the bandages, fantastic color scheme. But the clothing could be a little bit better. Jaw, it's not too late. Yeah. Dang, you almost horny posted. Don't worry, it's a guy. I was just messing with you, Jaw. You're one of the general dudes. Yeah. Once again, like Arknights, suffering a bit from the necklace, kind of clashing with the rest of the vibes of the outfit. That being said, like, the tight belts around the bicep, ooh, it serves no functional purpose, but it looks really, really good. The clawed gauntlets look really, really fantastic. The fact that your entire bicep and a bit of your forearm is showing off, the bandages underneath the other side of the gauntlet, really amazing. This sort of semi-half skirt, it should be a bit longer. If it covered one side, it would look fantastic. But it's fine because you've got a pouch there, but what's the point of the pouch? You're wearing gauntlets that are clawed. You're never going to be able to get anything out. Triple belt, once again, take note, Arknights. Triple belt worn correctly. And unlike the other guy as well, I'm not going to try and keep pronouncing his name, I keep getting it wrong. This strap actually makes sense because it's on the bottom belt. The first time we encounter a force, Rhodes Island would mock. Rhodes Island is usually the underdog. To be fair, Degenbrecher kind of bit our shit. It was very, very funny seeing Sharp completely demolish an entire, like, army. And then Degenbrecher absolutely demolish Sharp. But it makes sense given how strong Degenbrecher is as an operator. Yeah, like, there are a few things to improve. You need to stop skipping leg day, specifically around here. You've got very strong thighs, but man, this is... You don't quite have that Dorito shape. You need to slightly buff up your ass. That being said, like, this is a pretty strong A tier, in my opinion. There's a few problems with it. It's a bit all over the place. It's a bit too damaged. Red on red, hard to tell. Like, obviously they're two different pieces of clothing, but at a glance, it's the exact same shade, which isn't quite as good. Degen, you're 3-time champion, yep. Mainly, this is just, again, showing off how hot he is. Fur coat. Yeah, the fur is really, really fantastic. It just kind of clashes with the hair, unfortunately. But, like, the pieces of clothing themselves are really, really amazing. This strap looks a bit strange, but it's to keep the fur coat on. I love the way it's being worn. I also love this tight undershirt and the bandages. Really, really fantastic. It might actually be an S. I think I'm detracting points for his face. Let's take a look. No, I think it's more on par with units like Alina, because, yeah, the pieces of clothing are individually nice. They don't pop quite as much as a lot of the other really good ones. Then she's destroyed by Cholta. That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, that might happen in a future event. That didn't happen in the Kachereg event. Degenbrecher just kind of vibed out. She never lost in the Kachereg event. So yeah, having looked at that, I think it's more an A tier. Definitely more in line with the others in A. Where, yeah, Gulo's hot, but the outfit sort of emphasizes the hotness, but, like, doesn't hard carry. Could be nicer. Coming up next, we have Lachman. Now, I was originally going to skip because I, like, saw the bottom first, and I was like, yeah, relatively plain plants. Relatively nice vest, but plain. This part of the vest with pouches, really, really weird. Very strange design. But man, the scarf and the sunglasses. Why is he hot? Yeah, it's the scarf and the sunglasses. It's really, really good. Chen trains all her life with a sword, picks up a water gun, and becomes more powerful. To be fair, it's an industrial-grade, illegal, black market arms deal water gun. So, like, people go water gun, haha. No, tequila is an arms dealer. Tequila is a blatant criminal. It is... And water guns can, like, remove mountains. High pressurized water. It does make sense. Grabs his... That's a normal-assed vest. No, not the... the problem is he's got two vests of the same length internally. Like, this green vest matches up with the secondary vest over the pouches. Without the green vest, this would look nicer. Or if the green vest was more of, like, a full-body vest, I think that would look nicer. It's because he has two that cover the same part. Sorry, I did do a bad job explaining that. Yeah. It's a shame because I actually really like this sort of off-green with the undershirt and then with the brown as well. It's just the way they're sitting, they sit over the same spot. That's what makes it weird. So it'd be nicer if this was like a full body piece, or if this other vest came in just a little bit further. You're telling me the fucking water gun is taking down a literal god of the ocean? Look, lore-wise, Arknights characters have different strengths to what they do as operators. Because Saria can, like, Gavial, for example. Gavial is definitely stronger lore-wise than she is in-game. Didn't Tequila offer the water gun as made for not killing people? Yeah, like, Chalta is canonically less strong than she is in the event. You cannot horny post, he makes you feel things, yeah. His face, like, he has the sort of French style where it's simultaneously really punchable and smug, but incredibly hot. Another example is Penance. In lore, yeah, like, Penance is just a judge. Like, she's not some combat monster, but she is incredibly strong in-game. So it doesn't always one-to-one. Yeah, like, this scarf is what made me include him. Because it's a like, if he slightly fixed his double vest, and make this slightly, probably above the elbows, tie off there, I think this would be borderline flooding. But I think this just drags it down to an S. Like, the hat's really fantastic, they complement the sunglasses well. The way he's wearing the sunglasses so he can peek over them, like, it's that perfect combo of smug, punchable face and really, really hot. That so many French, like, fashionable French people have. Also, the walking catastrophe, yep, Skadi. To be fair, full buff Skadi can hit like 7,000 defense just for like her S3 and the passive Abyssal Hunter. Attack, rather. Her S3 and the passive Abyssal Hunter buffs. Poppycar 3-star contains unlimited demonic energy. Yeah. Not a god-killing titan. Yeah. Penance can fight off thugs. She's not a god-killing titan. She can't face tank a car. Pouches hide his pecs. I actually think the pouches emphasize his pecs. They get you wanting more. This is, like, each individual piece of his shirt works really, really well. They just don't complement each other. Like, they're emphasizing his pecs by protruding where his pecs would be, and making you want to see him shirtless. Like, I'm not into dudes, but he's really fashionable. Part of that's the scarf, though. The scarf definitely, like, I probably wouldn't have talked about him if it wasn't the scarf. He's close to flooding. I think he's just an S tier, though. But, like, he's a high S tier. Yeah, I don't think he's... Ooh, actually, he might be flooding. The only problem is that his vests are sitting, like, at the wrong spots for each other. Irene is a combat monster, despite the fact that... yeah. Irene is a combat monster. They didn't want to straight up call her girl failure. Yeah, no, it's canon that Ack makes people leave the battlefield in a body bag. You're fine with flooding. Yeah, flooding, like, unironically, the more I think about it, the more I look at it. Yeah, the pants are a bit plain, but like that slight tailcoat there. The only problem is his vests slightly hide each other. If it was just slightly different, I'd feel so much more comfortable. But I think he's still flooding. Like, he's really ridiculously handsome for an NPC that no one ever thinks about or remembers. Where is he? Why isn't he showing up? Where the hell is he? Damn it, did I forget to take a screenshot of him? Okay, let me fix that real quick. And yeah, spoilers for all the upcoming operators. Okay, so let me quickly bust out the snipping tool. Because this guy absolutely deserves flooding. Lathman. I must have just saved it in the wrong spot and not added it. It's a slick-ass bit. Yeah, like, unironically, it perfectly complements exactly what he's going for. Okay, now, Lackman, where you at? Right after Herman. What? There he is. Wow, I really... Okay, he was massively out of order. He probably is in the list. Why is... There we are. So, yeah. Sorry, some of them are out of order because it's hard to get them alphabetical. Yeah, no, like, he's incredibly hot, and the more I think about it, the more comfortable I am with him being S tier. Mechanist spotted. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Good, stay away from flooding. Look at SSS, you put the big brolic dude in. You mean Mountain's dad? Dude, his face does not do it justice. He's really hot. I'm not into dudes, but he's really, really hot. In terms of fashion style, like, he wears clothing that perfectly complements him. So it's not so much... This isn't really about them being hot or not, but when they make themselves look incredibly attractive through their clothing. I'm trying to, like... Because otherwise, like, for example, Ascalon would absolutely be SSS tier. Closure probably would be as well. They're both incredibly attractive, but it's just their clothing isn't quite as good. And obviously, some of this is subjective. You see the Twinkish Ryan Lab dude. Hey, we'll get to them, Ural is daddy, he's definitely flooding. It's just a case of he wears really like, the only problem with his clothing is his tie. His clothing is so perfectly tailored to him that... And it is partially, like... Halo effect where when you're really, really hot, it's easier to look really nice because more clothing fits you. And you can just wear really tight clothing and it looks amazing. But like, you still gotta give credit. They know how to dress. But this guy, definitely flooding. Definitely flooding. Justin surviving. You don't agree? No, that's absolutely fair. I can see that. I just think... Let me actually see if I can pull him up. Again, so yeah, sweet. I'll quickly pull him up. So, like, I'm ignoring him being handsome. This is really, really stylish clothing. I can definitely see him... I wouldn't put him any lower than S. I can see the argument for him being S or him being flooding. But part of that's like, yeah, he's hot enough to just get away with really tight clothing. But it's still really, really nice, if that makes sense. Like, he's clearly chosen very carefully the clothing he's wearing to make him look attractive. If that makes sense. But, like, I completely get it if you don't agree. Part of this is definitely subjective. But I'm trying to rank mainly their clothing in. While, yes, it's really, really tight, when you're super buff, wearing tight shirts is often a good decision. His horn is just a cherry on top. Oh, you missed closure? Yeah, unfortunately so. Is skin tight perfectly tailored? Yes, depending... it depends on the piece of clothing. If it's, like, by default skin tight, then no, because it'd be skin tight on everyone. But, for example... This is not normally skin tight. He has very much gotten it tailored to be skin tight. He doesn't have too many flashes. Yeah, it's very understated, but it's very, very nice. You see what I mean? Hey, glad. Wait, he has a bust down rollie on SS, makes sense, yeah. Once you see his clothing, hopefully you can understand. Because it's more just a case of, like, the fit... I'm trying to rank based on fit, and part of that is the vibes you give off. The fact, if he was wearing his jacket, he would not be flooding. But it fits so perfectly with the personality he's giving and the rest of his outfit that having it loose like this makes him absolutely pop. Without this jacket, or wearing this jacket properly, he wouldn't be flooding, if that makes sense. The power of character design is that everyone has to... Yeah, it's definitely easier to get super tailored clothing, but they don't do it for everyone. It's definitely a tailored decision. A design decision, not a tailored decision. A decision for it to be tailored. But yeah, glad I could at least hopefully get you to understand my point of view. It's not just him being hot. I'm not really into dudes. I'm just shocked at how well designed all the Arknights males are. Koal is actually, Koal's definitely not going to be SSS tier though. I do like... Okay. I really like his goggles. I find it very, very funny. That being said, his actual clothing... Part of that's just he has really weird body proportions, but I think his actual clothing is kind of cringe. Like, these shoulder pads are way too massive. Why does it have a handle? He makes you question being a furry. Yeah, like, even furries will look at this and go, okay, that's kind of weird. Unless you're meaning questioning if you are a furry, in which case, man, judging by some of the units you've simped over like Hung, yes you are. The body plate, it makes him look like he's fat. No drip except the goggles. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Where have you seen him before? He was in Maria Nerl event. So he's one of the people at the bar that Maria chats with a lot. Blemishine. He has a lot of stuff that just feels randomly thrown together. Yeah, like... This undershirt makes him look like he's a shirtless fat guy. The blue doesn't help. This jacket could be nice, but not with the super bulky, super heavy other stuff he's wearing. The mechanic's belt, like the belt's directly over his crotch. Why? The pants are all right. They show off he's very, very muscular. His wrist cuffs look so out of place, yet hard agree. You think he's fat, he's literally bare. He's super buff. Like, when you actually look at his arms and legs, he's incredibly fit. So yeah, he might have a stomach, but he's definitely not fat. This just makes him look fat despite that. Wait, his shoulder armor looks like an original... Yeah, it's got the same color scheme as the slugs. Is this guy someone who's just wearing a bunch of knight merch? No, I think he's just like a D-tier knight from the Blemishine event. He looks strong fat to you, yeah. Now that you're looking at it, Smash, yeah, like, he's definitely buff as hell. But I think his only drip is his goggles. I think overall, I might have to put him in D-tier because, like, this is so bad. This outfit is so bad. You shouldn't leave the house looking like this. Yeah, no, like, especially because this is, like, his performance knight garb. He's a mechanic and a performance knight. If you show up to a knight fight looking like this, people are laughing at you. If you show up as a mechanic looking like this, people are uncomfortable. So yeah, I think he's going to be a D tier, but his goggles are pretty drippy, not gonna lie. I think he's the first D tier, and once again, wow, I really messed up the alphabetical order. I'm sorry about that. Just means you get a few spoilers. So sorry, Koal, gonna have to put you there. C for cool goggles. Dad build, yeah. You know where he's from in AK, it just gives off vibe you've seen him before? Like the Kool-Aid guy? I don't get it with the Kool-Aid guy, but there probably are other bear designs that give off similar vibes. Especially like blacksmiths having goggles, or mechanics having goggles, relatively common. He wouldn't leave the house once you get to him. Yeah, you must be eating so good given how... Yeah, there's a lot of female operators compared to male operators. There's a lot of male NPCs though. He looks like the ice guy, yeah, I get that. Now, next up we have Creed, Evan Holz's definitely not boyfriend. Give me 1 second again, sorry. Oh, I'm muted? Oh, that means I didn't mute when I left. Sorry about that. Professional streamer. Hey, at least I didn't say anything of value. All I was saying was I don't dream about Creed except for one of his ultimate versions, if you know what I'm talking about. I'm winking, it just doesn't register it. Please unmute myself when talking about slightly less hot episodes. When you said strong Pat, you... Yeah, no, I get what you mean. He definitely gives off, like, strong man vibes rather than bodybuilder vibes, Koal. You could hear me peeing? No, you could not. Because I actually filled up my water bottle. It just took a while because I had to clear the sink. So I can guarantee you didn't hear me peeing. I don't do that. I'm an anime character. Now, talking about Creed. Once again, he's suffering from face blur in this specific image, so let's just ignore that. Doesn't matter. We're talking about his drip anyway. He is really, really stylish. Wait, what did I fill my water bottle with? Alcohol. I am drinking straight whiskey. When I say I scull a full liter of water, I sculled a full liter of whiskey. That's just the life I live. What do you think I filled my water bottle with? I don't drink. It's not that I have anything against it, I just don't do it often. Also, yeah, this is coming across very aggressive. I don't mean it aggressive, by the way. Apologies. I just find it funny to sound harsh. Add rice to it. No, I'm not adding rice to my water bottle. Yeah, you got me, Nebfer. I went and I filled up my empty water bottle and I filled it up with air so that I could drink air to stay hydrated. Yes, everyone should get a drink. Posture check and hydration check. You will feel a lot better if you drink a little bit of water. You heard you piss and I was feeling like... No! No, I did not piss in my drink bottle. I didn't piss at all. I filled up my water bottle. Soak my water bottle in rice? Why? It's not an iPhone that's been damaged. Now, Creed, he really pulls off the white jacket. Black undershirt, slight gold highlight. Really fantastic. His pants, relatively plain, but they're fitted super, super well. This is exactly where you want dress pants to hang. His shoes, fine. A little bit low res, but that's absolutely fine. Creed is so baby girl. Yeah, what a surprise. Guys, time check. Yeah, quick. Everyone, check the time, just in case. So you don't lose track of time. What's the time? It's currently 1:56 p.m. or wrong, depending on where you live. If you live in the correct location that doesn't exist, it's 1:56 p.m. It is 18:56. Oh, just shy of 7 p.m. for you then. And yes, I can read military time. I can also read the phonetic alphabet and speak the phonetic alphabet. Slugfan says it's 21:56. Magnumix says it's 21:56. Oh, so you're each other's alts. Got it? 9:56. Oh, all three of you live in the same spot. You have a 1.2 liter 5-cup water bottle next to you. Ayy, take a quick sip. 10 p.m. Damn, all of you live in the same time zone. Take it, you're all American then. 11 a.m. Ayy. You're closer to me. I can. Good. But yeah, Creed. Really, really well-fitting jacket. I love how short the jacket's inner layer is. Really shows off the super nice black undershirt. He's kept it clean. It's really, really lovely. Little bit of... I think the gold would look nicer if it was a bit brighter instead of a sort of dull brass, and if it hung a little bit lower from the necklace. Like just another inch or two. If you gave Creed an extra inch, I think he'd look a lot more attractive. Naturally, he's styled it around his face and hair color, which looks really, really nice. 57.6. Yeah, the can, nice. His pants reveal he's not packaging. But yeah, so his violet eyes are a really great focal point. So having this, the white and black works really, really fantastically, frames his face super, super well. It's really hard to describe, but basically he rocks it. It looks really, really fantastic. This is an incredible outfit. I would say this one is flooding. The only thing I'd change is slightly change the necklace. Just hang it a little bit lower so that it's more attention drawn to the center of your chest rather than your neck, because that slightly detracts from the face. Yeah, it's relatively plain, but it's perfectly fitted plain that suits him really, really well. You like the horn color? I'm not a big fan of the horn color personally, but I can get why you do. And then, of course, you go to Creed's second outfit, and you realize maybe his fashion sense isn't as good as you thought it was. This his hands are well drawn as a person with a hand fetish. Yay. Yep. Carpex, bro, what happened? Yeah. He went from literal prince, like Casanova prince, main romantic lead or secondary romantic lead in Otome, to dressing like a relatively well-dressed bandit or relatively well-dressed merchant. But like, this is like a pirate theme almost. He looks like discount Jack Sparrow. He woke up that he was a pirate. Yep. Why has he got the zesty pose? The pose is fun. He looks like part of a pirate crew. Yeah, exactly. The shoes and the pants are nice. The way the jacket's hanging around his waist is nice. The scarf tied around his waist is not nice. The way the jacket hangs on his upper body, not nice. The undone suit jacket is nice. I reckon this is probably more an A-tier outfit. I will say, he improved the necklace. It hangs lower, and it looks nicer for it. The necklace looks nicer hanging lower, and having the bit of pecs is nice. It's just this jacket and the scarf completely throw off the vibes. Needs more of his shirt unbuttoned. Maybe one more button, but you definitely at least want this one. Either this or with one more button would be the ideal. He could be your cabin boy. Yeah, but he went from looking like the primary romantic lead or secondary romantic lead to like a decent looking NPC. Who's like a background character. I would probably give this outfit an A, which is a shame because his first one is flooding. He looks incredible in this first one. But he does have a third, so we can't rank him just yet. Possessed Creed. He's a zesty boy, duh. He looks more gay than hung. Now, I won't linger too long, because I know this is very unsettling, and this is very similar to his default outfit. In fact, it's basically the same. Oh, sorry, wrong one. I just really love the glowing eyes and the emphasis around the neck and the face. Looks like he's got a black eye. Really fantastic. Obviously, the Originium looks a bit scuffed. Even more zesty. His hair is a bit singed. It's fun. Yeah, like, I really love above the shoulders. The neck and the face look fantastic like this. It's the same way, sometimes adding a bit of blood to a character's face makes them look a lot more interesting. It's hard to like design faces in a really interesting way. Adding little bits like this adds so much. So I included that just to show it off. I think he averages to an S tier because this is an A tier and this is a flooding. So I'll meet him in the middle, give him an S. The change in hair tone is nice, absolutely. You love him because of his purple eyes, which go well with the white suit. That's very fair. But also, like, at the same time, this is telling you something is wrong. He looks worse. He looks worn down. He looks beaten up. He looks possessed. So it fills the role it wants to. Like, you can tell this guy, something has gone really, really badly wrong with him. So it's not, like, case in point, like, his suit's been ruined as well by the giant bits of Originium growing out of his arms. But, like, as a character, this is definitely as nice as his default. But I think he's a very strong S. He would be flooding if it was just his first one, but gotta include his worst outfit, where he looks like a discount cabin boy. Like, not even the main cabin boy, the secondary cabin boy. If the magic rocks coming out of his body wasn't a big enough indicator. Yeah, but the fact that you can just see his face and you can tell something is terribly wrong is really, really fantastic. You like that possessed fit? It's his default fit, it's just slightly worse, but like, it's got better color balancing with the emphasis. From a design standpoint, it's a lot more interesting. But from a clothing standpoint, his first was a default. Yeah, if it wasn't for his eyes, you would have never known something is wrong. Yeah. Quote, sarcasm, yeah. Obviously, you can tell other things that's wrong. I mean, if you just look at his face, you can tell things are wrong, which is very important. So it's like, it's the same reason you have toggles like this. Like, adding a little bit of detail to the face gives a lot more personality. A lot of personality, a lot more than you give credit to. So design-wise, I really like the possessed version, but outfit-wise, obviously his first outfit, his default outfit, is by far his nicest. Hate smashing, not out of affection. His suit is so damn shiny. Now, on to Kozji. The Deathless Black Snake. I will say, he looks incredibly punchable. I love how smug his face is, and his haircut fits it perfectly. You see this guy, you know he might, like, you don't instinctively know he's the villain necessarily, but you know he's not a good guy. You know he's a bit of an asshole. Those thighs, though, yes, he does have a thigh gap, we'll get to that. The neck pieces work really fantastically. I love the way his his tie has been tied to one of his shoulders like that. That's really interesting. But color balancing wise, really, really fantastic. I think the shoulders are a bit too pointy, but it works with the way it flows over the rest of his body. The red gloves, the pose of his hands is so funny. Sorry, distracted for a second there. Red gloves, really fantastic. I don't like how it joins to the black sleeves, but the black sleeves are really fantastic. I love this side slit that goes all the way down. Looks really, really amazing. Childbearing hips. I also love this shirt. Like the straps as well, the buttons, really fantastic. I don't necessarily like how it fits in the middle of his legs, but everything else about it sits really fantastically. His shoes really great, his leggings really great. The way it hangs off his arms, really, really fantastic. The little bits of highlights here over the shoulder, on the straps, right over his chest, amazing. This undergarment by itself wouldn't work, but with a combination of the black and the slits works fantastically. I'm mainly just not a fan of this blue dress. I think it would be nicer if it was just the pants or if the dress was a bit more defined. SSS. His face is telling you I'm a narcissist. His face, yeah. This is a guy who you know is going to steal from you. And not because he needs it, but like, he just doesn't care about you. He values you so little that even though he doesn't need your things, he'll take them just to fuck with you. He definitely gives off villain vibes. I do think he is either S tier or flooding. However, he has a second skin. So before we rank him, we'll take that into account. This is also Kozchi. His goatee adds to the smugness, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's a good way to put it. I bet you don't have an air fryer. You're right, that is exactly what his face is saying. You don't have an air fryer, do you, sir? Does this make him a futa? No. But no matter what spectrum you're on, if you find Kozchi attractive, you are gay. Because he's a man and a woman, and he's multiple women. He only has one male form so far and 2 female. Now, technically, this is Kozchelna, but for story reasons that I won't spoil too harshly, this is Kozchi. If you know, you know. Once again, though, incredibly well-dressed. Like, really, really fantasticly well-dressed. Once again, he has strong shoulders. I think these shoulders work much better. You're bisexual. He's a body-swapping kind of guy. Yep, her hand. Her hands are very, very nice. I don't like this pattern here that he had on the previous one as well. I love the red glove, though. It is weird that one of her hands is bigger than the others. She's very pretty. Yep, she's incredibly pretty. Her clothing is also really fantastic. I don't like this weird button here. I think that should connect here. So there shouldn't be this little bit of gray. I think that should connect over the shoulder. Outside of that, the chains, the ornaments, really phenomenal color balancing. Obviously, having white over the bust draws attention to the bust without drawing attention away from the face. This red does slightly draw attention away from the face, but her face is striking enough with the monochrome that it works anyway. Really lovely, red, black, white, classic color scheme, silver highlights. Very, very form-fitting, works amazing. Once again, if you're attractive and you wear something form-fitting, it looks great. That being said, the little bits that break from the form-fitting really emphasize it, so it's a very, very well-chosen skirt. Not too sure what I'm talking about. This is Kozchelna, teacher of Ursus history. If Talala and Frostnova had a child. I mean, there's fan art about them trying. The red hits below the dress is beautiful. Yeah, the red highlights are so amazing below the dress. It even works like at the back of the arm and then over the shoulder as well. It's such a great touch. Can't believe she's a teacher. Yeah, people are going to be distracted. The only bits I don't like are the weird bits of lace right at the end of the flowy parts. Like, especially here, I think this should be shorter. If this was probably cut off about here, it'll look nicer. But like the shoe, fantastic. The leggings, fantastic. Really tight dress. Really lovely spacing, though. And obviously, either long... Yeah, that's hair. That's hair. Right. Very long ponytail. But ultimately... Oh, why is that doing that? 1 second. My phone has not been charging and it's almost out of battery. Why are you being cringe? Let me quickly plug this back in properly. 1 second. There we go. Now it's charging. Now it won't die. So you can continue seeing my beautiful face. Moving rather than stationary. I just need to readjust the cord. There we go. That is charging, right? I'm paranoid now. Yes, charging. Wonderful. Would apply to the school regardless of what she's teaching. Yep. You don't know if you'd be allowed near the class. You want her as a history teacher, she's canonically good at it. I do believe that, especially since she experienced most of it firsthand. Because she's Kozchi. I think both Kozchis are absolutely flooding. Why is this so out of order? Where the hell is Kozchi? What the hell? I 100% screenshotted Kozchi. I do distinctly remember doing so. I might need to take another though. It probably registered as like pasted image rather than... I mean, let me check. Kozchi should be here. LMNOP HHJK. Yeah. I 100% screenshotted Kozchi. I was right. So for whatever reason, it just didn't copy properly. That being said, strong S tier in both male and female forms, which means he has phenomenal fashion sense because he dresses well as a man and a woman. Most of us can't pull off both. But he rocks it. Alphabet fail. No, that's not my fault. Oh, under Kirsten? Yeah, you're right. I did alphabet fail. Okay, I just completely failed. You've returned. Welcome back. And Fed, who is that? I assume you're talking about Kozchi? AKA this lady. This is Kozchi. So these two are the same character. Unless you're talking about someone else, in which case, apologies. I'm not fully sure. He's there. Okay, yeah. I just had a perception fail. Apologies for that. Kozchi straight out of Russian myth? Yes. He's an undying evil lich. He is the deathless black snake, which is a Russian myth. I don't know a lot of details about it, but I know some of it. It's been a while since I've read lots of myths, though. Okay, so moving on from Kozchi, who's flooding male and female, which is even more impressive. He knows how to fit both bodies. We have Yara B. Wilson, or Jara. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. I think the J is silent, though. Kozchi. Now, once again, sheesh. Very, very handsome lady. I'm always biased towards white hair with darker skin, but looks phenomenal. Wife, parentheses, hag, parentheses, positive. Yeah, she gives off like fashionista 60s villains vibe. Like she would be a super fashionable news reporter who is the bad guy of the story. Flooding, yep. Yeah, she looks more like an actor than a scientist, I will say. So the Ryan Labs is weird. Damn, who is that? Oh, your god, yeah, no. This is one of the characters from the latest Ryan Labs event that I'm briefly forgetting the name of. Yara B. Wilson. She's fucking dripping. Yeah, like, there are some problems with her outfit, but the core is so damn strong that it doesn't matter. It's flooding anyway. It looks so amazing on her. Lone Trail, that's the word, thank you. Waterfall, mother. Yeah, no, like, man. It's not just her drip that's flooding, the basement's flooding, if you know what I'm saying. Forgetting Lone Trail. I remember the event, I just briefly forgot the name, that's all. Oh, she's HR more than a scientist. Yeah, I still need to reread Lone Trail when it's added permanently, man. That was such a fun story. Now, I don't like how flowing her coat is. I think if this was a simpler coat with the same color scheme, it would look nicer. Likewise, her dress. Likewise, if these weren't weird pants and were slightly more splayed, or more of a skirt, it'd look better. That being said, like, yes, this is a case of I'm not personally a big fan. That doesn't matter. It still ties in super well to her outfit. It is not nearly enough to distract from how flooding it is. You like the Tetris? Yeah. For the Ryan Labs designs, this is easily the nice, not even close. Hi, hello to you as well. Lone Trail Spammer? Oh, sweet. I will reread that probably tomorrow then. It's intermezzi, so we can already read it. Wonderful. Hey, I'm looking forward to that. It's just the color balancing is so exquisite. Like the way it hugs her body, the interesting silhouette. Like, yeah, it gets a bit weird with the weird pants, but some people really like those pants, even though I'm not a big fan. That's fine. The heels are fantastic. The color balancing is excellent. I love that it doesn't have super distracting color highlights except right at the bottom. So it won't distract you. It's really fantastic. Fluffy tail, yes. Lots of flowing parts, but this is like... She's so clearly fashionable that my understanding of fashion is not enough to describe what she's doing or criticize what she's doing. While there are a few things that I think would make it look nicer, like if this was slightly less busy, I think it'd be nicer because it would show off the base color scheme more. She's so ridiculously fashionable that I do not feel qualified to talk shit about what she's wearing. She looks incredible. Without a doubt, flooding. Like, probably one of the highest flooding. The Empresses, they were mainly showing off their body. She is all style. Like, she is not ridiculously well built. She doesn't have insane anime boobs or insane anime thighs. You could see someone IRL with these proportions. She just absolutely rocks it. Say Oni-chan. If you want me to say it properly, I'm open to bribery. I'm not... No stress there. That's mainly a joke. I won't be doing... I know exactly what you're talking about. Just to clarify, I do know exactly what you're talking about. I'm just choosing not to say it like that. You'll need a few hours, it's 70k words. Yeah, a lot of the stories are very, very long. So the pool is flooding. Yep, she shows up like... Man, she looks incredible. Is Kirsten done? Not yet. Lone Trail would be better as an anime than an event story? Yeah. I definitely hope they do an anime of individual events, because they've contained enough stories that you could. It's getting a movie? Ayy, that's wonderful. But yeah, man. Oh, just gotta appreciate her for a second. I am not qualified to, like, highlight any problems with her outfit. She is way more fashionable than me. So she's like the third operator where I can't talk too much about it, because she's just so ridiculously incredible that it's like, well, what am I going to say? She looks fantastic, and all the things that I think are a bit weird work well with the outfit. Then we have Justin Traumatized Fitzroy. Ohio, Oni-chan. Yep, you're right. There you go. Have you got it out of your system yet? Space Race the anime. What did you miss? You missed Yara, mainly. Incredibly flooding. You also missed a few other operators, but she's the main one. What the... Sorry, someone asked me to say it in Twitch. Since 2 people asked me. Sure. Your voice does that? Yes, sir, yes, sir. Yeah, she'd be critiquing me, exactly. Oh, yeah, right. We're not moving past that. What? Me being able to do high pitch? I've told you guys before that I'm learning to sing in falsetto because I think it would be funny. Did you not think I can hit high notes? Do it again? No. Not a big fan of the color scheme here. With Justin, yeah, I do kind of agree. Woo, boobies? Yeah, he does have very high pecs. Very great pecs. How many cards is he holding? Only 2. And then like some weird makeup. Oh, no, he's opening his wallet. He's holding one in his fingers and one is tucked into his wallet. Do I look like you speak French? What does that have to do with anything? Wide-ass shoulders. Yeah, he has ridiculous shoulders. What the fuck is... Oh, falsetto is, Apologies, I'm not warmed up, and that probably didn't pick up on the mic very well. I should have done it with nu instead of I can do that a lot stronger. But basically, really high-pitched female voice, for those who don't know. I'm learning to sing that specifically. There's one song I want to cover that has more than 4 octaves of range, because the artist making it was just flexing like crazy. Which is why all of the covers you'll see of this song have 2 people. Because most people have 2.5 octaves of range, meaning to get the full range of the song, that you need to do a duet and just split it up. Because the artist was just absolutely flexing their ridiculous range. You like how all the Ryan Labs employees wear completely different outfits but still feel like they're matching? Yeah, it's impressive. Sounds like pasta, some type of cuisine. Falsetto is not a pasta, it just means like, no. Oh no, I can't do it without warming up, sorry. Bulge or shading? Shading. This time. Very much shading. But yes, so yeah, and yeah, by the way, I definitely, if people want to waste their money at me, you should get something out of it. So I'll figure out specifically what, but if you want me to do like a copy pasta or some specific text, you can use donations as a double for $5. So if you donate, just DM me in the Discord or DM either of my accounts with a copy pasta or whatever you want me to say, and I'll say it. I'm not saying slurs though, I filter those out. South, can I buy you a car? You'll give me $5. I couldn't even buy you a toy car for $5, man. You should install Twitch. YouTube notifs don't work, so you missed... Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, you can get pinged in the Discord if you have Discord open. That's why I've added those roles. I know that I have the same issue, that's why I added those. YouTube notifs and Twitch notifs. If you go to Rulets and React, but that's only if you have Discord open. I also have that problem. Whenever the few YouTube streamers I watch go live, I never get alerted. I just have to watch after. Those thighs, though. Right, yep, moving on to Justin. Seaborn is not a slur. Now, his collar is bad. I'll start off. Outside of that, like, I'm not a big fan of this cowboy ass looking color scheme where it goes from super dark to super light tan. Demon is also not a slur. I mean, someone asked me to do the low-tier god speech, which includes the N-word. That's what I mean when I say I filter out slurs. I'm not saying the N-word. I didn't even record it. Rosmontus is also not a slur. Now, the reason I put this guy in is, while yes, he's fashionable, I also wanted to make fun of him. Bro, who would do that? What, the low-tier god speech? I mean, look, he gave me $10. $10 is $10. I'm a wholesome guy, very anti-killing yourself. Please never do. But $10 is $10. Not a huge fan of watching VODs, but you'll try your luck on Twitch. AE. Man, you are that man. Oh, sweet. So yeah, you're making a joke. You do want to... I mean, it's actually in the Discord, though. If you want, you can pay me for it. But it's already there. The recording's in the Discord in memes. Hey, good timing, Streamlabs. Join the Discord and listen to memes. Night's more. Yeah, the only word I censored was the N-bomb. I did say everything else. Because, hey, $10 is $10. The power of money, yep. So yeah, I mainly wanted to make fun of this guy and his hippie-ass pants. Like, his shoes are cut off, there's nothing to speak of there because the pants just entirely cover them. What is this flare? This went out of fashion a while ago. Yeah, he kind of pulls it off because the tight pants look really good on him, but man, come on. What is this flare? This isn't 1820. Goofy-ass looking guy. When they say dress for the mid-60s and you think they're talking about the years. So yeah, this is the main reason I included him, to make fun of this. But it does look good on him. He has air in his pants. Now, it's a style. His jacket, he's not wearing it, but he's got it over one arm. That I unironically really like that. I think it's really nice. The color meme when you say $10 is $10. Listen, I'm not gay, but $20 is $20. But yeah, I'm torn because I don't want people to feel like they have to donate. I don't want to pressure people into donating. But at the same time, I do want to offer you guys things if you do. So I'll draft up like some kind of pass or something for where if you donate, you get money. I'll outline the specifics at some stage. But if you do want me to drop a copy pasta, just like drop a couple bucks, I'll record it for you. You forgot low tier god is back. Well, for what it's worth, I'm not. My skin color is roughly canonical. I'm a bit more tan than this IRL. Arknights takes place after World War II. Ironically low S? Yeah. Sorry, getting a bit distracted on him. Unironically, I think this is actually sort of high S. I don't think it's quite flooding, because the pants, like, yeah, they work on him, but they're out of fashion. The collar is the main problem, and also the shoulders. Like, this heavy color shift doesn't quite work with the vibe he's going for. He's going for intellectual, but then he's got a cowboy jacket on. Nerl Saga, copy pasta. Hey, you know what to do. $5 is $5. I'll send you a custom recording. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Turtleneck. The yellow turtleneck as well really does not work. Oh, it's not a turtleneck. He's got some... Yeah, he's got like a weird choker. I don't like the yellow undershirt. Outside of that, the rest of it, like the collar, the shoulders, and the undershirt are the only problems with this. Everything else is really fantastic, incredibly well fitted, looks really great on him. Actually, yeah, I don't think he'd be flooding even without these problems. The ornament is nice, but that's going to stab him. Like, either his chest or his neck. The glasses are nice. I think, yeah, he's about a solid S tier. Yeah, he definitely fits... He's probably mid to low S tier, you're right. Now that I actually look at this. He's definitely, like, more fashionable than Anduin and Amaya, because he doesn't make as many mistakes. They definitely make a few mistakes. But he does look really, really good. So he definitely has a strong fashion sense, but he's not as, like, distinct as the flooding characters. No shot. And then we have Kristen, who I often forget how to spell and say Kirsten instead, and I don't know why. Amaya base just feels wrong, Lamau. It's more like she's the absolute bottom of S tier. She looks really fantastic, but it's over-designed, and it would look better if it was simple. The base color is really, really interesting, though. Now, Kirsten definitely suffers from Rhine Labs' design. But yes, she is another objectively pretty woman. Women in pants? Yes, sir, yes, sir. That being said, she suffers from this weird Ryan Labs vibe where they go for, instead of like a gentle curve, harsh lines. Where it looks like you're wearing two triangles. The base color balancing is really interesting. This sort of gentle brown with white is very, very nice, but it does draw a bit of attention away from her face. So the focal point, honestly, she doesn't really have any strong focal points, unfortunately. It's very, very busy, way too layered. It would look like, without the secondary white coat, she would look nicer. Without this giant cravat over her, under some of her coat and over her pants, she would look nicer. If this belt wasn't so weird, she would look nicer. Like, she definitely has a strong sense of fashion, but I think she's more an A tier because this outfit is kind of a mess. Like, there's so much going on here. So many flowing lines, so many sharp, jagged parts breaking up the silhouette. She would look much, much nicer if she just made this outfit and made it simpler. And that's why I think, like, she's meaningfully below everyone else in S tier. She's probably high A, but, like, she's definitely more on par with... Yeah, think characters like Butler, they have very simple outfits, but as a result, there's no flaws in it. This definitely has a lot of flaws. It's a fantastic outfit with a lot of small flaws that build up to make it a lot worse, if that makes sense. You love the weird-ass American fashion? Yeah, it's definitely distinct, but it's also just a case of she would look so much nicer if her clothing was a bit more normal. With the same color scheme. The color scheme is really, really great. Sadly, true, she should have focused on fashion instead of a spaceship. Yeah, you're right. But look, at the end of the day, I do think she's worse than everyone in S. So I think I will put her, like, very, very high A. But part of that is definitely, like, she's just very, very pretty. Like, when you see her face, she looks really, really stylish, because she's got really lovely ornaments. The color balancing is really on point. It's just a classic case of Ryan Labs, lots of jagged lines, lots of flowing parts that don't need to be there. Would, you're sorry? Why are you sorry? Dude, I think we all would. It's understandable. Well, not me, I'm asexual. Didn't Saria have to dress herself? Yeah. She looks intelligent, and you look... Yeah, exactly. Like, the face, really fantastic highlights, even though a bit strange. Then you start scrolling down, and you're like, kind of detracting from it, even though the core is really, really nice. You wouldn't? Yeah, Jaw, that's because you're Omega gay. You're very into dudes, which is fair. But, like, of course you're not going to be into women. Coming up next, we have Letao. Another military-themed NPC, but a different style of military theme. She's suffering from art deco, yeah. Ryan Labs deco. Replace pants with skirt and knee socks. Yeah, like, there's so many things you could change about her outfit that would just make it nicer. Like, I love women in pants, but replace it with a skirt and leggings, it would look nicer. Remove one of the jackets, it would look nicer. Having a hard time playing Lone Trail boss stages without... Imagine giving your life to build a spaceship in a few months after your death, people find Stargate. Kirsten would be fun to dress up, yeah. And then immediately summon you would. Yep. Now, this guy has a very... It's a weird kind of attractive face, but it's a very attractive face. That being said, that doesn't... Like, he has a nice beard. Credit where it's due. He keeps his beard in good nick. That being said, we're looking at his outfit. Now, clearly, he has very fancy clothing. That being said, I think he's wearing it weirdly. I think he needs to change up this outfit. Yeah, his hair is a good fancy. It is weird, though. He has weird hair. Have I done Caster Drip yet? Yes. I'm up to just the NPCs. I've done all of the operators. His hair is good, messy, and fancy. Yeah. And you're that guy. Now, to start off with, his boots going all the way up to mid-thigh and the way they connect to his pants, and the way his coat hangs around his legs, really, really fantastic. This looks super nice. There are lots of elements of his outfit which are really fantastic. But the shirt, sitting really weird. Shouldn't be visible in military dress. This shirt is way too plain. This jacket, this side of the shoulder looks really fantastic. The other does not, especially with how it's hanging off his arm. It should be a little bit looser and more around the back. Or it should be more stylized up here and more distinctly hanging off his arm. Why does his hair look dusty? That's just shading. Inconvenient to take off, yep. He has a lot of strange belts. I do like the embellishments around his neck and chest. I like the embellishments over his shoulder, even this side plate here. Oh, you can't wait to watch after that? Yeah, I do have like 40 hours of VODs if you're looking for them. They should probably only be available on YouTube though. What I think of Holy Hack. Well, I can tell you now she's kind of cringe outfit-wise, because the base of her outfit is incredible, and then the over jacket is so bad. I remember that. Like, Holhyak's default outfit is really, really nice. Assuming you ditch the jacket. But the jacket is so bad. I'll do a better job explaining it with it open though, so please trust me, I do have my reasons for it, so at least even if you disagree, you'll understand. IRL, it looks cool? Yeah, it does look really cool. Everything seems familiar, but you can't understand. Yeah, it's, at a distance, this looks really fantastic, then you look more. Like, the hat's fantastic, the ornament's fantastic. It's mainly this shirt is super plain and the collar's kind of weird. So, like, even the way it's sitting around his belt, you don't want it to be sitting like that in military dress. So I think he might be another A tier. He's meaningfully worse than Justin. Yeah, I'll pop him in an A tier. I think he's another case like with Kristen, high A. But I don't think he can fit in S. Once again, out of order, I definitely know the alphabet. Don't judge me too harshly. Very lovely hat, though, and this part, really, really nice. Is that Liaison? Liaison is coming up. Yes, sir, Liaison made it onto this one. And likewise, if there's any NPCs missing who you really like, please drop them in NPC Drip. I will probably have to do like 2 or 3 parts. I got to 80, and it spent an hour and a half setting up, and then was like, okay, I'm gonna have to make this a multi-part. What was I thinking, trying to do them all in one? Long live Duke Leto. Oh wait, wrong series. Lemoen. Yes, we are up to Lemoen, the cripple, in a wheelchair. But man, she actually dresses pretty well. Where's Tourist C? Unironically, do drop that in the NPC drip list, if you could. I should do Tourist C. She is... she has... Even if they're playable operators, if they have meaningfully different outfits, I'm fine to do them as NPCs as well. Yep, average CSGO player. She do be holding down B-side vroom vroom. I love that one fan art someone did of, her taking a sniper position on top of a signpost and people being like, how did you get up there? She's committing a drive-by, yeah. So, start us off with, her outfit is not super amazing, but she definitely has some drip. The skirt is a little weird, the shoes are a little weird, but like it's a tasteful kind of weird. It's mainly the jacket is a bit too bulky hanging over her wheelchair, and this weird jacket, the way it hugs her chest is really, really nice, but the way it sits around her collar's very strange. The fan art, yeah. It was a fan art of a canonical event that happened in the story. It was just funny looking at the fan art. Her outfit is good, simple. Yeah. It's a really good simple, but it is simple. Is there a chance for her to be playable? If you're asking if she's alive, yes, she is. She's Exia's sister and she's still alive. Do you think she can actually stand and she's just being lazy? You must be a riot to people with wheelchairs. Now, the design of her shirt is really nice, even though I don't like the design of the jacket. I can't tell... Okay, this is cleavage. Yep, there's a slight line. I couldn't tell if that was part of the pattern, almost a Batman symbol, or cleavage. This black on gold, this design here, really fantastic shirt. It's just the jacket does detract from that. This part here as well, really fantastic, covering most of her upper chest in a very interesting way. She has 2 outfits. Oh, thank you, Slug Fan! Thank you so much for the $5. If you have a copy pasta you want me to say, just DM it to my Tarkus account or my South account, either's fine. Or anything you want me to say, I'll send you a custom recording. Thank you. The posture, she knows she can just destroy her. When limited ladder at an event, she better... Yeah. If she's an operator, she should be the first operator who can move on the battlefield after you deploy her. Is that flowers on the sniper's end? No, that looks like a little puff, like she's just shot. She has 2 outfits? Yes, she does. I've got the second open. She can stand, but it's bad. Yeah. She is recovering. Mystima's only weakness. I do actually agree. I think she's low S or high A with this outfit, but she does have a second outfit we have to take into account. This is unfortunately a much more A-level outfit rather than S tier. Looking closely, it's a flower? Oh, fair enough. A white one, I believe. Yeah, I could see that. It's just, it looks more like smoke because of the grey gap here, but it could be a flower. Wheelchair race between her and Nightingale. Not gonna lie, you'd cosplay Lemoen just so you can have someone push you around. The second outfit has to be S. It's hard to just that you're feeling she's secretly a rape. Yeah, she's got that alcoholic stare. There's a part to her being playable because she'd affect. Yeah. It would be very nice. Now, Her dress is really, really nice in the second outfit. I love the flower. I love the little Exia plushie. It's really, really sweet. The simple outfit's better. The main problem I have is the stripe pattern really detracts from the outfit. Like, otherwise, this is really, really lovely, but this stripe detracts from it. You like the art style? Yeah, it's a really cute, gentle, soft art style. It's really, really lovely. I do actually really like this super loose jacket. This is clearly like home clothing. She's not going out in it. Second outfit is a prison gown. Yeah, that's kind of the vibes I get. That's why it's so off to me. This is really stay-at-home, lovely outfit. Fantastic for a wheelchair. And then she's got like a prison vest on. She escaped from CSGO prison. Patient loungewear, yeah. You find it funny that you're rating fashion on pajamas. Look, these are pretty nice pajamas. I personally think they're more of an A tier. I really love the Eku plushie. Why don't they sell these? I would buy one. But I think this is more of an A tier than an S tier, mainly because that undershirt. Honestly, I think it's also just simple. I do think she's an A tier because of this outfit, unfortunately. But I do see the argument why people would put her in S. I could definitely get that. Just like, you can tell that she has a good fashion sense. It's just, she also tends to lean towards basic. And obviously it's hard to build fashion around a wheelchair. So like, I'm trying not to be too harsh on her. But at the end of the day, like, she would look nicer with slightly different jackets. Her shirt's really fantastic here, but bad shirt no second. I'd buy it IRL. The Exia plushie? Absolutely, man. That's really cute. Do you think they purposely put her in a wheelchair because she can be off? They do have an Exia plush on pre-order. Oh, I will need to... If I remember, which I hope I do, I will look into that. SST... The Eku tier is... Yeah, Eku is S tier because of the plushie form. But I think she's more an A tier. Let's take a look at everyone else. Yeah, she fits in more with the A crowd, unfortunately. But I definitely think she has enough fashion potential that she could very much reach S tier. I just don't think she's currently reaching S tier. She's definitely high A though. Wheelchair makes this... Yeah, unironically, both her outfits look nicer with the wheelchair. It's just they wouldn't look nice without the wheelchair. Yeah, A is fair. Look, I completely get why people would rank her S. I just personally think she's more of a high A than a low S. Either way, it's like somewhere between the two. Yeah, the only issue is the Batman logo. Yeah, exactly. She definitely has a Batman logo right over her boobs. She lowers the level if she stands up. Alright, now moving on from Lemuel, we have Liaison. Put her in Liscam tier. No, Liscam, I'm not recreating Liscam tier. I'm fine just specifying she's a high A. Now, onto Liaison. Now, I will say, he is incredibly handsome. Very, very handsome. Especially the glasses, despite the low-res face syndrome. However, there are some problems with his outfit. Pretty boy, shame about his game mode. Yep, bro screams rich. Yep. Heard your Discord. Oh, is it not muted? Sorry, I'll mute that. I must have unmuted it for... Oh, right, because I hopped into the VC with folks. You love this man and he's hot. He's incredibly hot, but we're ranking drip. We're not ranking... Oh, yeah, yep, Calzy outfits, thank you. I'd forgotten about those. I'll do them in part 2. Now, obviously, he's incredibly attractive, but that's not what we're ranking on. And I've got to say, his outfit has some problems. The game from the game mode you couldn't figure out, yep. So I'll start off. His pants and shoes, really fantastic. Unironically fantastic. I'm not a big fan of this thigh strap, but the color works really, really well. Especially ties in super, super well to his jacket. Alright, you're back. Welcome back. Did I get a Discord ping? Yes, that was me. Apologies, I've now muted my Discord. He's got the Star Wars trick. He owes you one after reclamation algorithm. Yeah, a lot of people feel that way. Now, the giant zipper massively ruins this shirt. If this was a more normal shirt, it would look a lot nicer. If it was also slightly tighter around his waist, it would look a lot nicer. Him having a random-ass table in the background is a pound. Hi, you're back. Welcome back, Corn. Is he wearing heels? I believe so. Yeah. Slightly heeled business shoes. Some dudes do. Now, his jacket is really, really nice, but, like, the way it's hanging, but the way it's sitting on him is not very good. If this was the same color but a nicer, heavier jacket, it looks so much nicer. In the same way, this black and gold highlight, really fantastic color balancing, but in terms of outfit balancing, it's sitting on him super, super badly. The gloves are nice, even though I'm not a big fan of this weird hole in the palm. The book is really nice, credit where it's due, that matches his outfit. The zipper on the gloves even, he pulls it off. The little gold highlights on the gloves, he pulls it off. The arms are really nice, the chest area is really nice. It's just, the way the jacket is sitting detracts from how amazing the color scheme is, and this zipper on the side also detracts. The droopy bunny ears are interesting, but not a fashion choice, yeah. Makes sense. Oh shit, my bad. You DM'd you the script for your donation. I will get to it. Maybe not immediately after the stream, but either today or tomorrow. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I'll figure out like more specifics about that in the future, but I definitely want you guys getting at least something out of it when you throw money at me. Oh, thank you, Knock Knock. Thanks for the 10. That's very, very kind. Once again, if you have something you want me to read, or copy pasta, or anything, even if you want me to flirt with you, drop a pickup line, I will absolutely do it. Just DM it to me. Or put it in public if you're confident enough. His fit is nice, but the jacket is odd, and the black would be really, like, the color scheme's really fantastic. That's why it's such a shame. It's not nearly as bad as Holgyak, but it works so well. I think he might, he's still borderline an S because the color scheme is so amazing. And yeah, Knut, if you have anything you want me to read, you know the drill. His big-ass outer jacket makes you think he wears it because the weather of the desert, yeah. You're unaliving yourself running YouTube on background, you have to go to the next class. Ugh. I mean, hey, the good news is I'll probably still be going once you're back. I'm about halfway, so I'll probably need to speed up because it's been 4 hours. Okay, definitely need to stop speeding up. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Shotgun guy drip rating when? I will, DM it to me and I'll rank it off stream. I'll give you my honest thoughts about his outfit. I know it's already in memes, DM it to me. Your request is a shotgun drip. Yeah, if you want me to say sus things, I'm also fine to do that. I am open to bribery. You guys should definitely get something out of it as well. So I'll figure out more specifics about what you get out, but for now, definitely, it's like a 5. If you want me to say something, I'll filter out any curse words, or any really racist or sexist things, regardless of which race or sex it's against. So no anti-men or anti-women things. Tempted to send you $5 just to get you to call you a good boy. You know what? Shikatsu, you're a good boy. If you want a recording of that, it'll cost you 5. But you can get that one for free. I think he still might be an S tier, despite the problems with his outfit. Yeah, I think he's still an S tier, not gonna lie. The color balancing is so ridiculously strong. He looks amazing. So even though his jacket's completely whack and he's got a giant zipper on the side, like, it still looks so fantastic, aside from those couple of problems. Clip it? Yeah, but you'll be hearing the background music in the clip. It works so well. Yeah, like, it's just such incredible color balancing. Other than... No, the color balancing of the jacket is also really, really fantastic, to be fair. Fine. Mio, you're a good boy. There you go. Any others? Any others? Brief window, get it out now or pay for it. Your choice. And yes, if it's something short like that and you pay for it, I will do multiple takes so you can pick whichever you like or use multiple. Alright, press you. Joe, do you want me to call you a bad boy? Do you want me to do it aggressively or like in the same borderline ASMR way? I'll do a couple more in this brief window if people want it, and other than that you can pay for it, and I'll do it offline. But yeah man, Liaison's really, really hot. And the color balancing is so incredibly good that even despite the zipper and the way the jacket's sitting, it ties together so well that it does kind of make up for that. Even though, like, I think he could wear it better. But, like, he's clearly very fashionable. Even if it's not 100% showing off because there are a few problems. Slug fan, I'm gonna waffle stomp you. Do it in a nagging other way. Joe, you're a bad boy. Come on, do your dishes. Okay, goodbye. Okay, glad you got what you wanted from the stream, Mio. You're shaking. You're welcome, Shikatsu. If you want a recording to set it as your alarm, you know what to do. Actually, I should probably look up what waffle stomp means before saying that again. Whoop, you're happy? Hey, glad you're happy. Right, now those are out of the way. You know how to get them for the future. You know how to get them. Alright, now moving on to yet another flooding Logos. Oh, and by the way, if people do those often, probably just, screenshot your donation as well, so that I know it's you. Like, on the back end, the email it's coming from, just as proof, so that people don't just randomly DM me and get me to say things. I don't want to devalue my voice. Don't for your own sake, it's nothing bad. Okay, I won't look it up. Now, Logos. Oh boy. This is another incredibly handsome, incredibly stylish man. Starting us off, we'll start at the really simple, easy to cover bits. Really nice shoes. A little bit of a brown highlight, you love to see it. Someone say Logos? Yes, sir. Someone said Logos. He's up next. The pants, really fantastic. If you're female, surely you would. Don't worry, there's a MILF Logos as well. I don't know if I've got her in this one, but I might have her in the others. Now, I will say, the jacket is slightly over-designed. It would look nicer if he had a few less tassels, a few less straps. And as much as I love the fishnet vibe, I think it would look nicer if this was just part of the jacket as a whole. Only male of his race. Yeah. Is that a chest window? Yes. Fishnet chest window. He's showing off his chest. That being said, like, while it's hot, I think it would look nicer with fewer things around it. Like these belt straps, the framing is really great. The position they're in is perfect. It's just it would look nicer if they weren't belt straps and were more of a solid part of the coat. High S could be flooding. Yeah, like that's where I'm sitting with him. Part of that's I'm biased towards the color scheme though, so I'm running myself through it to make sure I give him a fair ranking. The sticks are cool. Logos is Ganondorf of his race. Unironically, the wood parts over his arm, really, really cool. So the sticks are really cool. They add to the outfit. I'm not a big fan of how flowing his jacket is. This is going to get tangled, this is going to get in the way, but the color balancing is really, really nice. But I will subtract a few points for this, because while he's suffering for the sake of fashion, it doesn't look quite nice enough to justify, especially because his outfit is so solid without it, and it kind of detracts from the outfit. It's the same as these straps here with all the hieroglyphics. Yes, they look nice, but it would look nicer if it was a bit more simplified, if that makes sense. This is an example of a half-hand glove done well. These are alright. I'm still not a big fan, but they're pretty good. Knocknut tipped another $5. Thank you, Knocknut. I take it you have a second copy pasta you want me to read. That's very, very kind. Thank you all. Thank you. He can technically fly or glide, what with the coat? He's styling though. Yeah, he's definitely styling, but I think it'd be a little nicer if it was a bit simpler. Remember when people wanted to know more about Logos when he apparently took down Mudrock's Golem? Yeah, he would look nicer with less clothes. Jor, I think you are judging a more extreme version of less clothes. Oh, a second operator for me to rank? Yeah, just DM it to me. Your snafu lol? Yeah, gotcha, slug fan. The only reason I say that is so that people don't take advantage of it. So just, when you're doing it, or just screenshot your email, because no one else will know the email you're using to donate. But I can see it on the back end. So just to prove it's you, so that I'm not giving people rewards for your donations. But also because you change your names sometime. But thank you all so much. It's by no means necessary, but it's very, very kind of you. I love this tiny bit of red. I love, once again, the dull gold. It's a very common highlight, but for a good reason. This choker around his neck, not a choker, sorry. This piece of clothing around his neck works really, really fantastically with the collar there. Likewise, the gold earrings. I love his pink eyes. I know that's not part of his clothing, but he's balanced his clothing around darker colors to really make the gentle pink pop, and it works super well with his hair as well. I still think, like, even though there are a few things you could change, I think he might be low flooding or really high S tier, I'm not sure. Every donation gets you closer to a plate carrier. Yeah. Unironically, like, part of the things I will put in the thing, if I ever formally go through and go, oh, here's all the rewards you'll get, I'll also add, like, milestone rewards, like, maybe down the line, alternate outfit, things like that. Though obviously that's expensive. Or even just things like a song cover, a scuffed song cover, things like that. I'll keep it varied and I'll make sure you guys can pick. But if you are going to throw money at me, I definitely want you to feel like you're getting something out of it as well. I don't want you to feel like it's wasted. So I'll try to think up things that you might want in exchange. And if you have any ideas, please drop them in suggestions as well. Or alternatively, just donate them and ask me for them. Yeah, low flooding. I think he is low flooding. I'm trying to separate the fact that his hair and his eyes are really, really hot. I love this color scheme, even though I'm not attracted to dudes or attracted to anyone because I'm asexual. I really love this color scheme. There's more fishnet. Yeah. I think it would be better with a little bit less fishnet. The fishnet looks really great though, but I think it's a little bit too obvious. You're not fucking kidding, your heart is still pounding. I don't think of myself in a sexual way, obviously, because I'm asexual. But I'm fine with people sexualizing me. I don't care. I've been flirted with before. So I'm glad you enjoy it, Shikatsu. Need more fishnet. His eyes are sick. Yeah, like, the way his color balanced his outfit around his eyes and hair is really, really phenomenal. Like, genuinely. He's built his outfit based on his innate traits, which is... I do a bad job explaining it. The reason his eyes and his hair are really striking, aside from just them contrasting each other, is because his outfit really highlights them. So it's a credit to his outfit and his fashion sense that he's taken his unchangeable traits and made his outfit around them. Am I aro? No, I'm not aromantic. I'm just asexual. W, yeah. South of culture, yes sir, yes sir. Look, I know apparently I've got a sexy voice, and I also know apparently I could fit on the news broadcast. I've been told both my whole life growing up. And this is more my normal talking voice, I just get very excited when I'm streaming. But yeah, I think, honestly, he is the lowest flooding. His outfit is definitely nicer than Liaison. Which, yeah, like, Liaison is already very high S, so I think he's Logos' lowest flooding. He's very clearly got a lot of fashion sense, and he's styled his outfit around his hair and his eyes. So yeah, there are a few things he could improve. Why did it pop up that again? But, like, man, he's a very, very good looking dude, and he dresses really well. I hope we get him as an operator. Just got back from the gym, nice to see we're still going. Yeah, I do need to speed up. I'm about halfway, and I need to exercise and cook. Where did the wheelchair go? Lemuen, she went to A tier. But I can see the argument for S. I just think she's more high A than low S. Okay, so yep, Logos, already ranked you, already talked about you enough. Now, Mandragora. First off, she looks way taller than she is in this art. Because her body is like, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Her body's like 7.5 heads tall. She looks massive, but she's really short. M is after I, and that means Manfred is soon? Yeah. L, rather. Yep. Some letters have a lot, some letters don't have many. Now, color scheme-wise, I really love Mandragora's outfit. The color scheme works really well with her hair and her eyes, complements super, super well. Sort of gives off Kelsey vibes. Yeah, I definitely get that. That being said, like, the way the outfit is sitting on her, there are some problems with this outfit. The coat is absolutely fine. You'd have trouble keeping it up, but the coat is nice, breaks up her silhouette in a really interesting way, and I do like the layering here. And also the slits, they're not ideal, but they're not bad. Why does she look green like this? Yeah, it's definitely a very strong green. You're right, the stockings, I like the stockings on their own. They don't match the color scheme. The green is a bit too dark, too heavy, if that makes sense. Likewise with the bright yellow, like the dull yellow highlights. The silver highlights sitting a bit weird in the middle here. The upper ones look great, but this is like drawing attention right to the bottom of her stomach or borderline her crotch, which isn't ideal. Why does every female Dublin need to expose their thighs so much? It's just an Arknights thing. Arknights is a massive thigh enjoyer, and so am I, so I like it. You thought her clothes were black until now? Fair enough. It's harder to see in the game. I like her choker. I like the little neck piece. I really like, in theory, this true shoulderless thing. The problem is the way it's sitting over her bust and the way there are flaps coming out of it. Outside of that, it could be a really, really nice dress. Not ironically. You would want it to be a bit more risque and show off a bit more of your chest, show off a borderline a little bit of your cleavage, though. That's not even in a perverted way, it's just like, that would make it look much nicer. If you're going for this kind of outfit, you want it to have a little bit more showing. Why does every character in AKF thighs pretty much, yeah. So, the main problem is these two weird flaps over her dress. They work well with the jacket, and then there's also a slight color clash between the stockings and the jacket's color. Both are individually great, but they do clash very slightly. Midriff is better. I mean, it has both for the most part. Now, for real, why so many belts? What do you mean? She only has a few flappy belts off of her jacket. She's not belt overload. Come on, by Arknight standards, this is nothing. Unless you mean Arknights in general, in which case fair. She does have cleavage though, but the bust is understated. Yeah. Like, she's a lot bustier than she looks. This makes it look super flat. It looks super unflattering because of these parts here and this part here. Unironically, like, oh yeah, AK in general, very, very fair then. But like, this is really close to a fantastic outfit. She's supposed to be an undercover merchant, but she clearly has the Dublin symbol on her dress. Yeah. Spy 100. Yeah, I'm gonna compare. I think... Does she fit in? I think she fits more in with the A crew. Like, she definitely does fit in more with the A crew. I think she's still high A, but she's more Lemuen's level. Like, this is really close to flooding. Really, really close. But the problems it has a major problems. Like, this needs to show off her figure more. It's hiding her hips, which is not what you want with a dress like this, especially a true strapless one. How old is she again? I have no idea. AKA characters don't have age. Yeah, like, look, she doesn't look underaged because of how tall she is. So this isn't like a lolly character. She's probably a young adult. But it's like... Some characters, they're like, underaged, by the way, but it's an anime underage, where it's like, oh, they've got K-cups, and they're 7 feet tall, judging by their art style, and they have an incredibly developed figure. And it's like, well, look, maybe their personality would make it weird, but their art style is very clearly adult-oriented. So there's nothing wrong with it. High A, yeah, I definitely think she's high A, but I don't quite think she matches... like Amaya. There's more problems with her outfit. The core concept of her outfit is so close to excellent, she just slightly fumbles the bag. College age, yeah, that's the sort of vibes I get for her. And then coming up next, we have Manfred. Now. Let's get it out of the way. Sheesh! I completely fucked that one. That's fine. Holy bulge. No, that's just shading. Once again, guy wearing tight, militaristic style clothing. I will say it though, I think other people wore it better. I think a lot of the other militaristics we've had have looked nicer. He has a very strikingly handsome face. But this jacket is not nearly as nice. Yeah, it sort of highlights his pecs, but it sits really weirdly on his torso. The gauntlet is really, really nice, but the way it connects to his sleeves is not so nice. Yeah, Kazchi fits way hotter. Yeah, exactly. Like, by itself, this is... Arknights consistently does really, really good design. This is an amazing design, but the actual clothing itself looks a little nicer. Less nice. It's sitting on him amazingly. I love this half skirt. I always love this half skirt. Ideally, you'd have it like swing over one thigh partially, but the way he's got it now, the way he's got his belt sitting, really, really fantastic. These buckles to hold the sword in place do actually kind of make sense, even if they're a bit too far over. I'm not going to judge his dick size. You can see he's a buff man that skips leg day. No, he doesn't skip leg day. He just doesn't focus as much on leg day. These are still muscular thighs. I love the thigh straps. I love the boots. The pants are very, very tight in a very good way. His coat is really fantastic. The main problems are a few straps. The torso area, while really nice, like it needs to be a bit more clean. You want it to be less form-fitting. Sometimes less is more, and this is an example of that. This is a really tight shirt. He would look nicer if this was a more clean line. And it was a much like, it was still tight, but it wasn't vacuum sealed to his torso. His boots are actually nice ones. Yeah, these are really lovely boots, worth noting. I'm not a big fan. I think his coat is too damaged, but like the level it's sitting at is fantastic, especially in regards to his half skirt. The shoulder pauldron, little strange. Undershirt, also a little weird. Likewise, whatever the hell that tie is. But I think he's an S tier. He definitely sort of matches Herman. Like, it could be a bit nicer, but the way it's sitting on him is incredible. So, it definitely, like, he definitely still has some drip. He's a very notable guy. Yeah, there are a few things he can improve. He's definitely not flooding to the same level of a lot of other militaristic guys, but he's still very, very fashionable. So, I'm going to chuck him in S tier. He deserves to be playable. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's still alive. Now, coming up next, we have Marcin, another character from Maria Noel. From Atrocities to the Glasgow Gang. Now, he's not as bad as his bear friend. I'll start off with that. His drip isn't that bad. That being said, what the hell is these feathers? This is a hair ornament, like, over his ear. It looks so strange. His earring is nice, his eye patch is nice, even if it's a little on the small side. These feathers detract from it. I have no idea what he's going for with those. The gauntlet is pretty nice, but you want it to be one piece. This double layer here doesn't look nice. You want it to be one piece all the way out to here. The fingers of the gauntlet look really nice, though. Ideally, the gauntlet would pop out a little more towards the elbow as well. He's just balding, don't insult. Manfred makes you explode like the artillery. I will say, this is a nice pauldron, nice highlight. It's not super functional. You'd want it to be a little bit bigger. But, like, it works as a highlight to his outfit. The scarf is nice. The little ornaments are nice. The little flappy belt. That's a good use of asymmetry. The shirt would be a bit plain without it, but it's not too in the way. It's not too inconvenient. Very tight shirt, but very nice fitted shirt, showing off his muscular forearms. Decent gloves. I don't like the way they sit around his wrist. Pants, relatively plain work pants. Very nice, though. I think he's, like, the definition of A. Yes, it's basic, but it's a bit nicer than basic. It's a really well put together basic. And Scent, just finished shading. Hey, I will let you know how it goes. After stream, obviously. Maybe not directly after stream, but like I'll respond to you. He's wearing streetwear. Yeah, but this is like, this is better streetwear than anywhere in basic. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he definitely has more of a fashion sense. How the hell did he get a scar like that at the top of his head? It happens to some people. Yeah, A works. Distracted by Hoshikuma at the last second. Yeah, like, I think he's, like, middle or low A. He's not, like, characters like Lemoen definitely have more drip than him. Mandragora definitely more drip. Even Guard definitely more drip. But it's a really nice sort of basic streetwear with a few highlights. Where, yeah, he's not going to be, like, main character knight, but you could see him being a fun character in a warm-up fight, you know? Like, if you're going to watch the WWE event, for example, he wouldn't be the main fight, he wouldn't be the headliner. He'd be the warm-up quick spar they have between a few generic but interesting guys just to get the crowd pumped. Paint it red and he looks like a boiled tomato. That's just mean. Bird? Maybe. Oh yeah, Bird up next. Yes. So, just to get it out of the way, we are not talking about Conrad Jackson, the guy. We are talking about Mark, the bird. I'm not ranking Conrad Jackson. He's just got a really plain suit that fits him decently with a nice yellow highlight and a weird strap there. Nothing to say. He's basic. We're talking the bird. Yep, so starting us off, what is his name? His name is Mark Max. Burb alert noise. Imagine having, yeah. For context, he is unironically ruling a country. This bird right here. Unironically. Now, I will say, it's hard to rank non-humans. I don't think he's flooding. I think Emperor is meaningfully more fashionable than him. But I definitely think he's S tier. This is a really nice jacket. Really nice highlights. The main problem is this giant zipper highlight that he's using as a tie. The other colors work really well. Blue, yellow, red. Very, very strange color scheme, but he really pulls it off. He's America's president. Yeah. USA unite. This is your president. But, like, there's not too much to say, obviously, because it's very, very simple. But I do, unironically, think he's a low S or high A, but I'm leaning more towards low S. And yeah, obviously he's a bit of a gimmick. But, like, compared to Anduin, I unironically think he's about the same level of drip as Anduin. If that makes sense. AO Freedom, the guy he's on is the vice president, yeah. Whoever's shoulder he lands on is the new vice president. Then we have this little shit. I'll start us off. I don't like Mephisto. I don't like him. I know he gets a redemption arc and a tragic backstory. Still, yeah, to Joe Burden. That's funny. Still not a Mephisto fan. The boy shorts, the design, his face is too punchable. I love to hate him. I like him as a villain. I just don't like him, like, in the same way everyone else does where they want him redeemed. Is there a negative category? I'm tempted to say don't go outside because he's cringe. But no, I'm ranking his drip, not him. So to start us off with, these gloves. These gloves are cringe as hell. These are atrociously bad gloves. Borderline the worst gloves I've seen in the entirety of Arknights. He's the reason airstriking orphanages is illegal. Not just legal, encouraged. But I will say, like, the shirt is nice. As much as I hate to admit it, he has a really nice shirt, suited to him really well, even though the collar's a bit strange. The boy shorts folded up really bad, though. Hate this kid. Yeah, he definitely gives off... Yeah, hate this kid hard. Yeah. That's everyone's opinion of Forced. Mephisto, rather. The belt's a little bit strange, but, like, at least he's not going to shoot his own dick with the gun. The dagger's relatively accessible. You'd want him more around the side, and you'd want one belt rather than two like this, but it's fine. The little highlights are fine. The chicken legs. I won't be harsh about the chicken legs. The shoes are whack, but I won't be harsh because shoes are always whack. But the little almost knee-high stocking's really nice. So, I think he's a B. It's pretty basic. It's... the outfit is styled around his weapons, so I do kind of want to put him in A, unironically. Playable when, cool stuff. Yeah, like, his outfit matches his weapons. The knife, the gun, and the giant staff. Never mind, it's just his fuck-ass belt. Yeah, his hips are normal, it's just his fuck-ass belt. On second thought, he got that staff from an edgy cosplay. Yeah, the skull. So as much as... Oh, no, wait, no. Oh, the glove, that's right. He would have worked at Femboy Hooters. I don't think he would have. Okay, sweet, I know, he does. I didn't include his alt skin. His alt skin is Thermex tier, if you know, you know. The shoes are slipping off with one step. Yeah, he's got, like, Crocs on. Unstylized Crocs. I think if his glove was better, he would be A. I think he's really low A or really high B, but I think because the glove is so bad, I'll chuck him in B. Like, unironically, he does kind of have a little bit of drip, as much as it pains me to admit it because I hate the kid. He's such a great villain because he's incredibly punchable. Why does it keep putting on my gas mask? That's fine. You'd hold and cherish his alt skin. You mean the bird? Yeah, it doesn't look like a... You're right, it doesn't look like a glove. It looks like he accidentally dipped his fingers in tar. You like birds? I like birds too. Birds are cute. Now, coming up next, we have Mechanist. Now, I will say, his helmet is really whack, but it looks like it's function over form, so I won't detract too many points for that. This guy is really fit. He's rocking a modified version of the Rhodes Island. I still don't think the turquoise and yellow works, but I think it works better than the default color scheme, and it adds a little bit of personality to him. Giraffe, yeah, he's got the giraffe. He's a giraffe. Unironically, I love this armored plate vest with pouches into mechanical belt. Works super, super well. You get a lot of personality for this. It's relatively based off the Rhodes Island standard, but it was stand out enough that I wanted to at least very briefly go over it. Wait, is that a plate carrier? Yeah, he's got the ablative armor. Then he's got pouches, then he's got a belt around the... Lugia. What are you on about? He looks nothing like Lugia. He's yellow. Unironically though, I think this is a good example of like a minor tactical NPC. Like, he's not a main character, but I think he's a solid A. It helps that he's fit, but the way he's wearing all of this works really, really well. His gloves are nice, the color, like, it's an unusual color, but he does kind of pull it off, you know? Oh, Mephisto, yeah, Mephisto's Lugia. Ironically, the pouch actually kind of color clashes. I think that if it wasn't a blue, it would look a bit nicer. He's a G. G for giraffe. Yeah, ranking operators by what animal they are. Like, unironically, I do think he's an A. He's definitely not S, but he's definitely nicer than B. He's taken the Rhodes Island default and he's really made it his own. So like, there's not too much to say because the style is still the Rhodes Island default, it's just a different color, but he's really rocking that different color. And then we have yet another modified Rhodes Island in the form of Misery. Now, I will say, yes, he does look like, what's his name, Monsoon from Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. I haven't played that game, but he definitely gives off Monsoon vibes. Doctor's the least NPC of them all. It depends on your definition. Smash number 2. Now, once again, he's modified the Rhodes Island default, and he's made it his own. Oh, the misery. Yeah. He gives off those vibes. I love this sort of poncho-style tabard he's got going on. The yellow highlights, once again, work really well because of his goggles. Not a big fan of the backpack. It's mainly the stance. The boots are nice too, but like the stance, he's asserting so much personality the way he's wrapped it up. I think this is another case of he's taken the Rhodes Island default, but he's once again personalized it and made it pretty nice, so I think this is another strong A. I won't spend too much time because, again, most of what he's wearing is the Rhodes Island default. But it's a really nice iteration of the Rhodes Island default. So I think him and Mechanist both really fit together, and I do like the goggles. Ah, my gas mask came back. You low-key fuck with the backpack. Yeah, it's a really nice backpack. I just, color-wise, I think it's slightly too bright towards the bottom. Now we have Molly. We included a lot of male priests, we gotta throw in one nun. And Spectre's already been ranked. Now, Spectre definitely rocks the nun outfit better, but it is worth bringing in the default nun. Yeah, who the fuck? Yeah, look, she's a minor character, don't worry about it. Damn, she's pretty. Yeah, unironically, like, she wears it really, really well. It's just tight enough around her body. This is sort of a corset, but still really, really loose. It's not, like, too egregious. It's not too in your face. So she's making sure, like, she's showing that she's pretty, she's showing that she's well dressed, but she's also being really, really conservative. This is a really lovely conservative garb, not a priest detail. Bro, the belts on the last. Yeah, I don't like that there's 3 belts, then a belt strap, then a belt strap. You don't know who this is. Most of her screen time is not her. Yeah, she's a really minor NPC, the salad spot. But, like, unironically, I think this is another really strong A. She's got, like, it's a modified version of a standardized nun garb. But it's a really nice conservative. Like, the jacket hangs off her really, really well. It's got really lovely highlights. These aren't highlights that distract you from the rest. Likewise, these straps, they're relatively well attached. It's more just a really nice pattern. The dress, once again, very conservative, but it works because she's a nun. Her face is the main focus of this. It's a really understated outfit. It's really, really lovely. Her chest, she's being modest. She's not showing it off super well, but naturally the clothing still highlights it decently. So that's a really great example of still using the natural contours of your body without making it super in your face. High A, yeah, that's where I'm leaning to her as well. The main problem is this corset is a bit too plain, and there's a bit too many belts. But everything else, it's a really lovely conservative way to dress. Yeah, definitely nicer than B, but not enough to be an S. So I think pretty high A. And yeah, most people won't know Molly. That's to be expected. She's a minor NPC. Low C. What's cringe about her? She's dressed really, really nicely. Oh, sorry. I'm out of water again. Be right back. The belt's random, but you remembered it's Arknights? Yeah, exactly. Alrighty. I will be back in just a second. Who's up next? Would it be nicer to leave it on Molly? Or Munch? You know what? I'll leave it on my thighs. You can all see my thighs while I'm refilling my water bottle again. Rate Tarkus's drip. What you don't understand is Tarkus's drip is my IRL drip. South's drip is what you're seeing on the screen right now. And I'd give myself probably a low S or a high A. Jacket seems a bit random. Skirt oddly shaped. No, the skirt is not oddly shaped. The skirt is drawing attention to my thigh. The skirt is fine. The weird bit you'd probably want to change is the see-through nature of the corset. The skirt and the shorts are very, very intentionally drawing attention to my thighs. Takiwaki going for a whiskey bag. Look, apologies for the delay. It took a bit of time to get all of the mayonnaise into my water bottle. What can I say? The necklaces and choker are cool. Hey, thank you. I like the heart necklace as well. Not enough ball. Yes. Let's go, Whiskey Brick. Who drew the VTuber model? It was done by Kiri. I have it on my Twitter. Her handle specifically. She did a really, really fantastic job. I'm very, very happy with that. Why is my model crying? There we go. Your knee socks makes it seem like my left thigh is bigger than the right, though. Yeah, I can sort of get that. That's fine, that's fine. But yeah, the artist did such an amazing job. I'm so happy with how it came out. And the rigger did an amazing job too, even though they added a lot of bounce. Too distracted after Manfield's 8-incher. No, I was not. That was not it. I needed to fill up my whiskey bottle with mayonnaise. I got too drunk, and now I just need to consume raw mayonnaise, because that's the thing I do. Jokes aside, I don't actually eat mayonnaise. I never have, probably never will. Never even tried it. Now, coming up next, we have Munch, a character who is implied to be dead, but we don't know for sure. Mayo is disgusting. Yes, sir. I do agree on that. But yeah, like, we don't know what happened with Munch. It's implied she threw herself off a cliff, which was a pretty dark ending to the event. But it's only implied. We don't know for certain. Just make my own. Slugging Mayo will make you want to die. I'm not hungover. I haven't actually been drinking. Goth Angelina, pretty much. Now, I will say, like, Munch has a relatively conservative color scheme, but it's still a really, really interesting outfit. To start us off, the scarf is really, really nice. It's just hard to tell because her hair's so ridiculously long. The little hair ornament's also really, really nice. The jacket. I think it would be nicer if the jacket was a little bit more form-fitting around her waist. Like, even if it just hugged her waist a little bit more and then started splitting off. The rest of it's really, really fantastic, even if that's not where you'd want to attach a quiver to a jacket. The pink eyes with slight pink hits are great. Yep, dull pink eyes with bright pink highlights. Really, really fantastic color scheme. Really interesting. She just left, yeah. She just left at the edge of a cliff. That's why it's implied she's dead, but not, like, confirmed. The quiver's very, very low. Yet the quiver is not where you'd want it. The rest of the jacket, really, really fantastic. I naturally, as I've said many times, love this sort of length. The stockings, really tight, but really, really looking good on her. Love how much attention they draw. The knife, gotta love a knife, and it is properly secured with a good 3 straps and even a little bit of armor. I actually don't like this skirt with this jacket. I like both individually. I'm not a big fan of skirts this short. If you want to really show off your thighs, go a shorter skirt. If you don't, wear a longer one. And either way, it's not hugging her hips in a really flattering way. Partly because she's wearing a sweater over that goes partially over the skirt. So it really just hides her hips. You want her playable? She looks like Emo Miku. Yep, 4 hours. How long is this going to be? I'm aiming to finish probably in the next hour and a half to 2 hours. There's a reason I needed to split this up into multiple parts. Week-long stream. Okay, so, for me to do a week-long stream, you would need to donate enough to cover the cost of losing my job. You'd low-key wear this? Yeah, I definitely... This is very good for IRL standards. For Arknights, it's probably only an A or borderline S. The main problem is the sweater and the jacket need to hug her waist slightly more. Just a little bit more to show it off. The color is really, really good. It's a bit goth. I don't think the white skirt works here. I think you'd want a different color and a different fit of skirt, especially with the sweater. Munch's Miku undercover. She dyed her hair to blend in. But yeah, like, I think Munch... let's take a look. I think she does fit in more with the low S. No, I think she fits more in with the A. Had to think about it for a second. I think she's just a very high A. But, like, she's about the same as Molly in terms of, like, actual fashion sense. Low S. I can see the argument. It's just a case of, like, it's really blocky around her torso, which hides one of the main highlights. If the skirt was nicer, you could at least say, well, she just wants people to look at her face and her thighs. But because the skirt is also kind of whack, it's a really nice jacket, really nice leggings, and a really nice scarf, but the rest of the outfit is unfortunately a little bit bad. Like, even these pouches, what are the point of these pouches? The way the quiver's hanging too, but, like, the jacket's fantastic, thigh high's fantastic, scarf really fantastic. It's just a case of, like, the sweater's a bit weird, the skirt's a bit weird. But I do see why people could think of her as low S. I just personally think she's more of a high A. And after Monch, we have Nachzera. The Nachzera King. And the reason I put him in here is, where the hell are his legs? MF is floating. It's drip or drown, and this guy isn't even touching the water. Not because he's dripping, but because he decided to cheat. Almost drip, yeah. This is really close to amazing drip. There are obviously a few problems though, Grandpa. Yep. To start us off with, this headpiece is really weird. Way too many flowing parts going down his chest. Way too many flowing parts going at the back. Future 6-star chainmail. Bro looked like he got TP'd. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, the shoulder parts, really, really good. Amazing color scheme, great highlights with this very dull gold. Love the chains, love the ornaments, love the little piece of armor. Love the spacing of the multi-layered parts to break up his silhouette. It's all really fantastic. His gauntlets are great as well, the sleeves are fantastic. The arms are really, really good, and so is this part of the chest, aside from the parts hanging off of his helmet. The problem is, like, the rest of the sort of monk garb, like, he looks good if you remove from about here and below, and all of the flappy bits. But then it's just an endless dress. His staff is cooler than Mephisto. Yeah, it's definitely less edgelord. Gauntlets are nice as fuck. These are pretty decent gauntlets. I've seen better, though. I think if it was just, like, his torso up, he would be high A or low S. But I think this averages him down to, like, low A, because... Why is it so long? It's definitely nicer than a basic, and it's not like it's cringe, it's just confusing. So Nachzera King will go low to mid-A. Is that bone or wood on his staff? It looks like bone. Gauntlets, yeah. Yeah, like, it's a really nice outfit from about the mid-waist up, including his arms. It's just like, where the hell are his legs? It just goes on and on and on and on. And the few flappy bits do detract from it. So it wouldn't hit S because the flappy bits are very, very distracting and don't really fit with the rest of the vibes. Mouthpiece? Yes, sir. Trope's mouthpiece is up next. Arenst? Is that his name? I thought this was just the playwright. Oh, actually, no, you're right. The playwright is just controlling them. So, unironically, this is a really weird fit. This is not an outfit like you'd see day to day or wear day to day. This is definitely some kind of performance outfit. But it looks really cool. He would have ate if his arms were benched. Like, unironically though, this is... Yeah, the mask is incredibly menacing. I'm usually not a big fan of plumes, especially this. But the way it breaks up his silhouette, the way it emphasizes his face, balanced out with, like, the color highlight is right below his face and right above his face, which centers you out so you're looking at it all, and you really see and appreciate how creepy the mask is, while also drawing your eyes away just enough that it's more in the periphery of your vision, which makes it even creepier. The jacket, like, ordinarily, this jacket is kind of cringe. Piece by piece, a lot of these pieces are cringe. It's just they combine into something really amazing. The arms, really fantastic. These flowing parts work really, really well because they give you more distraction and stop you from focusing too hard. The fact that you're not actually really sure of what you're looking at really adds to the menacing vibes because it makes it a lot less, like, clear. When something's really clear, it's usually a lot less scary. He's got a very narrow waist, yeah. I do really like how they've gone to emphasize his flat chest and then also given him a dress that emphasizes his hips so that just for a moment you're not sure if he's a man or a woman. You really like this man even if he's unsmashable? Yeah, like, this is just such a cool villain vibe. The handles on his arms are cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Especially also, he's holding marionette strings because he mind controls people. The chains around his waist are a fantastic highlight. Once again, they leave you not sure of where to look, and then there's the subtle dashes of red around his skirt as well in lots of flowing parts. If this was like day-to-day wear, obviously this would be bad. Oh my god, his hands? Yeah, his hands are very detailed and very creepy. He's like the Grinch. Those hips, those aren't hips, they're straps. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, they've made it look with the design of his semi-corset and the straps hanging off his hips. They've made him look feminine from the waist down so that you're not sure what you're looking at. Same way he's got heels, and he's got a dress that's relatively tight, but he doesn't need to move too much. I don't like it around here. I think it'd be nicer if it was a more sweeping wide dress that came out wide. But, like, that's the only thing that takes away from the creepiness of the design. Everything else, like... Ordinarily, having all of these highlights all over the place distracting your attention is a really bad thing. But there's a reason that's a generalization and not a rule. None of this is a rule. For example, like, the chains. You're not sure where to look when you're looking at his hips. That's part of what makes the illusion so strong and makes you think, oh, these are womanly hips, but also just kind of creepy. The face, you're not actually having your attention drawn entirely to his face. You're having it drawn away from his face while still keeping it in your peripherals, which just makes it really makes it creepy. Nipple rings. He doesn't have nipple rings. Those are not over his nipples. Yeah, like, unironically, I think he might be flooding. Maybe. He's either low flooding or high S tier. Because this is not an outfit you would wear. Like, this is very much you're going for a vibe. So, the purpose of this outfit is not to be worn day to day, it's to be menacing. And this just, it leaves you with so many questions, and that's a really good thing here. He canonically has... No, he doesn't, Joe. I can say that quite certainly. But you can headcanon that. But yeah, like, I unironically think, like, fashion-wise, this is so intentionally off. Every problem with it, except maybe the bottom of the dress, is very intentional to give a distinct look, to just, like, distract you, confuse you, and make you creeped out. And it works super well. Like, if this was day-to-day... If you saw someone dressed like this at a costume party, you'd think they did an incredible job. Because, like, this is such a distinct costume, even if you didn't know what they came as, it's just so creepy. So it's more a case of this, same as with the tournament nights, this fills the role it wants to fill so perfectly that even though the individual pieces aren't necessarily nice clothing, the overall is just so fantastic. I am an IS lore enthusiast, and that's how I know it's not true. It's the illusion. Yeah, like, it breaks up his silhouette. This is another great example of a very distinct silhouette. When you look at his silhouette, you think, oh, this is a woman, because the way it's silhouetted, which is what confuses us when there's no chest. But then there's also really distinct headpieces, really distinct arms. You would recognize this if this was a black screen. You'd go, oh, that's the mouthpiece. You wouldn't confuse him with anyone else. Even though it's in a really plain pose, it's really creepy. You're never sure where to look. It's dragging your attention all over the place. It's fantastic design. Wait, I'm telling the truth, I'm still not done yet? Yeah. I told you. I still have like a third left. I'm only 2/3 done. Now, moving on, next we have Nasty Lundre. I will once again try to speed up a bit because I'm starting to get a little bit hungry. Now, I'm a big fan of stomach gap, but I think because of the black, it detracts from it. You don't want a dark highlight and then also a light highlight right there. That being said, the color scheme of the tan jacket with the white shirt, really fantastic. The green highlight, really fantastic. The black, less amazing of a highlight. Glove works really, really well. I don't think it works super nice for a C. She's in the middle of B. I'd give her higher than B. This is definitely an intentionally thought out outfit. It's just like, it's not god tier. It's still a really nice piece of clothing. The pants, really fantastic. Women in pants always look good. Suit pants, tight suit pants. Lovely shoes. Love the way the skirt, the jacket is hanging on her. Even though I'm not a big fan of the black as a secondary highlight. This reddish black I don't think works super well. But overall, like, I think she's more of an A tier. Definitely more on the... Definitely nicer than B tier. Actually, maybe. She is Nah. Yeah, she is more comparable to Ben, actually, now that I think about it. It's weird. No, her outfit is definitely has more going on than Ben. She's definitely put more thought. I will pop her... Oh, my toggles are acting up. I will pop her in A tier. I think she's low A. Ben is an A tier, what do you mean? No, he's not. He's wearing very, very plain. It's just incredibly nice. I could see Ben as A tier, though. Ben is B tier for best. Best boy, Ben. You sent you the design. Yeah, don't worry. I will get to it. I just can't look at it on stream. I'll get back to you off stream, though. Promise. He should be an A. I might revisit Ben. I might. He definitely is at least very high B or low A. But I think, like, while she misses a bit in the color scheme, the design is really, really nice. It's just the colors are a bit off. And only that one reddish-black color. The rest works super, super well. The hair ornaments match her hairstyle super well, frame her face super nicely. The green matches her eyes really, really well, which is why it's such an amazing highlight color. Like, this is a really well thought out outfit. Even if, like, she's not the best at fashion, she's still put together a very, very good outfit, if that makes sense. Benthonixigios for A tier petition. I'll consider it at the end. Coming up next, we have 9. Yep, sweet, I did put her. Sweet, just wanted to make sure I put her on the tier list. Now, once again, 9 is very attractive, but I'm not ranking on how attractive they are, I'm ranking on their outfit. So, there are a few problems with 9, despite the fact that she's objectively pretty, and it kind of works because she's pretty enough to pull it off. So, for starters, this sleeve does work really well with this sort of crop top style jacket, especially given how tight it is. Showing off her stomach works really, really well with the skirt and with the belt. The problem is this super long cloak. The way it's sitting takes away from the shirt. You forgot you have class, goodbye. Yeah, have fun in class, Mio. Don't worry, the VOD will still be here if I'm not live when you get back. Hair and eye color match, yeah. This is a really good contrast. Obviously, she can't control that though, that's natural. Her skirt, really fantastic matching to her crop top. I also like how one arm has a sleeve, and the other is sleeveless. Gloves, really nice. This is an example of orange highlights done pretty well, even if I'm still not a super big fan of this shade of orange for a highlight color. I think the pattern on her skirt is a little bit busy. I will say though, the way it hugs her ass, very, very nice. It's fine to hide her legs, she's drawn attention here. The belt's pretty practical, that would be uncomfortable on her tail, but like, end of the day, that's up to her to decide. The pattern is really, really nice on the skirt, the length it's reaching is really nice, and it looks like it'd be slightly slitted on the front, which is lovely, but can't judge. Midriff, your back, yep, muscular back flooding. So I think... Oh, the shoes are nice, and the stockings underneath are nice, but they're pretty plain. I do think this cloak is really cool, but I think it needs to sit slightly differently. If it came slightly more off the shoulder, I think it would work a lot better. And I do think the color scheme could use a bit of improvement. It's just plain white on black, like faded white on faded black, with very strong orange. But that being said, like, the fit, once again, is very, very strong. This is really well fitted to her. You just notice her hair with snakes. Yep. She's got that Medusa fit. But where would I rank her? Let's compare her. I think she's meaningfully nicer than everyone in A tier. So I think she's an S. I think she's a mid-S. I wouldn't put her in flooding. There's room for improvement, especially in the color and the design. But the actual fit of the outfit is really, really good. I think if this had a few more highlights, slightly fitted better on the coat, and a bit more interesting of a design, it would be flooding. But as it stands, I think it's just an S tier. That being said, like, she's very, very well dressed. The fit is really good. Part of that's just, it's tight and she's attractive. But like, look, this wouldn't work on a lot of people, and she pulls it off. So that is, in its own way, fashion. Now, everyone's favorite grandma, we have Outcast. Rest in pieces, 07s. You were really, really cool. We all love Outcast. It's a shame she won't be playable. She's once a... Is that a female? Yes, this is a female. She shot her 6th. Rip. Yep. Yes, this is indeed a woman. I'm not a big fan of Outcast's face, but I'm not going to, like, detract points from that. She wears the Rhodes Island standard. I'm a bit confused at how her hair is both underneath and over her hat. It's a bit weird. Granny Angel, yes sir. Now, once again, like Mechanist, she wears the Rhodes Island standard really well. The way she's got it over one shoulder, she gives off that old Western vibes, which is exactly what you want. She's got a revolver. Like, she gives you immediately the vibes you want that match her character. Bro, literally insulting women. No, not for... It's her eyes, nose, and chin are weirdly proportioned in regards to each other. Literally just a case of the anatomy is off, not she has a weird old face. Which I only noticed because I draw anatomy worse than this. But those are parts I particularly pay attention to because it stands out so much. Got the JoJo hat, yeah. Where does it stop being hat? Where does it become being hair? No, besides, like, no one here's insulting Outlast. She's chat as hell. L for being old, no. Unironically, like, she's taken the Rhodes Island standard drip. She's made it really good. This is especially, I love the way that it hides just one arm. Like, the way it flows here. This is really great asymmetry. Maybe this could be a bit longer, but even then, like, the turquoise highlights work really well for her. She's pulling them off, and part of that, she's got faded orange and yellow as the others. Love the glove, even though I'm not a big fan of this weird gap here. The color works, but it's a bit strange. Love the arm stockings she's wearing. You like old men, but grannies are a no for you. Cliff Clip. Yeah, he did like Cliff Clip, don't worry. The shoes are fine. The pants are a little strange, but that's because they're tucking into the shoes. It's just hard to tell because it's low res, because you only see this character from the waist up, so they didn't spend too much time. I think she is once again an A. She's taken the Rhodes Island standard, and she's made it really, really nice. I think she's a solid A, same as Mechanist and Misery. I don't think it's nice enough to be S, because it is once again the Rhodes Island standard, but it's a really good iteration of the Rhodes Island standard. I do like the hat as well, even though it's weird with her hair. Coming up next, we have yet another punchable bastard. This time for his personality. A lot of people forget he's a boss because his mechanic is very ignorable. He's just a slightly buffed version of an elite enemy. But he is... I hated his character in the event. He's such a good heel. You love to hate him. Now, design-wise, this red is too light for this shade of green. It does clash a little bit, which is unfortunate. The red also clashes with the brown of his jacket, which also clashes with the yellow highlights on his jacket. Didn't read the event. What did he do? He was basically just a jackass. Don't worry too much about it. His red glove, it shouldn't be the same shade as the scarf. It would be fine on its own if the scarf was different. You're a lay down, keep talking, pretty boy, it's music to your ears. Hey, if you end up dozing off to my voice, you won't be the first. That happened in my third stream. I'm sure it's happened since. The blue on his necklace, yeah, the blue on his necklace is really, really nice, but this shade of red does not match it. His color scheme is all over the place. Like, basically every color clashes just a little bit. Like, it's not a super bright clash, but none of it meshes well. He's got the classic crossbody belts that serve no purpose. These yellow ones are at least just the design of the shirt and look nice. But these two, very, very strange. I have no idea, like, this holster makes sense. What the hell is this one for? His shoes are fine, his pants are fine, but it's just the constant color clash. Word, you're to do the same, you have work in 6 hours. Yeah, that's very fair. IRL always takes priority. Please take care of yourselves. Posture check, water check, everyone. Oh, it's Oren for a moment thinking... Yeah, then you notice the halo, yeah. He's pretty forgettable outside of him being a jackass. Why is his axe dripping? I have no idea. It's definitely a bit weird. But, like, unironically, I think he might be a D tier. Because every piece of this clothing individually is fine. And despite that, he's managed to throw together an awful outfit. So, like, he has negative fashion sense. He got really nice clothing, and every single piece of it doesn't work with each other. This guy has no idea how to assemble an outfit. It looks really bad. So I think he might be the second D tier. At the very least, he would be cringe, but I'm leaning more towards D tier. Because it's like, at least Damazdi Cluster has a vibe going on, you know? It's a little bit cringe of a vibe, but it's a bit cringe. This guy, like, not only does he have a punchable face, every single piece of clothing just doesn't work with each other. He took really nice pieces of clothing and he kept fucking it up. His tailor had beef with him, yeah. He really pissed off the person who bought his clothes. What about the rings over his glove? Oh, he's holding bullets. Those aren't rings. So he's one of the gun operators. Or gun enemies. But yeah, it looks like rings at first. No, he's holding bullets. It's hard to tell. Yeah, I can see it slightly larger than you guys probably can, because my screen's a bit larger. Then coming on up, we have Patia. A Sancti. Patia is a Liberry. Patia, relatively simple outfit, but very, very nice outfit. The shoes are... they're Arknights shoes. Let's leave it at that. Patia's cute but annoying as hell. Yeah, but we're just ranking her drip, not her personality. Otherwise, Oren's ranking wouldn't have changed. Because it'd be D either way. Now, her thigh highs are nice. I think they could use a bit more style. These are very, very plain thigh highs. You should go a little bit nicer, but they're fine. The absolute territory, you love to see a little bit of thigh. The skirt, this is a really, really nice skirt, especially the way it's sitting on her. This is fitted to her really, really well. Yeah, we're getting no hot men. This is a California. Hey, you'll get hot men soon. There's more coming up. She spends all her event yelling at Fear Meta for being happy. Yeah. Patty is kind of cringe personality-wise, but like, this is a really lovely skirt. Really, really fantastic skirt. The belt's fine. The undershirt color matches it really well. The jacket is sitting a bit strange on her, but it'd be fine if her arm was down, unironically. I will say this blue highlight doesn't work because her hair's green. Does slightly clash. So she loses a few points for that, because individually these are both really nice, but it does clash with her hair. You've got to take into account your immutable characteristics. Extremely biased towards Liberry, they're your fave. I mean, Liberry are overall really good. Unironically, I think even with this problem, she might be an S tier. I'll have to look. She's either high A or low S. But like, this band across her chest is a bit weird, but it's to tie her cloak in place. The way she's got her undershirt sitting on her arms is really nice. I don't know what the purpose of that is, though. The skirt is really, really nice. I just think she could use slightly nicer thigh highs as well. So let's take a look. Let's compare. The badge is nice. Yeah, the badge is really nice. It just clashes with her hair color. That's the only problem. Otherwise, like, the badge by itself is really, really nice. Even if she just moved her hair over the back of her cloak instead of in the front, it'd be absolutely fine. And of course the thighs, yeah, a little bit of thigh. Not the world's nicest thighs, but like, works really well with the skirt. I think she's an S tier. She's more in line with people like Gertrude than with Alina or Lemoine. Yep, definitely an S tier, having looked at those. Like, it's a really plain outfit that a lot of people could pull off IRL, but it's a really, really nice plane. Patriot next, yes sir, yes sir. Yes, S, yeah, like, I do still think it's a low S tier, but if you saw someone wearing this IRL, you'd just think, wow, they're really, really fashionable. It's sort of like a scholarly style, but it looks really good on her. She pulls it off. And now we have Patriot. Yet another character people want to be playable, who never will be, if you catch my drift. Now, Patriot is definitely practicality over appearance. He is definitely rule of cool style operator. That being said, it's pretty cool. His outfit is balanced around his armor, so I will count his shield. It fits really, really well. Especially, like, this orange highlight really works. It wasn't originally there. He painted it to symbolize reunion. But it actually works as a highlight. I don't like this shade of orange, but it really does work. His shield is incredibly badass, and also taller than most people, by the way, because Patriot's a giant. Don't forget, most armor of the armor is compulsory for him because it's life support. Yep, but it's still really cool armor. This is a great example of tactical. GPU lungs, yep, he does have that GPU chest plate. The pauldrons are really cool. The helmet's really, really cool. The scarf is a little bit strange, but it's fine. This tassel here is also a little bit strange, but it's fine. The skirt actually works really well. Like, it's subtle enough that it works with the armor. If it was more overstated, it wouldn't work. But, like, it works fine, because his lower body's not the important part, and your attention's going to be drawn to the shield. So, unironically... Oh, where should I put him? He's tactical. He is dressed pretty well. I'm trying to think. He's probably an S tier. I'm trying to think about this. I don't think he's flooded, no. He could definitely make his armor pop more. I do like tactical. I'm biased towards tactical, so I'm trying to ignore that bias. He's making you become a tripod. It's so raggedy, I love it. Yeah, like, the ragged skirt works super well with this worn down, beaten down soldier vibe. The scarf could be a little bit nicer. I do think he's S tier. He's definitely not A tier. He's definitely higher than that. I just don't quite think he's flooding. Because, there are bits of his armor you could make nicer. Like, the helmet could be a bit nicer. He could have a few more distinct highlights rather than a bit of a blur. It's hard to notice individual details aside from the shield. The helmet is sick as hell, though. I do agree. You just defeated him yesterday? Hey, congratulations! Assuming that was, 7/18. But yeah, I can't judge him too harshly because it's life support. I do think the armor could look nicer. Just a little bit. Like, I don't think it's quite flooding, but I do think it's really, really nice. So I think he's an S tier. Now, next up, we have yet another boss. Playwright. Once again, an incredibly pretty guy. I have never actually beaten this boss. I need to go back to IS2. I've fought him a few times. 2 times, and both times I just, haven't had medics or DP gen. So I've just been screwed. Now, aside from his pretty face, and glasses, and nice neck ornaments, and nice hair ornaments, he's still dressed really, really well. You unironically love this cat boy? Yep. Did I make mouthpiece, then pull up with... Okay, look. He's going for a different vibe to mouthpiece. That's the reason it works. Like, this outfit really works for the vibe he's going for. I love the highlight of his blue pen. That's really, really cool. And then it's tied in with a few blue tassels. I will say, I'm not a big fan of how many tassels there are and how many flowing parts there are. It's not sitting on him super well. This side skirt would be nicer if it had a few less and slightly flicked over in front here. It's not bad drip, but it's, yeah, compared to his character, it's not bad. It's definitely higher than A or higher. But there are some flaws with it. The pants, really, really nice. The shoes, super low detail. That's to be expected. This sort of semi-skirt is really nice, but it looks like it ends here because you can see a bit of the pants underneath. You want it to go all the way to the side so that it flares properly. The flare here over the thigh is fantastic, but it is disappointing that it's a square rather than going all the way around, or a little bit more around, just enough that you can't see it. The shirt's a little odd, yeah. The main problem is this giant cravat that goes into his coat, and then the sleeves here. The color balancing is really nice, but the sleeves are not. This is not a good design for his sleeves. I do like how tight it is around his waist, but honestly, the more I look at it, the more I think, while there are really nice components, I think this might be more of an A tier. I'll have to look at the list to be sure. Not a big fan of his sleeves, even though I really like the color. He's wearing awful half-hand gloves, which I always hate. Puffy-ass sleeves. Yep, puffy-ass sleeves with a slit to show off his non-muscular arms. He looks really great from, here up, or even here up. It's just as you start getting lower, it starts to have a few problems. It's still really, really nice. I think he matches more with the S tier. I do think he's S tier now that I look at this list. So yeah, I'll pop Playwright in S tier. He's trope, masterpiece, mouthpiece, definitely nicer though. Definitely better vibes. But I do think, really still fashionable. Very, very fashionable. Then we have Priestess, and she has 3 outfits I'm going to be showing, one of which is a CG. Now, the reason for that is Priestess's default outfit is kind of basic, borderline cringe. Maybe not cringe, actually. Cringe in the upper half, not so much in the lower half. I love the purple highlights leading into the skirt. That's really, really nice. The stocking's really great. Not sure why some skin appears to be showing. It's the girl from the stage preview, yep. Now you have generic harem childhood friend looking character. I will say, she doesn't wear this lab coat very well. It sits super strangely. Kozji wore this better. He wore the same type of jacket and looked good. I do really like this bow highlight. That looks fantastic. The way the hair is framing her shoulders looks great. But you want to do something up here to stop your silhouette looking like a penis. These straps giving her a triangle shape, really not flattering. The skirt is nice. The pants are nice. I reckon this overall is a basic though. Like the arm warmers, whatever. The jacket really does detract from it. I think the jacket is full on cringe. It sits so weirdly, it's not flattering at all. And it detracts from what is otherwise an alright outfit, even though it's not the most amazing. She's not pulling off the... Yeah, exactly. Like, the lab coat does not work. But the rest of the outfit would work without the lab coat, which is unfortunate. Then you have her from this angle where she just looks prettier. This highlights that that is a really nice ribbon. And the lab coat looks a bit better. So part of it's art style, but like even here you can see the lab coat, she just doesn't pull it off. She doesn't quite manage it. Her bottom and upper looks like it come from two different people. Yeah, absolutely. That's part of the problem. Part of that's the art style. The reason I wanted to show the two is her face looks much nicer in this art than this one. And then there's the third, which you can't see her super well, but I did want to bring up. She is the basis for the female version of the Rhodes Island standard, and she pulls it off incredibly well. This jacket is fitted so phenomenally to her. Even though we can't see much of her outfit at all, she looks really amazing in this outfit. Like, amazing enough that I wanted to bring it up. This is one of the nicest iterations of the Rhodes Island standard we've seen. She's definitely not flooding. I would say this is high A or low S if it was just this, which feels weird because it's just the default Rhodes Island, but it fits her so incredibly, incredibly well. You can tell that she is the standard for how they made this outfit. She was the OG Rhodes Island female. That being said, I think overall she ends up in a basic because she has some cringe components and some really nice. You can picture her whole silhouette. Yeah, like, even though it doesn't hug her waist, because of the way it's layered, you can see clearly her entire silhouette, exactly where it'd be. You heavily dislike her and can't explain why, that's fine. She doesn't appear in many events, so you're not missing out on much. But like, I think she definitely fits more in with the basic, because she does have a few problems, but I did just want to point out, like, she wears the Rhodes Island standard incredibly well. I loved this CG for that reason. It looks really, really fantastic, and especially it fits super well with the doc. I'd say she actually wears it much better than the Doctor does. She just looks punchable. Yeah, that's because it's not a dude. Now, coming up next, we have Ratatos. No, because it's not because she's a girl. Yeah, no, look, that's fair. A lot of people dislike Priestess, but we don't know much about her. A lot of people also really like her. And hey, she's the reason we can auto. We use the Priestess system. PRTS, Priestess. It's not her, it's based off of her, though. Now, I do have all three brown tails, but I won't spend too much time on them because they're all very, very similar to each other. This jacket combined with this dress, I don't like it stylistically, just in terms of color scheme. I think it doesn't quite match. But in terms of fit, it's really great layering. The distance between the end of the dress and the end of the jacket, phenomenal. The thigh high is nice. Not a big fan of this thigh strap. I do like a thigh strap there, you just want it to be a different pattern. The boots are whatever, they're standard Arknights weird. Very, very nice jacket. Because it's so heavily flared because of her tail, it still emphasizes her feminine figure because it starts flaring around her waist, which you can see here. So it's absolutely fine that it's relatively conservative, it still shows off the flare. You can wear puffy jackets and have it. I don't like this slit on the back of the arm that's super puffy and filled with orange though. Massive downside, likewise here. The jacket is fine, the necklace is fine. The headphones are nice. She's just a relatively standard B. Like, it's well put together, but there's nothing too noticeable about it. Definitely, like, has... This is just sort of... It's hard to explain properly. She's just wearing a dress with stockings and a coat, and none of them are particularly noteworthy, but it comes together nicely. Mr. Nothing, Brigadier Winflet are your top 3, fair enough. Congrats on getting Winflet, even though it cost you your Hodera savings. But yeah, so I think she's just a pretty solid B, like high B even. And the others will be pretty similar, because they actually all dress relatively similar. So I won't spend too much time on her, because I do have other things I need to do today. Next up, Rat King, Ling's father. I have him with and without coat, and there is a reason for that I'll get. So first off, this does unironically give off mob boss vibes, which is what you love to see. I wouldn't quite call it flooding, there are some problems. It's sitting on him really, really weirdly. The purple doesn't quite work with this super, like, sky blue. It's much too bright of a blue, it needs to be a little less pronounced. The white works, the gold works, but, like, it's a little bit strange. That being said, I would say this outfit is an S tier. It gives you the vibe of the mob boss, it lets you know he's important, it lets you know he's rich, and at the end of the day, he is making it work. And the reason I have this is look at how much worse it looks without that coat that Ling bought him. Kind of hard carried by the coat. It looks goofy. It looks a little goofy. Like, it's still good, but you can see the problems I was talking about more clearly without the coat. The coat definitely completes the outfit. So Ling definitely has a good fashion sense. There's a reason she's flooded. She got him the coat. Gangster Splinter is defo S tier. Yep. So I definitely think he's hard to judge because the pose, like, we can't see too many of the details. He's non-human, so he's got really weird proportions. But I think because of the coat, he's a comfortable S tier. Without the coat, he probably wouldn't be, though. So Lin continues to have amazing drip. She got her dad a fantastic coat. You're gonna make a Splinter reference? Yeah, unironically. He has Splinter vibes without this. You've seen stuff of him. Why would people make things of him and Rangers? Right, now coming up next, we have your boy Red. The Hateful Avenger. With coat, he looks like a boss. Without, he looks like someone you find in the sewer. Yeah. So Red, again, like most NPCs, he has a relatively basic design. The coat, nice length. It's a little bit bland in terms of color. Once again, I don't like this orange as a highlight color. It distracts too much, especially when you're going for bland. These pants are way too baggy around his crotch. It looks like he's shoved like an entire bunch of bananas. The way they fit on his boots, though, very, very nice. Even if the boots are very cringe. Coat, absolutely fine. Sleeves, it is kind of cool having one shoulder and bicep revealed here, even though it's a bit edgelord. I do kind of like that. I also like the cross-shoulder strap for his weapon, that makes sense. Love the cowl, love the hat, but at the end of the day, like, this is pretty basic. There are some cringe elements, but it's definitely more of a B tier. I just wanted to bring him up because, look, we all love Red. He's a great character. Saggy pants, yeah. Why does he look sized down on the cutscene? He probably is. Why is he hot? I mean, hey, he originated in CC2 and then we memed him into existence. Now finally, like, fine, you can have an actual character art for the Hateful Avenger. Then we're getting back. I told you, Joe, there was going to be some more daddies. We're getting back with Sanguinarch. Now, once again, like with Koschei, this guy has an incredibly punchable face, but for a different reason. He doesn't look punchable and smug. He looks punchable because he's the kind of guy who thinks he's better than you, and he's kind of right. He wears it incredibly. The boots, fantastic. Lead into fantastic pants. I love how he does have a slight skirt here, but it's really hard to tell, as it just slides naturally into his suit jacket, and then it really emphasizes the colors of the coat. Waiting for chapter 13 just so you can look at his goofy bust sprite. I do think the coat is too busy, but it works really, really fantastically. The asymmetric layering on the sides, really fantastic. This red scarf, I think it's a bit much. The color works, I just don't like that it's dangling. Likewise, these two belt straps, that takes away a little bit from it. This strap here, though, absolutely fine coming from his shoulder. This shoulder piece is really, really cool. I do really like this. I also like how it's, he's got one arm behind his back. He's doing a sort of military-style salute. That's definitely smash the brain. So yeah, I do think he would benefit from this being made more simple. So I don't think he's flooding. I think this is a little bit over-designed, but I think it's a relatively strong S tier. Like, it's his glove, it's hard to see because this is a bit low res. His glove is very, very nice. Lots of details there. His shoulders are nice. I love the asymmetry of red background on one and plain black with red highlights on the other. The pants work super, super well for that, even though there are a lot of strange straps. Don't really make sense. Like, this one's going basically direct through his crotch. Like, hanging direct over his crotch, rather. Straps all over the place. The cravat is a nice touch. The collar works really, really well to frame his face. So, I don't think he's flooding, but I do think he's got super sexy stuff. S tier for Sanguinarch. I don't know why it changed all of the names to pasted image. Damn it, stop putting on my gas mask. Next up, we have Skirus Browntail. Another Browntail. I will say she unironically dresses nicer than Radatos. I think she's higher than a B tier. Her shoes, very, very plain. Nothing on the legs, but it works. This is a pretty lovely, pretty understated dress. The coloring matches her skin tone to make it imply she might have holes there, even though it's not and it's actually just part of the dress. Yeah, like, she's definitely, I wouldn't put her higher than A, but I'd say high B or low A. This is actually a really good orange highlight color. This cloak adds a lot to her outfit. Without the cloak, the outfit would just be kind of bad, kind of basic, but it actually adds a really interesting silhouette to her. It highlights her breasts without like being super exposed, just highlights the natural curve, which is what you want. It's a little weird from the waist down, especially because these patches do look like exposed skin. But I actually do really like this. This is basic, but this is nice enough basic that I think it would be low A tier. Definitely more on the low A tier spectrum, but meaningfully nicer. Actually, man, Ben really should be A tier. I'll have to reevaluate Ben. I'll have to look at him again. She's definitely nicer than everyone else in A tier, though. Definitely her sister. Then you have Shadow Guard. I just wanted to put these in because I love these edgelords. I love the goofy hat. I love the faded away face. I love the incredibly heavy cloaks. A great example of segmentation, great example of flappiness. Only highlight color is this weird belt hanging past their legs. Nice boots, nice pants. That being said, like, in terms of individual drip, this is either a B or an A. There's no real other. I'll have to decide between these. But I really do like this outfit. It's not showing off you as an individual, but man, it's an interesting outfit. I'm actually leaning more towards A. You unironically love them? Yeah, I get why. Especially like this tiny gap here over the shoulder. It implies so much. And then there's the highlights. There's the strap there to hold it in place. Like, this is really a nice outfit. It also hides a bit too much, so I don't think it's S tier. But I do think it's an A. I do unironically think the Shadow Guards are an A. He looks like the guy... Yeah, like, he looks like he's goofy under the mask, but hey, at least he's aware of that and he's making himself look really cool. I unironically think he looks really, really cool. I know I'm a bit of an edgelord, but I think the Shadow Guards look really cool. I think if it had slightly more highlights, it would be an S tier. But as it stands, I think it's just too weak below the waist to be an S tier, so I think it's more an A. Did I rate other guards like Emperor's Blade and Pegasi Knights? I have Pegasi Knights on the list. I don't have Emperor's Blade. Please do add that to the Discord to remind me. Sorry, there's a reason I've had to split this up into so many parts. As I was going through, I realized so many of these designs have so much love and detail put into them that I want to just nerd over all of them. The other elite troops. I definitely intend to, I just probably will forget some. On that note, Emperor's Blade is hot. Yeah, I won't spend too much time on this guy because all we can... It's monochrome color, it's plain black and gray, but it's really cool. I do understand why some people would put this in S. I personally think it's more towards the A spectrum. But like, I can definitely see it being S. I would say it's very, very high A. I didn't do Roy and Monique in this one, but I will be doing them in next. I want to do them as a duo, and I didn't have time to get them open. There are a few Casimir's ops I missed. Not ops. Next up, we have Signora Sicilia. Also known as Lapland's informal mother. Now, I'm not gonna lie, kind of a gilf. Don't like her? Yeah, I get that. In terms of fashion, like, she's really fashionable. It's very plain, it's very understated. This plain black with the slight gold necklace highlight, that draws so much attention there and works really well with the framing of a giant fur coat and her white hair and her grey eyes. Like, it frames it on her face really, really well. It makes it look fantastic from the shoulders up. Likewise, the gentle curving of gold right on the inside of her cloak, I really love that, especially a little gold chain connecting it. It's fantastic. The way it's sitting on her, yeah, it's a bit understated, and I'm not a big fan of the damage at the bottom. I don't think she'd have a damaged piece of garb. I think it'd be more segmented. But it's really, really lovely, the way it's sitting on her. You love the part of Ayaz where she's like, nobody has called me beautiful. Yeah, I know, right? What is she on about? People probably call her beautiful at this age. They definitely called her beautiful when she was younger. She's the queen of crime. No, she's just like the queen of Siracusa, not even the queen of crime. She's the reason all the Siracusa gangs like bow down and change things, because she tells them to change things. The underjacket is also really, really nice. Another example of demonstrating that a generalization is not a rule. This does hide her waist. That's fine. The way the dress comes out still highlights her hips. So it works absolutely fine. It's a very conservative dress, but it's really, really nice despite that. The slight hint of bust is all you need. You don't need it, like, that's just emphasizing, yes, she is female. No real attention drawn there. It's just a natural highlight, and that's why the gold chain works really well there as well. The buttons, love that they're gold. It sits a little weirdly over her stomach, but that's fine. That's partially just because she's got her arms there as well. These gloves are fine. You'd want them to be a little bit longer, but then they'd clash with the undershirt she's got underneath her jacket. This skirt is a really interesting design, like an interesting plain design. I love this singular gold tassel, and I love the tassels coming off of her sleeve. Like, the super hard to... I don't know where they connect, but it's a nice highlight. Gambino and Capone went to Lungman because she got mad at them. Yeah. She tells you to show up, you show up. You have no choice. Fluffy tail, yes, her tail is fluffing out the front. The skirt, very plain skirt. It could be a bit nicer, but, like, it doesn't need to be. She's wearing... She looks like a very important city official, but she doesn't need to dress up. This isn't an occasion. This is just her sort of normal go-out wear, and it's really nice for normal go-out wear. So I honestly think she's a pretty solid S. Like, she looks really good, and she definitely has style. She keeps it a lot more simple than a lot of other characters do, but it works really, really well because of that. If it was super busy, it'd detract from it. She doesn't need to prove herself. She's not going out for a rave. She's an elegant older lady who's in a very high position of power who wants people to know that she's worthy of respect when they first see her. So she dresses very nicely in very comfortable clothing. Honestly, would she fit in with flooding? Maybe. I'm torn. I actually think she does. I think she might be flooding. Yeah, now that I think about it more, she actually does kind of fit in more with these guys. She's meaningfully nicer than everyone down here. It's a very plain outfit, but it's like a perfect plain outfit, same as Emperor. Like, yeah, there are some bits where, for some people, you'd want to change them. Most people couldn't pull this off. But she's just elegant enough that she absolutely does. The only bit that's, like, actually weird is just how it sits around her stomach, but I think that's just because her arms are, like, pushing it in, unfortunately. But it looks really, really fantastic on her. And yeah, obviously then also the slight damage on the back of the cloak looks a bit strange. But this is such an elegant outfit. You look at her, you know she's someone important, and you know she's someone you don't want to cross. But you're also not, like, inherently afraid of her. She's just a very, very well-dressed older woman who you know is important at a glance. They've added a lot of character with her. Not quite as much as Gambino or Capone, because her character is a bit more understated, so it's hard to put it into the clothing design. But you definitely get the right vibes from looking at her, and it's like, what would you really change to improve this outfit? This is such a phenomenal outfit. So yeah, I definitely think this deserves flooding. Next up, we have Silver Lance Pegasi. Once again, armor. No individuality. You want to see a line of these guys all looking the exact same. That being said, this is really nice armor. Similar to the Apollistic Knights. This is really, really lovely armor. I love the way they've worked in a scarf and a cloak. It always looks fashionable as hell. Like, that is such an amazing detail to add to armor. There's a reason it's a classic. What is that bulge? That is just shading. That's shading and the thighs. I love the chest piece. I love the pauldrons, especially these straps leading to the triangles that then tie up there. They actually work really, really well. Scarf, fantastic. The helmet is really fantastic and really stylized. You just came from school, now you can see a bulge. This is a really great chest piece. Got the Casimir's logo. Got this borderline necklace-looking curve here, even though it's not a necklace. It is strange that they have a bit of an inner thigh and crotch window. But it does look pretty nice. The belt, I'm not sure why they have these weird blue vials. I don't know what these are. That pouch is fine, though. They're positioned correctly. The gauntlet's really amazing. The elbow protection, really, really amazing. They've done such a good job. This would not get in the way, and yeah, it leaves a gap, but this is pretty damn good. Matches the sword, obviously stylized with it in mind. I don't like that the sword has a tag with Casimir's, but outside of that, really fantastic. The legging, this is just such amazing armor. Like, it's really traditional stylized armor, but they've done such a good iteration of it. They have health potions, yeah. Your resolution made you see the gigantic bulge. It's not a bulge. This is part of the thighs. I get how you can see that. That's a resolution issue. The knight is for hire. I unironically think they might be flooding. Let me take a look. Yeah, I think they're flooding. The knight armor having a leather pouch. Like, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, there's so many good bits of attention to detail. And it's like, individually, as an individual, you see an individual wearing this, they're incredibly striking. You get their attention in such a good way. Like, you know this is someone competent. This is an elite fighter. And then if you see a line of them, they'll also blend together super well, but they can also stand alone. Like, as a standalone and as a group, this is such a phenomenal, phenomenal uniform that I do unironically think it deserves a flooding. It looks so damn amazing. Who do we have next? Next up, we have Tallulah, also known as Kozji. Alright, give me 1 second, give me 1 second. Tallulah does have 2 outfits. I need to quickly fill up my water bottle again. I've been drinking a lot of water today, sorry. Okay, now what were you spamming this time? Oh, nothing actually. That's a surprise. I look like someone knocked me out cold. Sorry about that. I don't pay attention too much to what I look like when I leave. Someone wake him up if you fell asleep. I'm back, don't worry. I was very quick. Sorry about that. Should hopefully be the last time. We only have about 10 left. Now Tallulah. I will say, once again, Kozji dresses really, really well. And she definitely inherited a bit of that. It's a very sort of like strange semi-goth aesthetic. It's really hard to describe, but it's really fantastic. She also does pull off the orange highlight, even though I usually, as I've said, do not like this orange highlight. It matches her sword, it matches the underside of her dress, so she's clearly stylized it around the weapon, which is really, really great job from her. Likewise, this dress, this is usually way more jagged and less clear than I'd like, but the way it's spread is super, super nice. Goth chick looks cool, yeah. I will say the shoes are bad as always. They're also different sizes. Shoes are hard, I understand. The stockings being like a grey-white gradient are really, really good as well. Matches her undershirt, really fantastic. Not a big fan of this particular slit. I think this would be better with a slightly different material underneath. But like, fan of the slit. Just the straps underneath look strange. The highlights of orange all through her shirt look so amazing. Her skirt, words. Likewise, really puffy shoulders leaning into like a flared out ending of your sleeve is just classy as hell. Like, it looks so amazing. Likewise, she's got a classic cravat, she's got a lovely collar, she's drawing attention to the bust, she's got a corset on that seems to fold out weirdly. Not a big fan of these two folds, but outside of that, it's just so phenomenal. No zipper. Yep, no zipper, no belts outside of these weird straps here. Very rare for Arknights. So unironically, like, especially considering she's stylized her outfit around her sword, I'm pretty sure Tallulah's flooding, but she has another skin. So I would say this default one is flooding. Let's take a look at her other. Oh, that is not her other. There we go. So this is Tallulah dressed for military. Yeah, Tallulah before her goth face. Unironically though, I don't think she wears it quite as nicely as all of the others we've seen. I still think it looks really, really nice. And yeah, her dress gives off a burning aesthetic, which, like, the fact that you get fire vibes from Tallulah is really important. You know what she's about. It's really great attention to detail. So starting from the bottom, her shoes are still a bit whack. The socks are pretty nice though. Her other outfit is Steam Knight. No, Steam Knight's next. I had it in the wrong order because the alphabet is hard. Still streaming insane. I'm actually almost done, don't worry. Still not the longest tier list I've done. I really like the way the coat hangs. I do. Like, it should be flared out a little more to the side. The actual length, though, is very, very nice. Same as the asymmetry around the back. These thigh straps, very nice. This knee guard, a little bit strange, but, like, it fits the aesthetic. It's fine. You could see her destroying entire buildings with a fire before you see her. You went to a party for 4 hours, came back and I'm still alive. Yes, sir. You forgot how cool she looks. Now you remember why people want to play. Yeah, like, Talala's really cool. Her spiky, the edge of her tail is, yeah, the edge of her tail is very much spiked. She's a spiky dragon. I do really like this sort of half skirt over here. Obviously, I'm biased. I've got a similar half skirt. But she's got a multi-layered half skirt with a tiny slit over her thighs. It's really, really fantastic. And then obviously a strap to hold her sword. This sword, that is not a good spot to put it. You're going to struggle to draw this. And it's going to get tangled in these straps here. Rope straps here rather than, not really ropes. Hello, we're now at T. Yes, sir. We have like 10 operators left. Normula is flooding. I do think overall Talala might be flooding. I'm trying to think. Yeah, like... I think this outfit also might be flooding. Even if I think this outfit is low flooding. But I still think it's flooding. The shoulders work really, really well. It doesn't even look like a mop. Like all of the others do. The rope works fantastically, even though her sword is going to get tangled. I love the color highlights. They're not too much to distract from her face. This one arm half coat. Half cloak, that's the word I was looking for. Really amazing, especially with the red highlight. The way the torso hugs her bust, really great. Once again, a cravat, and really tight across the chest over her shoulders. That's really lovely to see. This is a very, very fancy semi-military parade style, and it looks fantastic. So I think both of these are flooding. So yeah, obviously Talala is flooding. And yes, I did accidentally skip Steam Knight. The alphabet is hard. He's up next though. Sword is set up for tripping her over. Yeah, like she goes to pull out the sword and she pulls her torso over. You like the not oversized cape? Yeah, like this is a pretty solid cape length. Ideally, you'd want it like a bit shorter, maybe to here. But even still, it's really, really nice. You like her so much because she could pass as a boy. She definitely has boobs. Definitely. You're just biased because anime. But yeah, she does have a sort of boyish face. A sort of tomboyish face. Her sword is a two-handed greatsword. Yeah, like, strapping it to the waist like that and having it go directly up is always a bit of a risky business when it's a greatsword. But respect for her for pulling it off. Even here, like, that's a bit of a strange way to strap the sword. And then we have Steam Knight, because I had Talala out of order and wanted to nerd about Talala for a second. Now, once again... sheesh. Tomboy vibes in the first, goth in the second. Yeah, like, Talala's tomboy and goth. Daddy? Yep. Steam Knight? Really, once again, they do not miss when it comes to full armor. It's definitely worse below the waist. The shoes are a little weird. These shield plates, the knee parts, very strange. The cross plate, the crotch plate rather, very strange. The hip plates, from the hip plates upwards, it starts getting amazing. Works incredibly with the weapons. Obviously, it's a one piece. And I love this super stylized sort of leaf style. The helmet's also really fantastic. This gives you strong London vibes, which is exactly what you want. Like, this is incredible armor that I definitely think is flooding. You couldn't... it's hard to think of better armor design for what you're going for here. Love the pauldron, hate the chestplate. Yeah, that's fair. I like the chestplate. I don't like the under half of the chestplate. Knee shields, yeah, they're weird. Robot knights. We've already done the robots. They're all naked. Male knights cannot take an L. Unironically, yeah. I mean, there was that one guy. Leonhardt. But unironically, like, I think all the armor designs so far are absolutely flooding. His helmet's like a halberd. Yeah, it also reminds you of like the top of gates, if that makes sense. The little spike they add on the top of the fence. You don't claim Orin. That's fair. I do think like it's probably only an S tier below the waist, but because the weapons are so cool and the torso is so cool, I think it's still a flooding. Leonhardt doesn't exist, true. L for Leonhardt. Yes, sir, yes, sir. The only male knight's L. Then coming up next, we have Teresa. I do find it funny that her brother is named Teresis. Who's Leonhardt? Yeah, you don't claim him. He's the guy who's incredibly punchable. And can't dress himself for shit. Now, unironically, Teresa, she doesn't dress as nicely as her brother. I will say that. He's coming up next. But she's still... This is a really, really lovely dress. It's a very strange dress. Not many people could pull it off. It's very clearly designed specifically with her body in mind. I definitely think it's nicer than basic. But, like, I wouldn't put it in flooding. Definitely not flooding. Yeah, Tari bro and Tari sis, except sis is the male. She has Originium shards on her dress. I'm not sure what they are, but it does add good highlights. Zombie Knight. I do actually, like, this is a really, really weird armband here, but it looks really, really nice. Oh, sorry, my eyes are spazzing out on my model. The shoulder plate, very strange. These tassels, very strange. The dress itself is really fantastic. The shoes and underpants are fantastic. But the extra bits, while they work for color balancing reasons, they break up the silhouette in a bad way. They're adding too many tassels. Too many weird flappy bits. Like 1 layer, 2 layer, 3 layer, and this layer's jagged, and then around there as well, and then there as well. So you're adding multiple different layers. But that being said, like, it's still a really lovely dress. Yeah, she pulls it off, but that's less so about... Like, the dress is clearly... She's basically the only person in the world who could pull off this dress. Her clothing makes her arm look attached to her spine. Yeah, I can get that. Let's take a look. Having seen the S tier, I do think she actually does fit in more with S tier. I think she's a low S. She's definitely nicer than, like, anyone in A. This is a really, really fantastic dress. I do also love, like, the double V over her chest. It looks weird from this angle, but from front on, it'd look really, really nice. The way the black is contrasting the white looks fantastic. The way it's hanging around her torso. Teresa, yes. This is Teresa. Apologies if I say Teresa's. This is Teresa. To reanimate the founder. Teresa's is a syscon. Look, it's a bit strange. But, like, having looked at this, I definitely think she's more in line with the S tier. She looks... It's, again, relatively simple. And it does have flaws, but it's a fantastic dress that fits her super, super well. And not a lot of people could pull this off. Which just, again, goes to show that she has some pretty good fashion sense. Because for most people, this would look really, really bad. But she knows herself well enough to work it. Her brother, on the other hand, continuing the trend. Male knights do not lose. He's so handsome. And, but, like, not even his face. I'm not a big fan of his face and the pink hair, but his outfit is really amazing. I love it. It's so dripped out. First off, the one shoulder cloak. There is a reason that all of the dark, edgy, like, protagonists of villainess manga and the edgy character in otome games always have this dark-themed over-shoulder, one-shoulder cloak. And that is because it looks really amazing. The asymmetry adds so much. One-side shoulder plaids, yep. The shoes are a little bit strange, but absolutely fine. You'd fight for him, yep. Fluffy collar, yep. Even the tear at the bottom to show highlights of red is fantastic. The way that side slits of this skirt look really fantastic. I'm not a big fan of this singular dangling bit, but, like, the shoes are amazing, the pants are amazing, the skirt's amazing, even the puffy bottom, but only on the back, leaving this to be more normal, only on the sides rather, leaving the front to be more normal. That's lovely, the button's fantastic. These belts, there's probably a few too many belts, but they look really, really good. His gauntlet is cool as hell. That is some incredibly thorough protection, but it also makes it look like he's got muscles. Now, a lot of people think that, like, same as breastplates, a lot of people say, oh, breastplates wouldn't hug the boob. Well, historically, we have crotch plates that are shaped like a penis. Because at the end of the day, this is reinforced iron. You're not really damaging people through that. So the fact that it's stylized to make him look as muscular as he would be without it is absolutely fine, wouldn't really detract from the defense. Like, not meaningfully. It looks really, really fantastic, and it's pretty good protection. The cloak, phenomenal color balancing. The one highlight pattern there with the gold leading into this excellent fur pattern. This is the perfect width. If it was more narrow, it'd be a bit cringe. If it was wider, it would look stupid. Works really well with the pauldron as well. The chest piece is really amazing layering. I love armor like this. This is such cool armor. Works super well with the skirt as well. All of the crossbody belts and tassels work fantastically. You can see where the armor's attached. It's amazing. The back of the red back of the cloak as well works amazingly. Lets you know that it's very intentionally asymmetrical. Did I see real-life armor? Lots of IRL armor? Yeah. I've looked at a lot of IRL armor. Anyone that thinks we wouldn't have, like, boob-hugging boob plates, you're wrong. Not for every piece of armor, but, like, a lot of armor adds aesthetic because it doesn't super sacrifice protection. It doesn't, like, direct all the force to your sternum. No, you're hitting an iron plate. If it's piercing through, you have a major problem, and you should, like, fire your blacksmith. The blacksmith who made that's never working again if it pierces through an inch of solid iron. The reason warhammers became a thing was because swords can't get through plate mail. Like, they just can't. They can't do any damage. So maces came back into use because, oh, if I hit you with a mace, I will break your bones through your armor, and your armor will be fine. Like, unironically, downed knights would usually... their armor would be ransomed off. Like, the armor would still be intact. You would die before your armor does. That's how strong plate mail is. So it does not matter if you have, like, a boob-hugging chest plate, if it's thick plate mail. That's just not how physics works. It's not like... oh, it's slightly worse protection. You're right. But, like, it's like 1% decreased defense. And the armor is going to outlast you either way. So it's absolutely fine, and it makes you look nicer. Cod pieces reinforce your knight fetish. Yeah. Cod pieces are nice, but also skirts like this. I love the aesthetic of upper body armor into a dramatic skirt. To do any damage with a sword against armor, you need to hit the joints or under the helmet. Yeah, exactly. Like, so many people underestimate just how ridiculously strong plate mail is. The only reason plate mail has fallen out of favor is guns. Like, modern guns. Keep in mind, like, muskets and cannons... not muskets. Cannons have been around for quite a while. Like, Joan of Arc's favorite weapon was a cannon. That's how old cannons have been. And the reason, instead of a corporal, explosive corporals, ordnance corporals in most, artillery, that's what. Artillery corporals in most armies are called brigadiers, is because the brigadier was the lowest ranking officer they could use to use the cannon, because it had a 50% chance of shooting in the right direction and a 50% chance of killing the person who pulled the metaphorical trigger. So they were the least important person they could trust with that duty. But yeah, cannons have been around since the medieval days. The only reason plate mail's fallen out of favor is just guns can get through it regularly enough that it's no longer worth the expense. Now we just worry about armoring the torso. But, like, modern day body armor is basically just a simplified version of plate mail. As long as you don't make the cleavage too deep. Yeah, the cleavage too deep would be uncomfortable, but it wouldn't, like, be a risk. You know? Like, oh, it would make it slightly easier to hit you, but you're not dodging in plate mail most of the time. Crossbows before guns, even then it's so-so. Only really high draw crossbows could regularly get through armor. But yeah, like, crossbows definitely made plate mail less important, and that's why they started adding chainmail underneath as well. Kevlar Pog resists stabs and gunshots. Brigadier mentioned. Yeah, not the character though. Yeah. I mean modern guns. Old guns do predate plate mail, which is crazy to think about. But it's the same reason, like, longbowmen got their shit wrecked by crossbows. Because why would you spend 20 years training a longbowman when you could just, like, give someone a crossbow and 5 minutes of training and then they're good to go? Alright, so, sorry. Back to Teresis. Easy flooding. He looks incredible. Every part of his outfit, he definitely gives off villain vibes. He's a stern ruler. He's cool. He looks like the evil emperor you're fighting against, and he looks fantastic. A lot of things we take for granted are super old. Oh, yeah. Like, grenades, that's a great example. Also, like, coliseums. You know, sports arenas? They're just coliseums, bro. Like, cranes existed in Rome. Like, actual mechanical cranes used to lift heavy things. That was the thing in Rome. Byzantine Empire used incendiary grenades? Yeah, absolutely. Castlevania enemy. Yeah, he looks like Castlevania Dracula style. Maybe not like the head honcho, but definitely at least the secondary head honcho. In the 700s. Yeah, like, people really overestimate how new a lot of technological advancements are. Which is very fair, because history is confusing. Oh, my gas mask came back on. Okay, next up we have Scout, the final generic Rhodes Island for the day. Once again, he makes it work. He's using the generic Rhodes Island, but, like, I love this checkered face mask flag he's got. I love the hat. So Teresa says Alucard, yeah, pretty much. It's a little weird. Like, it works really well for him. Glasses, he's hot. Yeah, he's really, really hot. He's wearing the standard Rhodes Island jacket, but the way he's wearing it is super great. You wouldn't really want to quiver there. You'd want it more like central. If you run, that's just all of the arrows are falling out as soon as you lift your left leg. Pants are standard. He's adding... I don't like this kind of knee guard. It's way too large. But like relatively standard Rhodes Island garb. He's just, again, he's made it work for him. He doesn't look like generic NPC. He looks like attractive generic NPC. Where is he? Why isn't he showing up? Damn it. I'm sure I had him. I'm absolutely sure I had him. Let me see. I'm positive I saved Scout. So just not all of them copied. Yeah, I was right. So yeah, Scout, like with the others, gets an A tier. Where, yes, he's wearing the Rhodes Island standard, but he has modified it to look really, really nice. You already had to change your underwear, now you're gonna have to Scout. Now, coming up next, I won't spend too much time on him because it's very nice basic. Modified personal basic. And this is going to be the same. Tin Man. This is a really lovely iteration of the sort of generic noir detective, but he absolutely makes it pop with how he's wearing it. So color scheme, very, very basic. Nice, gentle tan, matched with a white undershirt and a red tie. Looks fantastic. The way the trench coat, like trench coats are a classic for a reason. This isn't a full trench, this only goes down to the knees. But there's a reason this style of coat has always been in fashion, and that's because it looks phenomenal. Matches his hat. I do find his face a little bit creepy. But like, matches super, super well. Yeah, it gives off Constantine vibes, exactly. Like, it's a common trope, but it's always done pretty well. You know, it's like Detective Gumshoe as well. There's a play on the trope if you've played Ace Attorney. It's the hot dog guy. I don't necessarily like the overalls hinted at underneath, but it's fine. Just not my kind of thing. Very, very standard. Not a big fan of this strap here, but like, this is a pretty solid A. It's nothing too special. We've all seen this trope before, but it's done really nicely. And it's always done really nicely because it's really hard to mess this up. This is the sort of noir detective who doesn't play by the rules, but catches the bad guy. So I just thought, hey, look, he looks cool and he's got a pipe. Not a big fan of his tie. It's weird that it's strapped to his chest, but it's really nice. It's a solid A. Almost towards the end. And yes, two of the next ones are visible. Tola and Ulpianus after him. Now, I will say, Tola is probably, for Arknight standards, the worst armor they've done. For, like, at least for the ones I've covered today. It's still really nice, but comparative to the other armors, it is less distinct and impressive. So to start us off with, what the hell is this underhelmet part that covers his head? And this is a really strange mask. The shoulder pads are nice, but like, this is a weird combination of chain and plate that looks super strange. It's got more of an Eastern armor vibes, which I do really like and works super well with his Naginata, I believe that is. I definitely think he's better than B tier. It's still Arknight's armor. They've still done a phenomenal job. There's a few too many belts, but like, structure-wise of the outfit, it does really, really work. Tassels are absolutely fine. Once again, he's mostly a performance knight. I love that he's got a Naginata and then also a katana. So yeah, definitely more Eastern style armor, which does make sense because he's based off of Genghis Khan. I do like the fur. It's mainly the head that's detracting from it. I think this is still an S tier, but I think it's a low S. Yeah. He's definitely sort of along the lines of Anduin, where he's got a really cool concept. He just slightly messes it up, but not enough to like become super bad or anything. It's Laminar, yeah. Yeah, sorry if I get the weapons wrong. I don't know all of my spears. I only know like a couple of the general ones. Ditto swords. But yeah, the color balancing is pretty on point. Red highlights, not too much underneath that. Definitely more low S, borderline high A, but I'm leaning more low S. Because again, this isn't meant to be incredibly practical armor. This is still mostly for tournaments. So it absolutely works. Then we have Ulpianus, the first male Abyssal Hunter. The Chad himself, the Giga Chad who raised Skadi in all of the comics by that one incredibly talented artist who pumped them out for years. He isn't really more of a performance knight. Yeah. But like, what I mean by that is, it's practical and it doesn't really have any downsides, but at the same time it's distinct. He fits in with the vibes of the performance knights, even though he's obviously more oriented towards practical compared to the average Casimiers. You're right, and I did explain that badly, so thanks for bringing that up. Sorry about that. Now, Ulpianus, I am so biased against his hat. It is an incredible hat. And this collar, the jagged collar, it looks so cool. This jagged necktie, this is just rule of cool the operator. So I, like, even the mask, I love it so much. Headcanon, oh yeah, I'm not going to read that. Sorry, Joe, I'm not reading that aloud. Standard boots, standard pants, but really cool. This is just like, I'm very biased towards tactical, and this is just tactical. This is really well done tactical. I love how jagged his over jacket is. I love how it matches super well with his giant scythe. The chains, the little straps across his body holding whatever these are. But I don't think he's flooding. As much as I personally would put him in flooding, I don't think this outfit is enough to be put into flooding. I think this is just a strong S. A lot of weird straps, like why is this over your coat? This white undershirt, it's laid a bit too much, doesn't quite work. A bit edgy, yeah. I'm weak to the edge, that's why I'm biased towards him. I'm trying to remove my own bias. You're spelling what the hell, don't worry, I understand. I don't know what this is around his neck, it looks like it could be a gas mask, but it's a really weird design if so. Mid-S to high-S, yeah, that's where I'm sitting as well. Like, the belt straps, they do make sense. They're holding things in place, even though they're a little bit low, a little bit over his crotch, and a few too many belts. But just the core concept here, he's nowhere near... Honestly, of the Abyssal Hunters, he's probably the best dressed, except for Spectre, because he's not too impractical. He's not as impractical. So it still works really, really well. This is still a really nice outfit. I would put him mid to high S. I do agree with you on that. He just looks so cool. I'm trying so hard to ignore my urge to just... I love the Bloodborne aesthetic. I love the edge. So I'm trying to avoid nerdging out. Brode's clothes are full of belts. Yeah, but like all of them work. None of them are like individually bad. They all work with the outfit. Gonna wail so hard when he becomes playable, yeah. Then we have Valeus, another operator from the Kcherag event. Or not operator, NPC, sorry. Now, obviously, the highlight of her outfit, she's very busty, and she's emphasizing that by having a hand underneath her boobs. That being said, white on black, very, very standard. These leggings are ridiculously tight, and she has massive shins and massive thighs, but also really short thighs for some reason. I do actually really like this fluffy jacket. I think it works super well with the undershirt she's got going on here. I think it's hanging a bit low, but look, it's fine. Her boobs are just massive, I guess. The cowbell, not a lot of women would wear a cowbell, especially busty women, because of the derogatory context, but that's fine. It works as the design, adds a nice highlight. I do like this little bit of black fluff, even though I'm not super fond of fluff. The red highlight, it's a bit weirdly placed. It works for color balancing, just the position doesn't so much work. Likewise, these pouches, they're very weirdly attached. They're not attached properly. They're going to bounce all over the place as you walk. Because they're not tied on super tightly. You'd ideally want them a little bit higher and a little bit tighter. You think Ural should wear a cowbell? Yeah, fair enough. This is a very plain outfit. It's effectively just 4 pieces. The undershirt... Oh, no, 5 pieces. Yeah. Gloves, a sort of full-body stocking, an undershirt, and the coat. Have I ranked Toland? I don't think so. Please pop him in NPC drip if you remember. You can think of something else that bounced all over the place as she walked. Yeah, especially with the cowbell drawing attention to it, because that's gonna ding. That being said, like, I think this is a pretty solid S tier. Like, this is a very nice outfit. It's made easier by the fact that she's conventionally attractive, shall we say. But she's put it together, like, there are a few flaws. It's very simple, but it's a very nice simple. Like, it does fit in with all the other S tiers. So, lots of... The NPCs, like, it's a little harder to talk about them because by their very nature, they have slightly more simplified designs, which does make sense because they're NPCs, they're not full-fledged operators. But it's still really, really nice. Well, she is a sheep, yeah. She's so fluffy, yep. She's gifted. Would ding it? Yeah, I think she dings it just by existing. Not gonna lie. You went AFK to make coffee and missed Ulpianus. He is an S tier. As much as I love the edge and I want to put him in flooding, that's my own personal bias. He does have a few problems with his outfit. And you only missed him by 1, so I can very quickly show you him. All of the belts do actually work, credit where it's due. Except for this weird one over here, though I love the chain. The white also, not because everything else is so spiky, doesn't quite work. Definitely an edge aesthetic, but I'm all about that edge. My favorite part of the brownie is the edge. So yeah, I think Valea's pretty strong S tier. Once again, anime character, very attractive, very gifted, and just wearing something that shows off your figure generally like this. It's very nice clothing, very well balanced. So it's not even just that she's attractive, her clothing is balanced, and it's balanced around her being blessed, shall we say. Then we have Veliv. Now, she's at the other end of the spectrum in terms of proportions, but once again, her outfit is tailored in a really nice way to show off her figure. You don't have to be ridiculously busty with insane thighs to have a very, very nice figure. This is a really lovely skirt. The shoes or whatever, I don't like the pattern of whatever the stockings are. It looks weird. Batman symbol again, yes sir, yes sir, same as Lemoen. But the way the thigh slits work here with a second layer underneath of a different color than one dead on the center, that's really lovely highlighting and hugs her hips perfectly. So even though it completely hides her legs, it's absolutely fine, still gives a very feminine figure. Not a big fan of this scarf that hangs all the way around the back there. The gun holster, really, really stylized. This is sitting a little low, but like not too bad. Should be absolutely fine. It'll just bounce a little, but like not bad. Absolute, yeah. It's not ideal. You'd want it a bit tighter, a bit higher, but it's fine. She does once again have the Batman symbol over her chest. I think this would be nicer if this was a very slight V here. Like just a little bit of a V. It looks very strange when it goes direct flat across a girl's chest like that. Even if it's just like a tiny V that doesn't even really show anything. I think that would look nicer. And the reverse V on her jacket, I think this is really, really nice. The way it sits just past her breasts and curves around, I think that part of the jacket's really nice. It looks a bit weird around the neck. I think you need a little bit more going on the neck. And I think the sleeves are a little bit too puffy. That being said, the color balancing is really, really excellent. She's got consistent. This green matches really well with this dull gold. It sort of feels like the same color, which is very, very well balanced. It does slightly clash with her hair, but it's not too bad. So let's see where everyone is. Yeah, I think she's once again an S tier. There's a lot of really good NPC designs. She's definitely not flooding. I think she's a solid mid S. Like with Valeus, yes, she's showing off her figure, but she's showing off her figure even though she has less of a figure, but she's still working it. Like, it still looks really fantastic on her. I'm especially a fan of the way this jacket is hanging, even though I don't like it around the neck, around the shoulders, or around the sleeves. That part of the jacket near her torso is really, really great. Then we have Vogelweider, or however you pronounce his name. It's Scandinavian, not German, so I'll be slightly off with that. Vogelweider. I'll just leave it at that. Now, this is another generic NPC, or not generic, just an NPC from the Maria Nerl event. Unlike the others, he definitely gives off D-tier performance night. Like, again, this is not the highlight of the event, but he'd get you excited. Why are you feeling things for him? I don't know. I think his hairstyle and his beard is whack. So that is entirely on you, Jaw. I do like the blue. I like the way it hugs his chest. He's got a very pronounced chest for a man, but that's absolutely fine. The hints of armor at the back, this is really great. He's definitely going more practicality than show. But this definitely still feels a bit more like a tournament night rather than a combat night, because there's no real... The armor is hidden by colors, and there's no real armor over the legs. That being said, it's absolutely fine. Let's ignore how absolutely scuffed his elf shoes are. I don't know why they've got that tip. Love the belts. That's a pretty solid spot to put a dagger. Ideally, you wouldn't have a belt that low, but it works because of how bulky the skirt he's wearing is. Or, not skirt, like, I forget the term for this. The shoulder pads asymmetry works really, really nicely. A little bit of fur adds a bit of a highlight. Love the triangle. Love the bright orange there. He escaped from Santa. Yeah, he didn't escape from Santa's workshop. He fought his way out of Santa's workshop. I'm not a big fan of this style of layered armor that's borderline like... Oh, he's a mechanic now. Yeah, he is. I don't like this style of armor, but he does work it pretty well. Very, very nice elbow piece as well. I think he's a solid A tier. Let's take a look at the A. Yeah, I think he fits more in with the A. I don't think he pops enough to be an S, but it's a very, very solid outfit. He's definitely like he's not the main he's not the main event, but he might be like a niche fan favorite, like a dark horse who you're kind of hoping will do well, but you know is not going to win the tournament, if that makes sense. He's like if you're fighting a side character, he would be that side character's lead henchman. Isn't he Mongolian or something lore-wise? He could be. His polanes are not long enough, shoes that have a pointy toe. Yeah, I know it. I know they're longer IRL, but it still looks stupid. I know it's a real thing, but that doesn't mean it's fashionable. And usually that's done with armor, not with leather. Yeah, I think he fits more in with a high A than with the S tiers. He's definitely higher than his other compatriots who got like cringe or basic. Oh, apologies. I need to duck away one more time. Sorry, be right back, be right back. Sorry about that. Your boy's back, your boy's back. Oh no, shoes were not done with armor with leather, but yeah, you could find armored versions. I've seen armored versions, they look less silly when it's metal. It does look a bit silly when it's leather. I know it's real, it still looks strange. I have seen it IRL too. Just like, there's a reason people don't wear this kind of shoe anymore, you know what I'm talking about? Same as the flared hippie plants that some of them have had. Yeah, I do think this is high A. It could be an S. I just don't think it pops quite enough for an S. Yeah, I'll leave him at A. Sorry, Vogelwiede. That won't be how you pronounce it, because it's not German, it's Polish or something. And then we have Wei Yen Wu. Hopefully the last furry of the list. Let me quickly check. Yep, last furry of the list. Obviously not a literal furry, just a metaphorical on that spectrum, which is just not my personal cup of tea. I don't... It's fine for you to enjoy it. Peeing white? No, I was not. Not S. Yeah, it was very interesting that Vogelwiede had a mixed armored style. Furry C next. No, look, to be fair, this is a really well-dressed man. As much as I'm not a big fan of furries, like, he styled his clothing around it. He has very, very bright, very clashing colors, so he added to that rather than trying to hide it. I don't like how massive his hands are. He definitely has yaoi hands. The jacket is kind of weird. Like with his wife, they both, like, he wears it better than his wife, but the overjacket looks just scuffed. The skirt, really, really fantastic. Shoes, really nice. The maroon trousers, ooh, respect where it's due. That's a really great match to this skirt. Not a big fan of this turquoise highlight, though. Clashes a little. Too many clashing colors. Childbearing hips. He would fit in with the Lance next. I always forget how to pronounce that, but yes, he absolutely would. Not you, you're peeing white. Oh, fair enough. Not a big fan of the shirt. I think it should be a different color, different pattern to better show off the skirt. It blends in too much. The neck ornaments, though, very, very nice. The pipe, very stylized. I love that royal purple. The earring, very strange, though. I think he's a solid A. Like, yeah, he's making the best of a bad situation. He already has bright clashing colors just with his skin and hair. But at the same time, like, he could improve this by removing the jacket, changing the shirt, if that makes sense. The skirt is probably S tier, borderline flooding, even though it's unusual for men to wear a skirt, but like he pulls it off. It's just, he doesn't have a consistent theme going, and it's a bit too busy, and part of that's the colors. This would, if he muted some of the colors, the highlights would work, the natural highlights and clashing would work better. So let me take a look. Yeah, I do think he fits more in with A. I think he's another case of very high A. But I don't think he fits in with S. There's just too much going on. If it was a bit simpler, I think he would. But it's just a little too busy. He's S. I can see the argument. I think he's either very low S or very high A. I'm personally leaning towards A, just because there's too much color clash. I know some of that's innate, I can't hold all of it against him, but he emphasized the color clash instead of, like, dealing with it. Then we have Yucatan, second last NPC of the day, final of the Ratatos. Unironically, once again, he works better than Ratatos. He's more stylish than his wife. Boots, very, very nice. Pants fit it pretty well. I'm not a big fan of this shade of like light forest green with yellow highlights with this coat. That fan art of a bunny suit was... Of course there's fan art of him in a bunny suit. Why wouldn't there be? He? Yeah, this is a he. This is the husband of a different female character who then also has a sister. Cirrus is his wife, not Ratatos. Oh, I thought Cirrus was the younger one. I could very well be wrong, though. Fair enough. If that's the case, Cirrus is definitely better dressed than Ratatos. I love this asymmetric coat style, as I've said before. Okay, sweet. Husband of Cirrus. This looks like it's the second coat he's holding around his arm, though. I do like the bandaged up hands. That looks really, really cool. The younger one is his wife. Oh, that's what was confusing me. Yep. This shade of green works really, really well. Once again, not a big fan. This is a duller orange than usual. It works better. I still think orange is the wrong color for this. I think actually, no. It does work because of his hair. It does work. He's pulling off this orange. Most people can't. The striped undershirt vest, though, not ideal. The default color works really, really well with the green, but because it's striped, it catches a bit too much attention. The jacket length, fantastic. The pants need to be a slightly less vibrant color if they're going to have a yellow highlight. The pants are fine, they just like need to be a little more faded out or a little less vibrant. Very basic outfit, but I think it's a strong A. Like, this is a pretty nice outfit. He's well dressed. He's a well dressed gentleman. You'd see him and think he's dressed well, even though like he's not like super into fashion. He's still dressed very, very nicely. So Yucatan, you can go up here with your wife in the A tier. Unlike her older sister, who's in B. And then finale of the day, we're ending off with Zuo Juanliao. Apologies to everyone who speaks Chinese. I have no idea how to pronounce Chinese. It's very difficult. Now, first off, gotta mention, he has a very strong face, very sharp eyes. Zuo Li's dad, it very well might be. He gives off those vibes. I forget which event he's from. He's got a very, very strong face. I like it. His hair matches very well, but that's not what we're going for. I do like the earring as well. Your disappointment is immeasurable and your day is ruined. Yeah, sorry. I've never been good. I can pronounce some Japanese and most European languages, but that's about it. And it's not like I speak those languages. I just know enough to pronounce them. But no shot with like Polish, no shot with Chinese. I can sort of pronounce Russian, but it's hard to read the Cyrillic alphabet because it reminds me of the English alphabet. Yeah, the base color scheme, really, really nice. He has dark blue hair, so he's got slightly dulled royal red as a highlight. Really, really fantastic choice for color scheme. I'm usually not a big fan of this kind of tabard around your neck, but it works for him. He's rocking it. I still don't like it. I think it'd be nicer with something else, but he is pulling it off. Like, credit where it's due. He's chosen this intentionally, and it does work for him, even if, though, like, personal biases, I don't like it. Once again, this kind of half coat, really fantastic, looks really, really cool. I love it. The tassels do actually look really, really nice, the belt as well. Likewise, the tassel has got connecting it very, very gently. It's a little bit of a choking hazard, but it's not too bad. The undershirt is very formal. This is a lovely, formal, Eastern-style undershirt. You love to see it. The collar being a little bit of a highlight really draws attention to his face. I love it. His outfit is matched to his sword, slightly. Not fully, so I won't give any extra points for that, but he's clearly taken some consideration. He is the dad of Zuole. Okay, that's good. I don't like this red belt. I don't like the pattern of it, rather. I like the red highlight, I just think he needs a slightly different texture to this belt. The belt underneath is very, very nice. The pouches connecting his sword make perfect sense. That's about where you'd want it hanging. Maybe a little more around the side, but that's fine. The skirts, though, the layered skirts, all look really fantastic, except for this part here. This particular part of the layered skirt, the ending to the red one, is very, very scuffed, unfortunately. It would look nicer without that. Just blanket remove that. The pants, pretty phenomenal. The shoes, pretty nice. And I do like this little jade hanging from his belt that he's got attached to his scabbard. Sorry, words are failing me. I think overall, this is a strong S tier. Like, he's not as fashionable as his son, but I would say this is a relatively high S tier. He's got a fair amount of fashion. This is a very stylish man. You can see where his son gets it from. He's not as ostentatious as his son, who's definitely flooding, but he doesn't need to be. He's a bit of an older gentleman. He's just looking to be very, very nicely dressed, not to, like, catch attention. Now, I will go back to Ben, because Ben has been kind of bugging me. Let's take another look at Ben, see if he deserves to be higher up. Because that was the last. Zuole was the last. So, Ben specifically, I think there is an argument for him to change tiers. I'm pretty happy with everyone else. I know there's a lot of A and S and even a lot of flooding. There's a lot of really good NPC design. They put so much love into this. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at Ben. Does he deserve A tier? Now time for Shotgun Guy. I'll be doing that off stream like I already told you. I can see why I put him in B tier. This is the kind of drip you would see someone wearing IRL. This is a really lovely coat. But it is just a coat. I'm jealous of his coat, but it's just like a standard... You'd see a proper British gentleman dressed similarly. Gives off sort of detective vibes. It is very well balanced. I do think he belongs more in low A. Yeah, I think he does. It's very simple, but it's a really fantastic simple. He's been bugging me there. He's noticeably nicer than all of the others. Like, all of the others have at least some kind of problem with their outfit. Yeah, there's nothing much to write home about and talk about with his outfit, but he looks fantastic in it. So, he has just enough fashion to make himself look really amazing, but like not like super in your face. He would blend into the crowd, but when you actually look at him as an individual, he's really, really amazingly dressed. You cannot take L's with drip. You can. Leonhardt and Oren. Okay, now I'll take another quick look. I'll make sure there's no one else on the list I want to argue. Cannot good enough for part 2. I had forgotten about him briefly. I'm intending to, but please, anyone you think of, even if they're already in NPC drip, drop them in NPC drip. I'll filter out people I've already done. You don't claim Oren? Well, what about Leonhardt? You're still stuck with him. Very fair to not claim Oren, though. He's kind of a jackass. I am pretty happy with this. Amaya and Anduin are definitely the weakest S's, but they're meaningfully nicer than the A tiers. Are there any A tiers that should go up? Not really. Maybe Lemuel. I think she has enough fashion potential to go up. I just don't think she's there yet. Yeah, pretty happy with all the A tiers. Molly does, like, also high A, but definitely not enough to be S. I'm torn. I think Tola might deserve to go down to a low A, but a high A. I think he's just more of a... He's sort of like bottom S, same as Anduin. Yeah, actually, yeah, he's about equivalent to Anduin, bottom S. And then all of these operators absolutely flooding. Oh, not operators, units. Yep, I'm pretty happy with this. Alrighty, thank you so much for coming. I will definitely be doing a part 2. There are so many good NPCs to go. This was only 84 NPCs. I hope you have a fantastic Friday evening or rest of your Saturday if you're more in my time zone. Thank you so much for coming. Please join the Discord if you want to get notified when I go live or chat with me offline. Once again, if you throw money my way, you can request me to do a funny voice pack and I will finalize that better, so... Because you guys should definitely get something out of that if you do that as well. You have a whole list to put in the Discord? Absolutely do! Oh, like, the reason I didn't get through all of the things on the Discord was I got distracted because it kept saying, oh, related NPCs. That's why, like, Monique and Roy aren't there, but basically every other NPC from Casimir's are. Thank you so much for coming. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. I will catch you next time in my next NPC ranking, which won't be on Monday. It'll probably be next Saturday because these take a while. Or actually, I'll see. I haven't decided my schedule for next week yet, but it'll probably still be Monday afternoon, Thursday afternoon, and Saturday morning. I'll probably have to go for a short stream next Saturday because I've got something to do next Saturday. But I might shift it to Sunday then, who knows. Bye-bye, Taki-chan. See you next time, Nozomi. Thank you so much for swinging by. Bye, Nebfur. Bye, Phidios. Bye, Shrimpboot Jason. It's been fantastic having you here. Shikatsu just got back from your tower just in time. Yep. Just in time. Thank you so much for swinging by, Shikatsu. It's been great having you here. I will see you all next time. Bye-bye, Taki. Bye-bye to you as well. Have a fantastic rest of your day.